Hello guys, welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. We are at round number 2 today, and with me here we have International Master Saravanan, an amazing trainer, well-known trainer, and we have heard a treasure of his stories yesterday. But today in round 2, a lot is happening. Saravanan, are you aware of the pairings today? Because they are extremely exciting.
Unfortunately, not yet. Can you
Then
can
I
you
would,
take us?
yes, I would definitely show that to you. 1 second. There you go. So these are the men's section right now, which we have here. And Abdu Sataro is playing with SL Narayanan. By the way, they did play in Qatar Open and it ended in a draw. Anton David playing with Arjun. Arjun had an amazing game yesterday. Samuel Sevian playing with Arvind Chidambaram. So 3 guys on 1 point. That's what we have. And Ronak versus Nakamura.
Yeah, Nakamura is one of my most favorite players in the world. So this is one pairing I am very excited. Of course, apart from Abdul Sataro, SL Narayanan. In Abdul Sataro versus Narayanan, we have a clash between two young tigers. So that will be very, very interesting to watch. By the way, the pairing after Ronak Sadhwani
Yeah.
versus Nakamura, there's an interesting story to it. Ruslan Ponamariye was the prodigy of the 1990s. And he did went on to win even the world championship, the world knockout championship in 2000s. So we have a young prodigy of 2020, Gukesh versus the original of 1990s, Ruslan Ponamariye. That's going to be a very interesting clash.
Yeah, and if Gukesh is able to beat Ponamariye, it's like beating a former world champion. Like, he technically is a world champion, former world champion. So yeah, it's amazing. And then we have Murzin versus Pragnananda. That is also very exciting. I guess Murzin is a very talented Russian youngster there. But I think at some point things, of course, had went a little bit stagnant for him. But definitely something, he's the one to look forward to. Aryan versus Vincent Keimer. Now Aryan yesterday held Pragnananda. Today also he's white. Let's see what happens. Aryan Tari versus Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna had a longest game yesterday.
Yeah.
So that one. And Murli Karthikeyan versus Sam Shankland. So like each and every pairing you can see. Artemiev versus Leon. Nihal versus Aydin Suleimanli. Vidit versus Abhijit, I guess, is the only one where two Indians are playing here today. And Adiban versus Idani. So very interesting pairings here for men. And in women's section, we have Divya on the top board with Tan Zongi. Vaishali is playing with Eline Rubers and Harika with Hoang Than Trang, Dinara with Tanya, and Madina with Vantika. So what I'll do quickly right now is go here to our main board so that you can start sharing your stories while you're watching the game. Oh, one more interesting thing I forgot. Very sorry to cut you. But on top board, there is Caruana versus Hans.
Of course. Hans Nyman is black against Caruana. There are a lot of stories on unfortunate happenings, about interesting happenings surrounding Nyman in the last year or so. So we have the top board. We have Fabiano Caruana, definitely the strongest player of this tournament. I suppose I can say that he's the strongest player of this tournament, and him taking on countryman Neumann is going to be interesting, to say the least. By the way, Amruta, I'm not getting your feed in the Zoom.
Oh, wait.
I'm getting it only on your YouTube.
Very sorry. I forgot to start the screen.
Yeah,
but here we have the screen. So let's go to the first game of our, Indian player, that is Northerbeck versus SL Narayanan.
Yeah.
D4, knight f6, c4, e6. If I'm not wrong, SL was black in Qatar also with Abdul Sattarov. They landed in rook endgame at the end of it. Knight c3, c5. So what do you have to say about Tarash, right?
Tarash. It's a Tarash. And yeah, the CD4 looks a little unusual for me. As we are talking, let me check the game as to what could be the variations behind it. I'm quite, what to say? I'm not surprised to see Narayanan playing such a sharp variation here because, one transformation has taken place in Narayanan's chess in the last, let's say, 2 years, I would say. When he started off as a junior, he was, a player who concentrated on solid openings. But now, in the last 2 years, he has become this preparation. 1 year, he has become this preparation monster. So, going for such a sharp opening like the Tarash is absolutely no surprise for me at all.
Ah, wow. That's cool. No, I thought, and I also think that after Qatar Open, where they played, somehow playing for that 4 hours, you understand more about your opponent, and that would definitely direct this opening also. But Narayan is having 1 hour 42 minutes, and Abdusattarov has started thinking after this last move, Bishop c5. So, yeah, maybe you can let us know whether this is, how normal this move is, or is it becoming recently popular, or why is Abdul Sattarov thinking? Because his opening prep is amazing usually.
Yeah, let me check that very fast.
Yes.
By the way, there is one more a nuance behind this opening. Generally, openings where the center is completely open, it doesn't happen much in D4 openings. It happens only in E4 openings. So, the reason is when the center is completely open, the pieces can change places from one flank to the other very easily. So such openings actually, for example, the Sicilian is the most common of such openings where the center is completely open. So while by playing that in one D4 opening, Narayanan shows his willingness to go for a fight straight away. He doesn't care whether it's an E4 opening or a D4 opening. He is ready to keep his center open and he is ready to play a tactical opening directly. So this is an interesting opening choice. You cannot call Nadirbek, as Abdul Sattarov, as well as Narayanan as tactical players, but these are youngsters who can play in any way they want. So it's very interesting for me. Obviously, as you said, because they played each other, I have a feeling that Narayanan has come with let us say, some kind of a psychological assessment of Abdul Sattarov for this game, and that is why he has gone for the Tarash defense.
Ah, okay. So then after knight b3, which was played by Abdul Sattarov, looks like still in preparation. But this is already not the most common most common line which we are witnessing. Yeah, an original game will be fun to watch out. So knight b3 attacks the bishop. It does feel that I don't want to give away this bishop. Looks very great here, but what do you think? Should he just retreat, or should he just ignore and go for castle? Or
very tough question. See, if I go for castle after knight c5, Narayanan has completed his development, which is a good thing. Whereas now, if he goes back, with the bishop, let us say to e7, let us say bishop e7 or so, then after cd5, ed5, he may get an isolated pawn in the center. So I honestly am thinking, okay, I can see that this variation has been played already before a lot.
Okay.
This move, bishop c5 was most common, which means that actually the whole line is kind of unusual. If you can go back to cd4, before the bishop f4, let us say. So that is the fifth move, right?
Yeah.
So fifth move, bishop f4 is a very rare move. This is what my database says. Generally, in that position, white almost always goes for c cross d5.
Okay.
So after bishop f4, which is an unusual move, not played much at the top, Levan Aronian has played it against Carlsen in a speed tournament in 2021 way back, but I'm sure that's not a very serious game. So after bishop f4, c cross d4, knight cross d4, now knight b d7. Queen a4 is the main line, as you said. This has already been played by Bu Jiangzi. Yeah, how do I pronounce the name?
Yeah,
Bu
Bujiang.
Qiangxi.
I used to call
So
him
he has
Bujiang.
played it before
Okay.
against Grishuk. So bishop c5, all this is standard stuff. And now NB3 is a kind of a rare move. And NB3 has been played by Salim Saleh in 2023 in Sharjah Masters 2023. That is 3 months ago.
Got it.
So this is what we stand theoretically.
Mhm.
Now, after NB3, as I said, castles is the best possibility.
Castle. Now that you say, does make sense because here after recapture, you are also getting a tempo. So maybe SL will go for castle instead of the retreat because isolated pawn does seem a little bit uncomfortable in such a scenario.
There is a small trick there, Amruta. Knight b3 castles.
Okay.
Knight into c5. Now, black has a clever intermezzo. It's a possibility. I'm not telling it's the best.
Shall I try to find? Shall I and the chat?
Yeah, we can even ask chat to find. Chat, come on.
Chat, थोड़ा काम कर लो, तब तक मैं बाहर से लेके आती हूँ.
So basically, after knight c5 in this position, there is a clever, clever intermezzo. So intermezzo is a move where there is an exchange or a force sequence taking place. Instead of going ahead with the force sequence, you can make a different. So what is that intermezzo that we are looking at here? Yeah, many guys got it immediately. Chat is quite watchful.
We do have quite a few strong players who generally also play in nationals and so yeah. Just a minute. Let me just get.
Okay, guys, you got it right. For knight into c5, e5 is a very interesting move. The point of e5 is that, first of all, knight into d7 is a mistake because I take bishop into d7, after which I capture the f4 bishop.
8 seconds. Yeah. Just done. Just almost done there. Yeah.
I was getting the bars ready for all of you. Let me get some water for myself.
Yes. So Rakshit, if you are hearing this, I am not getting that interact button because of which I have to open another tab. So yeah, in case later on maybe we can figure out, but yeah, that's the reason I'm getting another tab. Okay, I have quite a lot of bars and later I'll adjust them even better in between when there will be another question to the chat. But the move e5, right? Over here you mentioned. Wow.
Yeah, e5, the point of e5, the straightforward point of e5 is, for e5, white plays knight into d7, it's a mistake. Knight into d7, bishop into d7, and next move, whatever you're going to take ef4, and it will be even more difficult for white to castle after that on the king side. And if you open on the queen side, your queen side is already open. The center is already open.
Wow. So this is amazing intermezzo, actually. Yeah. So castle and knight c5 is not at all a problem because there is e5. Now either it should be a part of the preparation, but if it is not, what would you say to find it on the board? Will SL be able to do that?
At this stage, at this level of play, all these boys, they're extremely well prepared. And by the 10th move, definitely Narayanan won't be thinking on them. Okay. I'm 100% sure that he has definitely seen this position. The midnight oil has been burnt already. So I am very sure that either knight c5 or e5, whatever he plays, it's going to be a prepared move. I am very sure.
Saravanan, that's happened. He has castled. SL has castled. So that means he definitely has found this e5 intermezzo. Great opening, great explanation. Can we now go to Arjun's game?
Yeah. Oops. Nigel Short came up with this brilliant comment about 2008. 15 years ago, the strongest chess engine was Rivka. So Nigel Short said, opening preparation is an extremely easy stuff. What you do is always prepare the third alternative given by Rivka. So, I'm not at all surprised that he has played e5 here rather than the straightforward knight c5 take.
Third alternative. Actually, that is good. Now it is more about smart preparation. In fact, I don't know if you have read this book, Grandmaster Opening Preparation by John Shaw.
Vladimir, John Shaw. Okay, no, I read the one by Vladimir Tukmako, not one by John Shaw.
Okay. So yeah, D4, D3. I like this move D4. It just makes me feel that black has more space. So knight C6, castle, and here Arjun plays bishop C5.
Yeah, so it's a reversed Benoni kind of a thing, but of course, no, sorry, there is a name for this. I think it is not the check Benoni. There is a name for it. I'll check it as we talk.
Okay, and also if
Uh,
anybody in the chat knows, do let us know what's the name for this opening. So bishop c5. This is the only thing which looks scary. But then I guess you have a5, and whenever a3 is played, there is always a4, if I'm not wrong. Let's say a3 here with the idea of b4, and you stop with a5, and then intending a4 to secure this. Okay.
Basically, the game is centering on the pawn on d4. At some point, white will definitely play e3 to undermine the d4 pawn. See, the psychology is that, the strategy is that you have played d5, d4, and if you follow it up with e6 to e5 later on, it will be a straightaway King's Indian position where colors are reversed and white is a move up also. So that's kind of playing the King's Indian with two tempi ahead with black pieces, which is actually not advisable for black in this position. So when e3 is played, most probably black will recapture with d3 and so on. So this is going to be one strategy. Another risky strategy, white will play knight a3 followed by knight c2. And then he will try to expand with a3. If black plays a5, then he will play b3, rook b1, b4 and all that. So these are the two strategies possible for here. So this is going to be really interesting because the same setup is very sound if it is played with reverse colors. So, generally white is black, black is white in this position. So this I am very curious to see what will be the objective evaluation because, honestly, I'm not able to make it out. I have a feeling it's dynamically equal, but this is basically a game of not theory. This is a, more of a strategical battle, practical battle on the board.
But Arjun is still having 1 hour 41 minutes on his clock. He has put David to think right now. And just one question, Saravanan, that whether black can think of such a plan, or would you say that it's not a good plan in the future for Arjun? Something like e5 and f5 expanding here. Would that be advisable or no?
If you had wanted to expand f5, you shouldn't have kept your bishop on c5. You should have kept it on e7 so that you can go knight d7, e5 and f5. And in the future, the knight on d7 can go to c5. Okay. When you have already kept your bishop on c5, I'm very skeptical whether black will go for such a plan. Yeah.
Got it. Very nice.
I'll give you 1 second. Let me just fix my camera. Sure. The speaker here. Give me a minute.
Yes. Until that time, guys, how is everything in the chat? Are you enjoying? Yesterday was a very, very long day, this tournament. I want to show you all those who have just joined right now. Here is the information you can see about the tournament. Very strong event. It's from 23rd to 6th November. It's at Villa Marina, Isle of Man. And this is the time control. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, 15 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30 seconds increment from move 1. That's for the men's section. And for women's section, it's 90 minutes, 40 moves, the usual time control. By the way, this Hari yesterday used all this, time control advantage. Going next, this is the prize fund. First prize is $80,000, and that's definitely quite a lot. First prize for women's section is $25,000, and from this event, the top 2 will qualify to candidates. That's the reason. Very, very important tournament, but not at all an easy tournament, because you can see about 2,700 there are 20 players, and about 2,600 There's 69 players, so it's already out of 114 players. You can just get the sense of how tough it is. This is for women players. We have 7 players, about 2,500, and yeah, this is the schedule. 31st October is a free day, so do not come here at 7 o'clock. That's about it. That's the tournament we have until 5th, and let's see if any of our talents are going to qualify for candidates. Definitely we are very, very hopeful.
We had this player of the elder generation who used to play for India in Olympics in 70s and 80s. He used to say, if a tournament has too many strong players, he would say, जरूरी से ज्यादा खुश मिल रहा है.
जरूरी से ज्यादा
खुश मिल रहा है.
खुशी
मिल रहा है.
खुशी
खुशी मिल रहा है.
just playing
Too
with
many
them.
strong
Yeah,
players in
yeah.
tournament. Of course, he used to tell it sarcastically. Why so many people are coming to this tournament where I am coming, so that my prize money is going for a 6. So that was the meaning he used to say.
Yeah, nice. And by the way, David did go knight a3, as we were mentioning, knight a3, knight c2, and we might actually it might lead to the same ideas. Like yesterday, so many things which were analyzed were actually happening on the board. So that was cool. Going to the next one, Arvind, who is on 1 point. Today he's playing with Samuel Sevian. How is the matchup, you think?
Once again, Sam Sevian was also a very, very talented junior. From his juniors days, he was well known, and now he's a seasoned grandmaster who is of course a 2700 player. Arvind Chidambaram was the original Pragnananda of Chennai. He actually had a trajectory which was also equally promising, but in the last 1 or 2 years, he basically lagged down a little. But I see a change in him for the last 1.5 years, and RB Ramesh, who is his trainer, tells me that Arvind has, all the stagnation period all behind him now. So he is very, very ready to make a break into the big league anytime, coming to 2700 anytime soon. So according to Arvind's coach, Ramesh, Arvind is well on his way to reach the 2700 today. I mean, this period. So this game, see, once again, I was telling you about the youngsters and their opening choices. Once again, see, this is basically a very, very tricky opening. See, there are 4 to 5 ways to treat this opening. One, you can go knight d b5 right away. So knight d b5, d6, bishop f4 would lead to a Sveshnikov generally after e. And of course, Arvind can choose something offbeat like before. For knight d b5, Arvind can choose something like bishop b4 there. That's a kind of a tricky variation. White will be slightly better all the time, but not very easy to exploit that. Or he can go for knights instead of knight d b5. White can go for knight into c6, bc6, bd3 here. It's an extremely sharp variation. And instead of all this, white can go for something like bishop e2 also. So this is, typically young generation. This is called as 4 knights, as far as I know, just 4 knights e6 variation in Sicilian. See, this is another thing. You remember yesterday we were talking. All these guys, they keep on trying different avenues in openings. They are not at all afraid to take risk, This change has happened very correctly in the last 10 years. Chessable courses started. Computers, engines became very strong, and a very important change happened. For those of chess lovers in our chat, I have to give you a very interesting information here. Last 4 years, chess engine analysis has changed a lot because of neural network engines. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, the strength of your chess engine was decided by how many cores are there in your laptop or your computer. Today, it is decided by how strong a graphics card you have. So the latest graphics card going on is something like RTX 4080, I think. So, you have RTX 4080, you have the strongest laptop that anyone can afford. Because of this change of neural networks and chessable courses started, opening preparation has become a bust, basically. Anyone and everyone can afford to prepare any opening, however offbeat it is. And see, even in such a place like Isle of Man, such a serious tournament, anyone can play any opening. See, these things, if you can observe and understand, being a chess spectator is a joy today to understand what is happening behind the scenes in each and every game, each and every opening. I'm sorry for the lengthy explanation, but I thought I should
No,
definitely
it
sell
was
this.
amazing. In fact, I do have some questions also about what you said. I would really like to know more. Just to continue the opening here, after knight c6, white played a3, actually. A3. I don't know, but isn't it like in a way unnecessary move, or is it like for four knights that's a usual answer because you also stop bishop b4 sometime?
Actually, fantastic, Amruta. The point of A3 is
Hmm.
Samuel says, I don't want to play knight d5 and go into a Sveshnikov. I'm
Hmm.
not ready for Sveshnikov to do it. If I play knight c6, b6, bishop d3, I know that you've come well armed. So he plays a3. There is a very deep idea
Ah.
behind it. A3 is not a run of the mill move here. There is a very deep idea. First of all, it prevents bishop b4, which is what black was threatening otherwise.
Yeah.
See, now black played bishop e7, yeah?
Yeah.
Now white will play bishop e2 and castle, and it will go into a Scavenging where a3 is actually a useful move in many variations.
He played knight
So,
c6 here. He didn't play
it's
bishop e2. But yeah.
very, very, again, it's fun to be a chess spectator if you know what is happening behind the scenes today. A very
Nice.
interesting game. A question is asked in chat. Why Nihal is not peaking to 2700 faster?
Hmm.
Guys, it's not a question of someone not being able to peak. The point is, in my opinion, Nihal is as talented as the other three superstars, Gukesh, Pragg, and Arjun. Chess is very, very, what can I say? You can never expect players to improve in a linear way straight up ahead in chess. In chess, see, for example, Gukesh had about 16 months of non-stop play where he improved greatly. But whenever you have any huge jump like that, you will always have a stagnation. Chess players, or rather, I would say any sportsman and stagnation is very common. When you are stagnated, the best thing to do is take a small break. In chess, it's ideally about 2 months. So you would see that any chess player who is stagnated a little bit at any point of his rating graph will take a break and definitely he will come back. I have a feeling Nihal's comeback has started already since last week.
Yeah, I do agree with you that he is definitely in the same league, and these are all the phases. At some point, somebody is going to play amazing, then there is going to be stagnancy for a while, then they again improve on their weaknesses, then they grow. It's just this phase. Yeah, flight takes off, flight lands. It's quite common there. So yeah. So
What
e5
is
was
happening in
played
the game,
here.
by the way? Oh,
E5
it
was
is.
played after
Okay.
b takes c6. He went knight d5
Okay.
and queen g4 by Samuel. They both seem still prepared. King f8, Arvind goes, and bishop d2 by Samuel over here. Here he took actually almost 10 minutes, yeah, in this position. And maybe we are in a completely new position. Um,
Oh my
oh, yeah,
God.
maybe I should put the opening actually. Let me just
What is happening? King
let
F8?
yeah, but
This-
isn't it common? Let me just take you through this one.
Yeah, I have
Chess
my
base.
data.
Yeah.
So I'm just
I'm
checking with my
just
Macros and
opening.
live data also. Okay, this game has been played around 70 times already. Very interestingly, Caruana has played it with white pieces. This position, Richard Rappo, Mamad Diaro, Abdusataro, Kovalenko, all of them have played this already. So the first conclusion is this is not a new position for both of them,
Yeah.
both Sevian as well as Arvind. Arvind Chidambaram has a kind of a quirky side to him.
Hmm.
Quirky is not the right word. The right word is fun-loving, a little jolly, jovial, a little mischievous side to him. You know this? Arvind Chidambaram is one of the best meme makers among chess players.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I
In
don't know.
Insta, there is a meme channel where he has not revealed himself.
Uh-huh.
We all know what channel is it, and I don't think I should tell it out on commentary.
Uh-huh.
But guys, go to Insta and find out all the Indian meme maker channels. One of them is Arvind Chidambaram.
Wow.
His brilliant. His sense of humor is fantastic.
Oh.
So when I see King F8 by Arvind Chidambaram, it is part of his personality, a little bit, a little funny, a little teasing the opponent, a little mischievous. This is the kind of, Arvind Chidambaram once played NF3 D5 Rook G1. So I'm not at
Whoa.
all surprised that he's playing King F8,
Oh man, that's a very nice story there by you. I think a very big secret revealed that way. But in this position after King F8, there are only very few games. But Topala versus Mamedaro and Caruana versus Rapport, they have played very recently, 2021, 2022. So it seems like a very raw line, King F8.
Yeah, I have a feeling Arvind plays it to get his opponent out of basically the path, well-known paths. G6 would have been the sounder move actually. G6 has been played in correspondent chess a lot. About 10 games have been played in correspondent chess. Correspondent chess is the way that strong players look for their openings nowadays. Because when a player plays it in correspondent chess, it is well assumed that he has already researched it very well. So G6 is the well-known path, which means King F8 has been a surprise choice by Arvind Chidambaram. And by the way, you have a super chat.
Yeah, Vivaswan Damle says, great job Amruta Tai for streaming for 7.5 hours yesterday. Love Sarvanan's stories. Sagar Bhai walking summary was lovely. Like karo janta. Oh guys, yes, I did forget. Do like the stream. Do subscribe if you like. Amazing stories there. And also do watch a lot more stories by Sarvanan related with Olympiad. You will just search Sarvanan ChessBase and you will find a hell lot of stories there. And his book, the famous book library. Maybe part, whenever Sagar goes to Chennai, he's like, I want to go to Sarvanan's place. I want to go to.
Whenever you find on YouTube, it is always with Sagar Shah. By the way, there are guys on chat who want Sagar Shah to come and show up and say hi and tell us what you are doing. So Sagar, right there, please do come over and tell us what you're seeing also.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, just that when he's in the chat, I'm ignoring him. I'm not reading his comments. That's the thing. But Sagar, please do come. We will definitely love your insights if you can anytime for 5 minutes. That would be great. Okay, where is Sarvanan?
Shall we go on to the next game? Ronak Sadhwani versus
Your
Nakamura.
camera has disappeared, by the way. Just to inform you. I mean, you are aware. That's fine. Yeah, you're back. You're back. So King F8, yeah, Bishop D2, and here he's thinking, I think for Arvind also it's a new move. So we are again into original. This is something I'm enjoying in this tournament, that they're all trying to get away from the mainstream theory somewhere, and preparation is good, so good that they're able to get into original positions.
Yeah, basically when you play such a strong tournament, you do come up with new schemes and new ideas, but such an idea like King F8 in such a prestigious tournament, that only a real risk taker like Arvind Chidambaram can do.
Lovely. And by the way, we are at this very, very important game. Raunak Sadhwani versus Hikaru Nakamura.
Our Olympiad team captain, Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan has this very interesting take on Nakamura.
Okay.
Many of the Indian youngsters, Nihal, Gukesh, all of them, for all of them, Hikaru Nakamura is a very important step in their development in chess. The logic that he says is, all of them start playing Blitz. All of them start playing Blitz at chess.com. And whenever you are a very strong player going to chess.com, Hikaru is always there present. And Hikaru is very, very eager to play young talents who are very strong. So all of them get to play an amazing number of Blitz against Hikaru, which is very, very important for all the chess development.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, Before
he
told me this, no one had even thought of it that way. So this was a very interesting viewpoint coming from Srinath. He told this to me when he was talking about how Nihal developed as a very strong chess player in quick chess.
Yeah, and in fact, even recently, I think even Pranav, Buddy Pranav, he's also played with Hikaru, no? A few games, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, look at this. C3 was played by Ronak, so he goes into Alapin. Earlier, do you think it used to be like, अच्छा ये खेला मतलब Alapin means draw,
Raw, exactly. But
but
today,
yeah.
as Ramesh says, there are no bad openings. There is only good preparation, bad preparation. There are no good openings, bad openings. So, but only thing I would like to know is why Raunak chose a solid opening today. That's the
Hmm.
only thing I would like to know. Anyway, let's see. Let's see what happens.
This is all theory, standard, right?
Yeah.
Knight e6 goes bishop e3. Looks very pretty.
Yeah, all this is, as you said, very standard theory. So let's see where they
Yes.
are ultimately going.
Oh, by the way, here Raunak already is down to 1 hour 14 minutes. But if is queen
Surprise.
d4 the main move?
Let me check that. But by the way, Hikaru's G6 is one of the most fashionable variations of this whole opening with C3 D5. So I'm not surprised at all.
Hmm.
Hikaru took about 3 minutes for C3 D5, but after that he has played pretty fast. Whereas after D4 G6, strangely Ronak has slowed down a lot. After Hikaru played G6 on the fourth move, for the next 5 moves or so, Ronak has
Yeah.
taken close to about 30 minutes. That is very, sorry, about 25 minutes, which is surprising. After all, it is White who chose the Alafin. It is, after all, Ronak who chose the Alafin. After choosing the Alafin, why is he taking so much time? That's a little bit of a surprise.
Maybe he didn't expect the g6 move, yeah, from Nakamura. That could be a possibility. Just
But I told you, G6 is one of the
yeah.
main lines here. So, I mean, if you are going to play C3, you should be very well prepared. If at all you are preparing for D5, you should prepare for G6 first.
Hmm.
So that's a little bit of a surprise, but there should be a reason. Let's see how the game
Okay.
goes.
So then
It may be a old pro trick also, which we were discussing yesterday.
going to next game. By the way, I would love to check Anish's game. Anish is black here, and this is the quickly going through the opening. Queen's Indian. Oh,
Anish is our friend. We will always check our friend's game.
castle. Very standard. After a long time, actually, we are looking at this. Normally, it's avoided.
It's like one of those coincident defense positions where black will ultimately play c5 and there will be a Isolani couple on the board. So it is definitely going to be a very positional battle in the long run.
Quite standard.
Anish likes these kind of positions. Anish likes positions with a good strategic base where he will work out the nuances and play. This is Anish's strength in chess.
So next game, Gukesh is playing white with Ponomaryov. By the way, Panangiviti says, good afternoon from Greece. I enjoy my coffee and see the games with your analysis. Cool centrist says, Saravanan is great.
Please.
Okay, so
I
going
have a good
here.
request for you, Amruta.
Yes.
We want you to put all the bars of the women games one side and men games one side.
What I will do is we'll reach the final position in Gukesh's game, and then I will, while you explain about the position, I would do that.
Yeah.
So d3, h6 was played by Ponomaryov, basically stopping all bishop g5 ideas, right? And or are you
also the idea is to play d6 now. Black will play d6 followed by g5 now.
Okay.
That's the idea. Another idea of h6. This is a modern treatment of this position. See, for example, if white plays castles here,
he played c3.
Yeah, now black will play d6. Yeah, now castles. Now you can play either g6 or g5.
Yeah.
So that's the idea of playing h6. Basically, if you are bored of the Italian, this is how you play nowadays with black pieces. A little passive, but a very different kind of.
Got it.
Black's logic is the bishop on g7 is better than the bishop on e7.
And here, you know what move Ponomaryov made with the black pieces?
Yeah.
I'm very surprised. Maybe you can explain this next move. Rook b8.
Okay, that's a little surprising, as you said correctly. I can put it this way. Maybe he doesn't want to do the initiating kingside play with g5 and all that. That's why he played the more, let's say, subdued g6 in the opening. So that is why he is probably looking at initiating something with on the queen side. But it beats me because b5 will ultimately weaken the a6 pawn. So I honestly don't know what is happening. We have to check this question. We have to study this question. Let's analyze maybe as we are talking.
Yes. So guys, I think I have got the bars, women's bars also on the left side, as you can see. Let me just scroll a little bit there. Divya on top board today. So surely a very interesting game, but maybe yeah, these are the maximum bars we have on left side. And also for men's, let me just see if I can uh, get a little more bars so that no,
Very interesting these bars are, yeah. In one look, you can look at what about 20 people are doing. Very nice thing to have on the board.
Yeah, yeah. No, this helps, especially when a lot of people are playing and we need to know a lot of results. Really
Correct.
very helpful. Okay,
Exactly.
so there you go.
So rook e1, rook b8, which you said was played latest by Panamaria. It's a very rare move. It was played earlier by another Indian grandmaster, G. Akash. He's a friend of mine, Akash Ganesan. He's a very prominent coach in India right now. He is one of those coaches who regularly is with the Indian contingent sent officially by the Indian government, typically to children tournaments and all that. So he has played rook b8 in the past.
And his opening prediction,
Otherwise,
you would say, is good? Like,
decent, let us say.
okay,
He's a
okay.
grandmaster after all. But the
Yeah.
more prominent move was king h7 or bishop e6, basically. So that has been played by Gata Kamsky, Demchenko, and our own Pranav Venkatesh and all that, and all those players. So this is a kind of an offbeat, but not kind of not known, you can say. Of course, with white, it has been handled by much stronger players like Grishchuk, Yu Yangi, and hey, this is surprising. Gukesh himself has played this position before against Pranav Venkatesh just in June 2023 in Junior Speed Chess Challenge at chess.com. So this is very surprising. Gukesh has played this position
Rook b8.
before, and
He played with the white pieces?
yeah, he played with white pieces. So it means
Oh.
Panamaria has come prepared for this game to play rook b8.
And what did Gukesh, answer for rook b8 if
No,
Pranav
no,
had...
Gukesh played white in that game, I told you. So Pranav played bishop e6 in that position
Acha,
instead of
not
rook.
rook b8. Here he played bishop e6 in that game, and now Ponomario has played rook b8. So Gukesh actually, how long it's been? It's been 4 minutes, and he's thinking. But still, it doesn't. It looks like a new move, but it doesn't look like a scary move. Yeah, like white can
Yeah,
continue
definitely not.
normally.
Very funny thing is computers
Hmm.
here analyze b6 as the best move, not bishop e6. So when you can play b6 directly,
Yeah, with the
it's
rook on
very,
a8.
yeah, it is surprising that black should play rook b8 here. So I'm still trying to understand what is
Yeah.
happening. Maybe we can analyze a little. Let us say for
Yeah.
rook b and rook b8, the most common move is b4 here.
Yes. And if I go
Now
now
if you
b5, no,
I see
one
the
second, I
point,
don't know.
Amruta.
Sorry.
Amruta, I got
Yeah.
the point here.
Yeah. Tell me.
The point is now black plays b5, ab6.
AB6. Ah,
Now
rook
black can play
b6.
cb6. I can play cb6
But then
maybe
bishop
any.
a6.
Yeah, the point is if ab6, cb6, bishop a6, I have rook a8 back. And again the pawn back after b5, knight b8.
If I play
Okay,
b5 over here. Oh,
b5.
because
White
it's
plays
forced. No,
b5.
I can't take here.
Yeah, you
Rook
can't
is
take because the
hanging.
rook
So
on a1 is
b5.
hanging.
Knight
Yeah.
goes back to b8.
b8,
Oh.
and now he can take the a6 bishop. He gets a pawn back and he gets a bishop pair. But of course, black's pawn structure on the king queen side is funny. So this
Hmm.
was probably the idea behind rook b8. But it looks typical. Going for the second, as Nigel Short said, it's probably the third move of Harika rather than the soundest move here. Well, everything goes nowadays in opening
Yeah,
preparation.
yeah. Cool.
So
That's
shall we?
interesting thing by Ponomario. Going to the next game,
Yeah,
Murzin versus Pragnananda. Pragnananda is black.
yeah,
D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c6 over here. E3, knight bd7, queen c2, bishop goes to d6, bishop d3, and he takes on c4. Once the bishop developed on d3, so that another move to be spent, takes b5 here, bishop goes back to d3, bishop b7, very standard, right? Once again, this theory we are into.
yeah. This is part of Semislav which we were discussing yesterday.
And by the way, a
So,
game has been played between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen in this,
uh-huh,
where I think Anish played e4
uh-huh.
over here, and Carlsen over here went e5, e4, e5.
Yeah.
So,
So this has already been played before quite sometimes, as you said. 3 games I get, and of course the most prominent is Giri Carlsen, as you pointed out. Well, for e4, black plays e5 here. See, this is something like there is this queen c2 variation of the Semislav. It is something like that, but with an additional move of a4 here. So the whole game basically revolves around the center, and I see that black took a long time for his move castles, 11th move. He took more than 15 minutes, whereas Anish took about 8 minutes for his move a4. So we
Murzin.
can see that probably both are still in the preparation, but are probably thinking about, and I don't know about Pragg, because taking more than 15 minutes at this point might mean that, uh, he might be out of his preparation already. But the position is level. There is absolutely no problem for black in this position. It's almost a level position, but that's the case with most of the openings nowadays. So
Yeah.
it is early times to guess whether how is the opening going for Pragg at this moment.
Yeah, no, very, very standard opening. I think he would know all the plans and everything. The whole understanding would be there, but maybe figuring out of the ordering of the moves right now. So,
Yeah.
can we go to Aryan Chopra versus Skymer? But by the way, Sarthak says, please add Nihal and Vidit bars. I have added those bars. I will keep scrolling in between, but unfortunately, we have only these many bars which can fit right now. So, if I mean, they also have to be on the top boards. So, what to do? Yeah, right now. These are all the
जरूरी
top
से
boards.
जरूरी से कम खुशी मिलो.
Yeah, yeah. No, normally what people think, why is Nihal's bar not here? Why are we not looking? But we are going board wise, and yeah, it's just sometimes difficult to make them understand that.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can't fit everything on the screen here. Maybe we can do one thing. As games get more interesting, maybe the most interesting games we can put on the bar. That we can do later on.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that could be good idea after first half. So so this is Aryan Chopra versus Vincent Keimer. What do you have to say about the actually a very interesting matchup also? But what do you have to say about them, both the players?
Well, as you said, both are very young and very strong grandmasters. Aryan Chopra, honestly, I expected a lot from him. See, he became 2600 about 4 or 5 years ago. So I expected a lot from him. So for a prodigy who became a GM in his 15, 16 years and who went into 2600 so fast, he hasn't, what would I say, to put it gently, I expected more than this from him in kind of trajectory. But he's still a very strong player. I think he can anytime make a comeback and, make a push to the top even today. He's still very young that way.
Yeah, he seems very solid, very good calculator. Actually, it's not very easily we see him losing the games. If you look at his games, so yeah, yesterday
Yeah, we
night,
were
what did
talking
he do
yesterday,
in
right?
the
Yeah.
Prague? Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking. Yeah, Aryan Chopra, I said, is a very good calculator, basically. He's
Yeah.
22 years old now. So, okay, all over the world today, by the age of 17, 18, we already have 2750s and 2700s. So compared to that, he is a little elder on 22, but still he is in prime of his youth when it comes to chess still.
So this is the position. He's white. Knight f1 is the last move. They played 13 moves. And look at Vincent Keimer's time, Saravanan. It's 1 hour, 43 minutes, 50 seconds. Or was it even more? Yeah, he did have 1 hour, 44 minutes. And Aryan is already down to 59 minutes. So they have a difference of 43 minutes in this position. I'm very keen to see where is it that he consumed most of his time. But here was the first moment where he thought for bishop g5, almost 20 minutes. Then this he played quickly in comparison. And now for knight f1, he's taken another 20 minutes. So these are the two moves where he consumed the 40 minutes.
You know, this is very interesting. For a chess lover, it may be puzzling. They all know what is the difference between a 2200 and a 2500. But this is the difference between a 2600 and a 2700. When you are at 2700, you cannot afford to think for more than 10 seconds with white pieces on your 7th or 8th. For bishop g5, you should not be thinking for more than 15 seconds. Your preparation should be very, very solid and prime at this point. So this is where, you know, the world top 100 and the rest of the players make a difference. You know, they are not only good in calculation, good in end games, and good in middle game analysis, strategic understanding of a position. These are all basics of a chess player. They are also good in current theory. They have 5 different alternatives on any day if the opponent surprises them. They have a surprise for a surprise for a surprise for a surprise in every opening.
So
you know, this is
surprises.
what this is what makes a difference between a 2700 and the rest of the grandmasters.
Nice, very nice. So yeah, knight f1 and does seem like this game is going to get very interesting with a lot of imbalance here, lot of weak squares there. But I'm sure that it will get Vincent will try to play quite aggressive. So we should look at this game once again in between.
By the way, that's a very original position on the board. Keimer's knight h7 is a new idea here.
This knight h7.
For this, in this position, knight e7 has been played by queen e7 has been played by a game in between 2100 players. Knight e7 had been played by another 2200 player. Okay. Basically, the position has been played, but knight h7 is a completely new move here.
Is he intending anything like king? Maybe g4, knight g5. Okay.
But, and also black will bring the queen to f6. That's another important thing.
Wow, vacating the square. So isn't it such a clean and clear plan for black?
There is another idea, Amruta.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's cast chat.
Okay.
So we mentioned what was the idea we mentioned apart from queen f6? You mentioned one more idea for black. What was it?
I mentioned queen f6, g4.
Queen f6 is one more. G4 you mentioned.
Yeah.
Let us say if white plays h3 here, let's ask our chat.
Okay.
For h3, black has a fantastic idea here. Come on, guys, guess. Oh my God.
Wait.
The moment I asked the question, a guy really guessed it actually. Let's not tell it out, but not bad, yeah. Excellent chat you have today. As you say, we have an educated audience today.
Okay, I did see what he suggested, but yeah, that was quite fast.
F5 is not possible, guys. The bishop on c, the pawn on f7. Be kind to your king.
These are the exactly kind of people. Sometimes they are so excited about what's happening on the king side that sometimes, guys, you have to remember chess is a game of 64 squares.
You have someone with a very good sense of humor in your chat today, which is based in India.
Oh, Sahil Nair says, Amruta ji, who is this handsome young man commenting with you?
Sahil Nair, 10 years ago, I would have said thanks to you. Today, I'll tell you, yaar, please don't. Please spare me. That's not fair. Yeah. Okay.
That
so
is International Master Saravanan. a great storyteller and a book collector and well-known trainer as well. His latest student Pranav Anand became a grandmaster. So yeah.
So many guys have told the correct move. For h3, h5 is a strong move.
Okay, it's fine. Let me
That
just
is,
check how many of them actually got the answer
yeah,
here.
do
Oh,
that.
not bad, not bad.
Oh my God,
7 people:
that's good
Tushar
numbers.
Fuad, Siddharth, Dhruv, Cool Centrist, Shiva Kamasundari, Shaurya, Tushar Kuwar, Penguin Chan, Kushagra Jain. Well done, all of you.
Yeah, that's another idea of knight h7 to support g5 when you want to play h5. Amruta, look at the energy with which Kemar is playing. Yeah,
How do I
amazing. Basically,
I'm like, how do I look at Vincent Keimer? Yeah, no, this is tremendous. It's like, you see this line and then you feel like, I want to play this. It's that kind of a line. Idea.
and there is absolutely not a single bone in your body which knows what is meant by fear. You should be completely full of courage to play a move like this. See, Rook on 8 and Bishop on C8 is not even developed yet, and Kemar already starts burning his bridges on the king's side. So fantastic, actually. I really like this game.
No, this
Today
is
you have many people, isn't it, Amruta, playing daredevil chess with black pieces, not forgetting that they are all in Isle of Man playing for qualification to the candidate.
exactly. I thought they would play a little safe and all, but nothing like that. In fact, so this is Knight F1, very interesting game once again. I think the openings are beautiful because you are here to explain. Your knowledge, opening expertise is just amazing, and we get to learn so much from you, especially me. So here in this game, Aryan Tari is white, Hari Krishna is black, and tell me something. Okay, yesterday Hari played around 7.5 hours. So, how much is it going to affect today's game or the whole preparation? Because you won't have that much energy, right, to prepare.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, seasoned professional like Hari Krishna will definitely have a lot of mental space, mental energy coming to such a strong tournament like this. And this is just the second game. See, it's a different story if it is a seventh or eighth round already. But it is just a second game of the tournament. So, yeah, it does affect a little bit if you play such a long game. But at the same time, a professional, strong grandmaster like Hari Krishna definitely will have enough, let's say, fodder to play such a to play an interesting game today also. Even if he's tired from yesterday, that's what I would say.
Yeah, but it was great. Like the way he tried yesterday was really amazing. The end game was just too good. So much depth, so many plans. I mean, if you want to learn strategy, also tactics, also, I think his end game was worth. You can spend 24 hours, which is also very minimum actually, to study that.
Hari Krishna is the original endgame master. I don't know how many of our audience would know. Those of you who are serious students of the game and who like endgames, Hari Krishna wrote a very nice chessable course on endgame. I think it's very much worth studying that course by Hari Krishna. Hari is the original endgame master of India. In my opinion, he is still probably the strongest endgame player in India. Of course, let's leave the boss, Vishy Anand. After him, I think Hari Krishna is the strongest endgame player of the country.
Yeah, his endgame is just like the chat would definitely know because Sagar has always kind of called him an endgame god, and he plays amazing. We are learning. Yesterday I did, I couldn't leave the stream. Like it's like you can't let that position go away. What is happening? So by the way, here this is the move Aryan played, Bishop F4. I haven't seen it before, so if you have seen it, maybe, or are you saying?
Well, one game I remember from this position is Vashiyar Lagrev Gukesh in one of the online tournaments, I think. So that is one game I remember from this position. Apart from that, yeah, it was played in Speed Chess Challenge 2023. Yeah, it was played recently in October, September. That's why I remember this game. So it has been played.
So
This
Saravanan, if we
position
can
has
see the
been.
screen, yeah, guys, look
Yeah.
at this. Knight c3 played almost 70,000 times. I mean, we have around 93,000 games in this position, and Bishop f4, 166 games. And look at this, Gukesh, you were so right. MVL versus Gukesh, 3
Yeah.
games, but Gukesh has lost all 3 of them. Or is it? Yeah, oh my god, that's
Bad luck.
surprising. Must be
Bad
the
luck.
bullet, I guess. But Rapport versus Caruana has happened. It was a draw. Duda versus Rapport. Rapport has played it from both the sides. And Carlson has also faced it against Bogdan, I believe. So, yeah, for Bishop f4, the main continuation is nothing is really main as such. But d6, knight takes c6, b takes c6, c4. Could go into some Maroxybine structures there. Yeah, this is one way.
Yeah. Somehow I'm not happy with Black's choice of moves. See, till about
Yeah, let's go to the main screen.
Bishop
and
e7.
What he played was d6. Yeah, here c4. Actually, that did happen. The Maroxybine structure. Knight f6. Bishop e7. Yeah. You're not happy with this move, Bishop e7?
No, I'm fine till b4. 12th move b4. Till that I'm fine. See here, this move h6 is kind of not able to understand the idea behind h6 here.
Does he
See,
by chance intend anything where I'm not sure because it looks like a very long plan, but something where he wants to go c5, but then you need the knight also. So it looks unrealistic there.
See, that's what we are trying to say, cook up reasons for h6 rather than trying to understand it, because I just don't understand h6 because the control of d5, if that is the main problem, that is why you're playing h6 to stop bg5. You need not worry so much because white is going to hurt in his dark squares after bg5, bishop f6. So I don't think you need to worry on h6. This is point number one. Second is d5 was possible straight away.
Yeah, that's why that's another question actually. d5 looks so tempting. If c5
it has been played by Harika, by the way. It has been played by Harika already in a Blitz tournament online.
Oh.
But maybe d5 is nothing great. Maybe we can discount d5. See, I would have preferred a move like queen d7 followed by rook b8.
Okay.
You know,
So
something
this
like
one
that.
he would reject for this reason. Yeah, takes, let's say takes, then maybe even if you just simply go into this mass exchange calculation, then white is left with these two pawns, pawn majority clearly for endgame much better, like he can keep pushing here after b5.
No, probably Amruta, there was no need to take queen d5 there. Or okay, even queen d5 is fine. See, queen d5, bishop d5. Now, if you play rook of d1 and black goes, let's say, bishop e6 back.
Yeah. In the simplest sense, I mean, in the simplest sense, also black wouldn't want to enter into this. You know, it can be
exactly.
Yeah, you don't want to keep defending.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you go something like to that end game with rook, two rooks and two bishops against two rooks and two bishops, the passes on the queen side, white's pawns on the queen side, and there is one important move here: play rook of d1. So if you want to keep, black wants to keep a
black to play.
Yeah, if white plays rook of d1 here. So for rook of d1, if you go bishop e6, white goes bishop f3, and white's pieces are extremely strong already. Yeah, these three pieces, rook on d1, bishop on e3, bishop on f3, they exercise a lot of control. And for rook of d1, if you go bishop b7, it loses a piece straight away to rook d7.
Nice. Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
You understand. So after rook of d1, very unfortunately, black cannot play rook of d8 because white just plays b5 followed by a4, a5, and he's just rolling now, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
So you understand, no? This was not possible. That's why.
So you went f6 and it doesn't change anything that now you can play d5 or anything because the situation will be the same. So
but in a middle game to give up a move like this with h6 somehow, I don't know. If it is preparation, I would love to know what is the logic behind his preparation. I would love to know.
So a4 was played by Arjun in the over here.
Yeah.
And Hari goes queen c7 now.
Yeah. Okay. We can say with authority that white is definitely
Yeah.
slightly better, yeah? Because
Yes.
the most problematic element in this question is black doesn't have a plan. He has to wait forever, whereas white can do many, many things on the center, on the queen side, even on the king side. So what we are seeing now is probably white will just consolidate with rook, queen d3, rook f7, and b5 in this question. That's what I'm expecting from white.
Okay.
And
So
I
white is
think
better.
white is better here, which means Hari has to defend today.
Yeah. So your things are now. If I just go back to the games 1 second, some people were saying that there is a game in women's section where Maria is clearly winning in the opening. So just give me a moment because many of them wanted to see the game. Oh my God, it's all over with Anna
What?
Matnadze. And Anna Matnadze yesterday held
Uh-huh.
Goryachkina on top board. So
Yeah.
she's from Spain. And where did it all? What is the
Guryashkina is a
material?
very strong player, one of the superstars of women chess today, without any doubt.
So yeah. So Maria is winning against Goryachkina here. By the way, we have, sorry, not Goryachkina, Anna Matnadze here. Divya is playing on the top board. And can we
Wow.
have a look at her position first?
Definitely. I told you, she's one of my favorite players, and she is playing the Women World Championship Challenger in Tanjongki here today.
Nice. So Dutch, is this Dutch or is it English still? Like, what do I call this opening?
That's a Dutch. That's a Leningrad Dutch where black has achieved e5. E5 is basically the most desirable break for black in the Leningrad Dutch, and I mean it later on transposed to a Dutch, starting from an English.
So let me ask a question to the chat, guys. What happens if white will win the pawn on e5 over here?
When you want to catch your breath as a commentator, ask the chat a tough question. Yeah.
Maybe
Just
the
kidding.
question will need two questions. Maybe follow-up question also I will need to put in. But white is winning a pawn. What will black do over here? And why do you think? By the way, you can please get your dinner anytime you want. Make sure that you take care of yourself.
I'm sorry, by the way, I made a mistake. Tanjongki was not the challenger. Challenger was, let me get the name.
Lee Tingji.
Tingji.
But somehow it's not it's a mistake which Sagar has also done sometimes. I have also I also felt yes. I don't know why this is a common mistake, why it keeps happening, but it does. Queen takes queen, rook takes d1 and rook e8. Queen d1, rook d1 and rook e8 is suggested by Shobha over here, but that will not work because I think your intention is the knight moves and this is also not hanging.
A good way to start thinking in such position is look at what are the most troubled pieces for your opponent. If you're black in this position after queen d1, rook d1, halt a minute and look at what are the most troubled pieces. What are the pieces in the line of fire for your opponent? That will be a very easy way to start looking for tactics in any position.
Yes, so some people are like the disco, the black will remove the knight and the two knights hanging. Absolutely right. Knight will jump to e4 and unleash this bishop over here on this diagonal. So
the point is after knight e4, all three of white's troubled pieces, the knight on e5, the knight on c3, and the rook on a1, all are under attack simultaneously. So something must give. This is the way that you have to learn to discover tactics on the board.
It's like sometimes in one day, everything is going wrong. That kind of a situation for white.
There is a discovered attack and there is a pin on the board. So that's too good.
So yeah, d5 has happened, but of course, Divya will not take the pawn here. She's thinking, but oh my god, look at the time. Oh no, 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 no. Let's not get so surprised because the women's time control is different.
Yeah, sure.
It started with 1 hour 30 minutes each. Yet Divya is down to 41 minutes. Now, do you think in this, where did she take the most of her time? Knight c3, a5. Here for b3, she took 13 minutes. This was one important moment where she used the time. And
Actually, in that position for knight c3, a5,
okay.
the best move is supposed to be rook b1 and a3 there, basically. b3 is a little rare. The person who employed it in b3 is there is a classical game between Anatoly Karpov and black player's name is escaping me. Anatoly Karpov played it with white pieces very, very long ago. But maybe in this particular portion, b3, e5 works. By the way, Amruta, there is one question I have. b3, e5, d8, d8. What happens to queen d8, rook d8, and then knight e5 now? Isn't it not possible?
But
for
if
white?
same knight e4, you mean won't work here?
Yeah, this is my point. Let me take knight to e4. And now
Okay,
for bishop e5, I
yeah.
have bishop g5. I have bishop g5 now.
Oh, wow.
What is happening? Yeah.
Oh, and white is clearly better. Once again, is this happening by force? So like here you take
What
queen d8,
I've
rook
been
d8,
wondering.
knight takes e5. Now if you don't play knight e4, then come on, you have nothing.
Yeah, I'm just a pawn.
So knight e4 looks forced.
E4.
Again,
Now
after
for
knight
bishop
e4, black has
e5.
two options, fe4 and bishop e5. But if you take fe4, then the bishop will develop, support this, e4 is hanging. This could be one possible position because rook e8, and where do you go?
Amruta, there's a very interesting no, now I can go f4, I think.
And for e takes f3?
ef3, bishop e5, don't I have rook e1?
Which rook a1, no? No, your knight c6, f4.
Okay, I can just ignore the whole thing. No need for all this. For rook 8, I can just go rook 8.
No, but here you have to find an important move. That is why black is, able to keep his piece, extra piece.
Black is keeping his piece.
Yeah.
I found it. Maybe you can give it as a check for
okay, black to play, guys. Yeah. Black to play. What is the move here you have to find? Oh, Rakesh says SL better against Nodirbek. That's cool. We will go and check that out. So,
guys, we have about 20 games to follow all Indians, and we don't want to do everything in quick tempo because then we don't get the satisfaction of explaining to you, as well as you may not get the satisfaction of looking at the games. Looking at the games, I'm very sure you can look at any platform. So explaining it and taking them step by step is what we think our goal is. So just kindly bear with us and patient with us. With each and every game, we'll take it a little bit time to explain to you.
Amazing. And while we were talking, we got these answers there. 15 people have got it right. 17. Shubhang, Arjun, Adil, Rupam, Tushar, Amukta, Faizan, Sucheta, Shaurya and Adya Patel. Bishop d4 is the right move there. You give a check, and if takes, then first you take the rook, and that's why this knight c6 was important, because you can recapture your piece. So very interesting variations, yeah, for Divya. In fact, now she's putting a lot of thought, I think, after d takes e5, and I'm sure she must be thinking about queen d8 and knight e5, right?
Yeah,
it's been 40 minutes. But tell me something, 40 minutes in one position. It's generally who had said don't think for more than 20 minutes, otherwise
no, but actually, Amruta, there is something fascinating going on here. Let's take this variation a little farther. Queen d8, rook d8, knight e5, knight e4. Now for knight into e4, fe4, bishop b2, rook e8, rook a d1 first. This is a resource.
Okay,
So
wow. So you have this check, and
yeah,
the main idea is that c8 bishop is not defended. So you
yeah,
cannot do this because it's after recapturing. There's also the deadly pin here. So nice. Wow, rook d1 is
yeah.
such a
So
cool
for
move.
rook a d1, black has knight a6. See,
Okay.
now it gets very interesting. Now the same f4, f3, ef3. Now the point is, for bishop e5, I have rook f1, and you don't have knight c6
Yeah,
anymore. Okay?
exactly.
So now the point is, instead of bishop e5, black is going to play rook e5 in that position. For
Oh,
ef3, f3, black can play rook f3 in this
but
position.
how can this give enough like let's say I go rook d8 check first, you
Yeah,
go
king
king
f7.
f7, and now I
Yeah.
take on e5, you take on
e5, bishop
e5,
e5, bishop e5.
and
Yeah.
maybe I go f4, f5. Looks like this looks very powerful, no, for white.
No, that's what. It's still not over. For f4, now I go b d6 and shut the door behind you. Your white rook is in trouble on d8.
Hmm. It's
So, you know,
possible to play
it's
that. Oh, it's all possible to play
it
that.
is. It
But
is
but
possible
no,
to
she
play
didn't
that.
play. She
So
didn't take on d5, e5.
that is, I think that is why she took so much time to work out all this to see whether it's worth playing or not. That's what
Hmm.
I feel.
Oh,
That's what
this
I'm
could be
guessing
the
here.
reason that she rejected.
Very interesting, yeah. This whole
Very,
variation
yeah.
is
The calculations were amazing, and now we know that definitely you needed to think a little more than 20 minutes for sure. This position deserved.
uh-huh.
She goes
Yep.
queen c2 now,
Yeah.
but tan can go e4, open up this bishop, and it will stay complicated. Very interesting
There is
game.
an old wisdom about these positions of um, Leningrad Dutch. So whenever in Dutch defense, black plays g6, bg7 and develops the bishop at g7, it's called as Leningrad Dutch.
Okay.
Generally, in Leningrad Dutch, if black achieves e5, then it is white who is going to be in trouble generally. You know, because
Mm.
black will get a huge space advantage after e4.
Mm.
So I have a feeling, I mean, come what may, she should have gone for knight e5,
Mm.
queen d8 and knight e5. After queen c2, now it is she who will
Yeah.
be defending for a bit of a game, I feel.
True.
Bit of the duration of the game.
Agreed. Agreed. So let's move to Vaishali's game once, because Vaishali is right now in a very big race, with herself to become a grandmaster. Uh, so this is the position. White is Eline and Vaishali is black here. Her king looks all safe. Eline is king still in the center, and I think this would be something which you would love, but white has made sure with the last move to stop the c5 idea. Vaishali is thinking here.
Conceptually, Vaishali must be happy to play this position because Vaishali enjoys tactics generally.
Hmm.
So the game started in a London system, but it has gone to this position where white is taking all the risk. See, objectively, white may be slightly better here because see this, white controls the e5 square and the c5 square. But what matters in this position is how is the white king going to get its shelter ultimately.
Yeah.
So positionally, this is one of those, with computer evaluation, one of the things that people missed is how to explain this position to someone who is a student of the game. See, in this position, instead of 0.20, 0.10, if I am forced to explain it in words, what I would say is positionally, black is given some concessions for white, the e5 square and the c5 square and all that. But dynamically, the king being on e1 is always a headache for white in the long run. So dynamically, black has compensation for the positional concessions that she has given right now. You understand?
Beautiful.
So, this
Yeah,
is
beautiful
really,
explanation. I mean, if
really.
I would not look at the engine and I'm looking at this position, the first instinct is like, okay, definitely this king looks a little shaky, and I prefer black, no doubt. Look at this pawn here. Look at the weaknesses here. The g3 square. it does feel the first question to my mind comes, what if I go knight d7 and I want to go c5? Those ideas also somewhere keeping an eye here. So that does come to my mind as knight d7. And you see, the computer says, come on, Amruta, it's a bad move. I don't know why yet.
This one is a bad move. Okay, that's a surprise. Why would knight d7 be a bad move? I don't know.
Uh, should I check?
No, don't do. Let's try to guess a little. See, after knight c6, bc6, the previous move.
Hmm. You want me to go
One
here?
question, Amruta.
Yeah.
Where is black's break coming? This is a question I would love to ask actually. See, right now you said knight d7. I thought that would be the only logical way because ultimately the break should come on the e5 square. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Maybe Amruta, there is something more interesting. Instead of knight d7,
Yeah.
go knight e8. Let's make the game very violent. Come on. Idea f6 and e5. Let's go for that.
You don't want to because this knight has to be pushed back. So that is definitely interesting. 98, and it's more to Vaishali's style as well. Okay,
And
one
this is
more.
what I said earlier. This is what I said earlier. You know, when you have dynamic compensation against a positional advantage, maybe you need to do something violent like f6 and e5 rather than knight d7 and going for an e5 break. You know.
So one thing is clear, like if
This is going to be very
Vaishali wants to do something, she will need to find a break. But once again, Vaishali also played knight d7. Oh my god!
she
Oh my
played
god,
knight
that's
d7.
a mistake. And you know what? And immediately, Eline did not think actually. She took knight d7. But you know why this is a mistake? Because if you play queen d7 here, the knight sits on c5. I had the main plan of going c5. That's not happening. Now the queen, where does it go? I literally have no good square. I go queen e8 with the idea of e5. And here, sir, let me ask you a question. White to play. White to play. What should he play? Wow. I don't know. For me, it is fascinating. Let me see if it is as fascinating for you as well.
The queen
And
on
also
e8
the
looks
chat,
really ugly.
guys. But where? Queen d8. Yeah, what else? Where do you go?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Yeah,
Queen
yeah.
on e8 looks ugly, but probably it was forced. Okay, I can see white's move.
Okay.
Basically, black has a bind on the queen side, so black's idea here should be obvious. Come on, chat. This is very interesting. Only clue I can give you when you are looking at what to play with white, don't look only at the move here to play, rather look at the concept. What would you conceptually play here with white pieces? If you think conceptually, you will get the move immediately.
That's a very good hint, actually.
This is a simple game, actually. Chess is a simple game.
Actually, Vedika Pal, very good. You're the only one who got it right. Long castle, and the whole point is, it's like breaking your notions, prejudices here. That long castle, this file is open, black can get a break, black can attack. But somehow there is no way for black to actually attack. White has a clear-cut plan, bringing the rook to g1, going g4, and this is going to be super fast. But
Correct.
people who had suggested g4 with a lot of excitement, it was not a bad move. It was definitely an idea, very interesting. Just that if you are able to long castle and then get that successful g4, why not? Some of them also mentioned bishop h6, but then that gives some opportunity counterplay with e5. So,
Yeah.
okay. So knight d7 played by Eline, and Vaishali is down to 33 minutes. She can be in serious trouble after queen d7, knight c5, queen e8, and if Eline goes long castle, or in fact even the ideas with g4, it can get interesting. So then going to by the way, can we have a quick catch up on the top boards of open men's section which we had seen, so that just that we have followed up with the game. Aroni and Sheparino ended in a draw. By the way, that's a result already there. Abdu Satara versus Narayanan. Narayanan was better, what people were saying, and we had left it at which point? Castle here. Knight takes c5 happened on the board. He took knight c5. The queen went to a3 and Narayanan went d6. Equal time, both of them. e3, bishop b7. Rook went to d1. He simply moved his queen away from the d file. Bishop e2 and e5. Such a nice center development, complete. Love his position. Bishop
I
to
have a
g5.
feeling things
Yeah.
have already gone bad for white here. I think black is already better in this position. Somehow.
Yeah, look at the black's pieces. Yeah, this is really a great like you give that dark square bishop, and the way your quality of pieces of the knights. Look at this gf6.
GF6,
Wow,
the
what
idea
a
is to play
nice
king h8 and
move.
rook g8, obviously. Just attack.
Wow, this is
Yeah.
so cool. So alert. He's
Fantastic.
so alert. Rook d2.
I told you, Narayanan has become a kind of a complete player in the last year or so. So fantastic, actually.
Yeah, King h8. And even in the interview, he said in Qatar that he was so confident that he said, like, I have worked on my weaknesses. And you see that confidence in him. So,
Exactly.
yeah. F3. This is Narayan's position with Abdul Sattarov, who is definitely in a great form already. And Narayan with the black pieces is pressing here in this position. So going to Arjun's game, we saw till bishop g5. No, we didn't see here. Actually, we left it at knight c2, a5, b3, e5. He expanded in the center. Bishop went to g5, but it's 6. Takes, queen takes f6, a3 by David, queen e7, keeps an eye on b4, queen went to c1, and bishop goes to g4. So Arjun's position also very, very comfortable. Can we say that?
Yeah, I think this whole idea of bishop g5 and bishop f6 was not very sound. Okay, you have a problem with your c1 bishop. That doesn't mean that you will have to give it up and exchange it for the knight on f6. I suspect already Arjun is better in this position. Basically, look at the center. Center belongs to black, space advantage, and 2 bishops. So definitely Arjun is slightly better with black here.
Yeah, so Arjun also better. Arvind Chidambaram, very quickly, if we go after king f8, bishop d2 was played. He went queen c7 here, attacking the e5 pawn. Queen went to g3 and he went h5. To me, everything still looks very natural from black side. h4 played by Samuel. I think nice move there, stopping h4 ideas. Rook b8, b2 is attacked. He goes knight a4 and c5 by Arvind. And over here, Samuel plays a good move, c4, kicking this knight away. Question, where is it going to go actually? You don't have any of these squares. Knight b6 looks forced. Or some counter-attacking move. But yeah, maybe slightly, as you said, yeah, the king on f8 did not look so comfortable. Maybe a slightly difficult situation.
But once again, the compensation for the king being on f8 is that, it's a question as to what white will do with his king as well.
Yeah.
Because if white plays long castle, then, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Both the kings are in the same place. The rook on h8 may be justified. By the way, here, Arvind has a small nuance in playing queen c6 first.
If I take here, suppose, and
Yeah,
you want to take on a4. And what if d6? Man, how come computer is not giving too much advantage to white? I mean, come on.
The point is, after b6, after d6, bishop d8, suddenly if you see, white is very, very lagging in development. It is black who is better in development and is going to go bishop a5 next. So this whole thing of CD and D6 is not good for white.
Very hard to assess, on the surface, while calculating, this is the place where the calculation will stop. Okay, D6 and look at my pawns and you leave there. You leave the assessment. You just overestimate your amazing pawns there. And then suddenly if it happens in the game, you realize, oh, Okay. That's
Amruta, it is the mischievous. It is the mischievous Arvind Chidambaram with black pieces. He will see only such continuations first.
Hmm.
So
Wow.
I
Nice.
mean, this is fine. In my opinion, for Queen C6, maybe CD5 is not the correct move.
Yes. The
So
best
Queen
move here is
C6,
B3, defending the
B3.
A4
Yeah,
knight
B3
and
defending A4
nicely
knight.
defended by the G3 queen.
So forcing
So,
knight B6 here.
yeah.
So knight B6, actually it's quite tricky here. For knight into B6 by white, maybe black can play queen E4 check first.
Ooh.
The
Bishop.
point is, if you play AB6, white
Ooh.
will play bishop D3 in that position.
Over here.
Yeah, here
No,
if
not
you play
AB6, but I was thinking queen B6 attacking the B3 pawn here. That was my plan.
Queen B6, I was not interested because,
Bishop
you're
D3 anyway.
compromising
Will
your
you
pawn
go?
structure. Anyway, I can just ignore your B3 and
Hmm.
threatening B3 and go BD3.
Yeah, no, this is crazy compensation for you, surely. I mean, what are my pieces doing? So, this can get very interesting. C4 has been
Yeah.
played. Arvind will go knight B6. I think that's the
But
best.
Arvind has
Mhm.
consumed a lot of time.
Yeah,
He is
46.
half an hour behind on the clock. That's a little
I
bit
think
of a
that
concern.
has been Arvind's some problem, time pressure, many times.
Yeah.
So by the way, we didn't check Vidit's game. Yesterday he played amazing game. So shall we look at that?
Amruta, chat is telling
Pragg,
Pragg
Pragg.
sacrificed a piece.
Oh, really? Let's go there.
It's not a piece sacrifice. It's basically a kind of a small combination. Let's go there anyway.
Oh, yeah, Bishop H2 check. Is it a Greek gift? Where did we last leave? Bishop E7, Castle A6, A4, Knight G5, and Bishop H2. Okay. Yeah. So basically, King H2, he plans Knight
Yeah,
G4.
yeah.
And how do you assess this position after Queen takes G5? Bishop
Well, white is
H,
also having bishop h7 right away.
King
So let's
H8,
say king h2 here. King h2, knight g4.
King H8.
They
King
go king
H8, then
h2.
now if you play Bishop H7, the problem is I am getting this double threat with Queen H4. So that's the reason Bishop H7 might. But it's too tactical. It's too tactical.
No, but Amruta, there is a
Hmm.
problem for white here, for black here. Now, don't take bishop h7.
Oops, Queen G5.
Let's play f3 first.
Okay, I
No,
can't
the
play
point
knight
is for
E3, yeah?
knight gf6.
No,
No,
it's
knight
okay.
e3 shouldn't be correct, I think. Just queen f2 or queen e2 should.
Just you lose a piece. There is a pin
Yeah,
there.
lose a piece.
Oops. So,
Now,
knight.
f3, knight f6. Knight gf6 is forced, I think.
Hmm.
Now, e4 with tempo.
Queen H4, let's
See,
say.
yeah, somewhere around, look at black's pieces, bishop on b7, white center with e4, d4. I have a feeling that white has amazing compensation for the given pawn.
But I would say this is very hard to assess because for me, like it seems so tempting with b4 coming in c5. I can unleash this bishop, knight going to h5, these dark squares. Maybe if we go in a little bit more depth, maybe white is better. But it does seem quite tempting, such a position.
Vishy Anand has this very interesting viewpoint. He compares winning a slightly minus position. He compares it with solving the Rubik cube.
Uh-huh.
In the Rubik cube, once you have done four sides, you have solved the four sides and two sides have to be solved. Typically, the opposite sides will have to be solved in the cube if you are a cube player, Rubik's cube. You can't solve the fifth and sixth side without messing up two more sides of yours. So you have to, mess up two more sides to get the last two sides correctly. So in such positions with white, if you want to win, you have to give a pawn. With black, if you want to win, you have to accept the pawn and go for a complicated position. Because, if you keep playing logically, white will be slightly better always. So this is the way that ambitious players play. It's a risky thing to take this pawn. You know that in this position, black will be suffering a little. But I think, Pragg went into it knowingly because he wants to win the game.
Yeah, that's a great, understanding of why Pragg would have made such a decision.
Imbalance. Basically, creating imbalance is one of the most important skills that very strong players are very good at. Creating imbalances to win.
So Bishop h2 has been played. Murzin actually, by the way, Pragg took 15 minutes to make this move. And Murzin, how much time did he have? He had 1 hour 11 minutes. It's been 20 minutes since Murzin has been thinking. In fact, if he thinks for a longer time, he could land up in time problem as well. It's been 12 moves. I have seen Murzin also landing in time pressure number of times. So yeah. So Bishop h2.
I think he's just thinking as to what happens if white plays king h1.
Yeah, this is the best possible line over here would be after knight g4. Firstly, if you go king g3, guys, that's going to be the Greek gift style mating ideas. So you can't do that. If you go king g1, queen g5, if not bishop h7, you said f3 is the best way to continue. And we were looking at knight f6, but that's the only way, right? Because knight on h6 doesn't seem like a good knight.
Yeah.
So this is all by forced. So if Murzin assesses it as better for him, then then it can get very complex.
Before this, there is something very interesting, Amruta. I just found out. Don't take king h2, go king h1. Let's have some fun.
You don't want to take there at all. Okay, interesting.
King h1. See, the point is now if you retreat back with the bishop, I'll take knight into h7 and we are all friends. And white is better because, white has a center in the long run potentially. So let's go.
Wait, that's a blunder.
Why? I have knight g4, yeah? Idea queen h4 maybe.
No, knight g4 might be. No. The point is if one move after takes and king h8, now the threat is queen h4 check and queen h2 mate. So you don't have time. g3 is forced. If you go back, checkmate. So g3 forced here and here the move f5. The bishop is in trouble. Man, that is amazing.
Crazy.
Oh my god.
Okay, in that case, there is no point in thinking of king h1.
Yeah, king h1 is
just taking h2. Yeah, it's a puzzle as to why the guy is taking so much time.
So bishop h2. So Pragg, let's leave it as a complex position here. Going to Gukesh's game quickly, that's still a little bit slow here. We can look at it once again later. Going to Ronak versus Nakamura, very important game. What happened? Where did we last leave? Queen d4, yeah. Castle, bishop e2, b6, castle. He went bishop b7. And Ronak went queen h4. Queen c6 by Naka. Knight comes to d4. I think Ronak very keen on attacking here. Bishop h6, knight c5, and rook e1. So this is the position.
Yeah.
Quite
so
pleasant.
What is happening here after rook f1? See, I would say that the position is almost level, but white has a slight pull. Mainly because, white's pieces are a little more freer.
Yeah.
The queen on c8 is an odd piece, one. And in the long run, white has 3 versus 2 majority on the queen side. So I would say that it's strategically probably equal, but white is more comfortable in this position.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a great news. Time-wise, Ronak has 44 minutes. Nakamura has 1 hour 11 minutes. Let's next go to the games which we have not seen at all and have a quick look at that. Vidit, after yesterday 40th move blunder, he's today playing with Abhijit Gupta. He is clearly better here.
Vidit was very unlucky yesterday.
Yeah, man. That was
minus, then he defended, and then some point he was better, but then things went south after that. I mean, just bad luck for him yesterday.
So quickly,
one of those eventful days in the office.
Reverse Stonewall.
Okay.
Queen a3 and f4. The last move, f4. Once again, a natural move, and then the computer says, no, not a good idea there. But why? Why is this not a good idea? White to play. Can we try to think what's happening?
Very long ago,
Hmm.
Niaz Murshid, the Bangladeshi GM, told me the story. So a very young Vishy Anand, about 17 years old, 18 years old, was in the next room. They were playing a round robin tournament in Netherlands. And just like this, Black played F5, F4 in the dash defense and started attacking. And Anand said, I was very sure that you're going to win at that point. And Niaz says, but I thought it's dangerous that Black is attacking straight away out of the opening. I was actually scared on the board. And Vishy Anand says, loss of chess, LAWS loss, of course. Loss of chess will see to it that you don't lose this position, because chess is not so simple that you can start attacking from the 8th move and get a winning position on the 18th move just because you are pushing your pawns on the kings. So, whenever Black pushes a move like F4 or G5, I immediately remember those words by Anand. Loss of chess will see to it that this is not so great for Black.
Nice.
So you're right, F4 is
That's
bad.
nice. That's nice. Because John is saying E4 square is weak, I think. B4 from white says Palana
Well, in
Karthik.
fact, that is the mistake that white should not do. For F4, white should not capture knight in D4. That would be a mistake.
Oh.
See, you shouldn't underestimate the attack also. Now, if you play knight D2, Black will go for chaos with F3. Exactly.
Yeah.
So you should be careful here. In my opinion.
Yeah, rook A E1. But it's not an easy move, right? Because.
But tell me, Amruta, why don't you just play B4? Don't bother what white Black. Just go B4.
Okay.
And let's have some fun here. Let's say for B4, if Black takes a move like G5. See, now the difference is the white queen on A3 is ready to defend the white's king side. Now I'll take knight in D4.
Now what will
knight E4, D4. Yeah. See, now the point is there is one more thing is there is a tactics now. Knight E4, D4, knight D2. If you play F3, now I'll play knight in D4. You can show it slowly to our audience.
Okay. So why was it not working last time then?
There was earlier move, you had queen G6 and for bishop 3 you're doing F3.
Right. There was a double attack here. So when we were looking at this point where knight E4 takes, knight goes to D2, F3. If you play knight E4 here attacking the queen goes to G6, double attack. If you play knight G3, there's Fe2. So that's why it wasn't working earlier. And it's working now after G5. So G5 looks tempting, but then it takes away one major idea about with the queen on G6.
Yeah.
That's how we can reject G5. Also, if you take simply on E3, let's say Fe3, white is very happy, right, with the open F file.
Exactly. Now white is completely developed and Black rook on A8 and C8 are, not doing anything in the game. So this is a classic advantage for white. Yeah.
So Vidit is better. Vidit, even it's not just like he has to play rook A1 or something. He can go B4 as well. Vidit clearly better for now. Karthikeyan, I think, has sacrificed some queen, if I'm not wrong. Let us check which Sam Shankland. Whoa. No, this guy keeps playing very, very interesting. E4 Karokan happened on the board. Bishop G4 variation. Look at these pieces here. Like back home. They've all gone back home, ready to sleep. And yet, computer says white is okay. White doesn't have to worry about them. Queen G3, H4, queen goes to G4, knight D7 and F4.
There is this famous quote by Peter Swidler, when computers are getting strong, the best way to play chess is not even to think that we can be as good as the computers. So once you understand that and then start analyzing according to Swidler, then there is some hope that you will analyze correctly. Otherwise, you just cannot get computer variations easily. I don't know. This Queen H5 looks like too much for me.
You
Why
know,
he did
but you know
that, I'm
what?
still
I do feel
confused.
sometimes like the vice
Yeah,
versa, that
yeah,
computers cannot be like humans. Computers cannot better us. In fact,
yeah.
the fun of play is this pressure. No, the computers don't get that. And this move Queen H5, if he knew that black is clearly better, you're never going to play that. But on the board, such I think this very gutsy to make these kind of decisions.
I agree with you, but the question is it necessary to do it against a 2700 in such a tournament? You know,
Yeah, that.
but the point is, the whole opening, the whole way that Murali Karthikeyan played, so he had definitely come for a huge fight today.
Hmm.
So it is probably just a follow of that he goes for this fight. See, this sacrifice of Queen H5, I would have been very happy if White's all pieces had already been developed. Let us say if the bishop was on, let's say, E1 or F2 or D2, and the white knight is already on E2 or F3, then probably white is even winning. But with two pieces sleeping at B1 and C1, and then the rook at A1, I don't know whether this is necessary. That's basically what I mean.
So would it
But
be a
anyway,
desperate
as you said,
adept kind of a thing? Like, you kind of feel that you have nothing to do much, and then you
yeah,
take.
see, he handled the opening wrongly. So
Hmm.
after knight h5, probably he was slightly worse.
Yeah.
But still, it was not time for desperation. See, for example, in the position where he played Queen H5, if you can go back one, he could have played E5 here.
Hmm.
It's not like clearly worse for white. It's slightly worse for white. Jonathan Rosen, the famous author who wrote
Yeah.
Chess for Zebras and Seven Deadly
Hmm.
Chess Insights, slightly minus in chess is nothing great actually, because think of all those times when you are slightly better. How many of them did you end up winning ultimately? So,
Hmm.
I would have preferred such a
Hmm.
kind of a move rather than playing drastic Queen H5 here. But
Yeah.
anyway, let's try to analyze a little after Queen H5, Rook H5, Bishop H5. So
So do you have a threat right now? Like, let's say if I
right
long
now,
castle, okay? If I long castle here, I don't have a threat of
long
F5.
castle
Hmm.
may give me a long-term advantage with Bishop G6, FG6, and Knight D2. This I may get some serious compensation.
You have these
So I would
strange.
rather prefer Knight E7 first. So please do not allow me to take. Yeah.
Stopping the bishop
Knight
G6
E7.
actually.
Now I'm threatening G6 followed by triple O. Yeah.
So can I go
Knight
F5 or
D2. Knight
the
D2.
92, but then you go
Knight D2.
G6,
Simple
right?
chess. Yeah. Let's say G6, Bishop F3.
But then
Oh, no, no.
knight
F4 pawn is hanging. F4 pawn is hanging.
ah,
Maybe white has to go Bishop E2 here.
or bishop G4.
Okay. Either of that.
Okay, chalo, bishop E2.
Now
Now long castle.
long castle and
Knight
okay, now I'm
F3.
seeing some positives behind White's position. It's not so bad. See, H4 pawn will fall in the long run. One
Or I
major
have to
problem
go
for
rook
black
H8 and
is,
be very defensive here. That way.
yeah, now I go Bishop D2 and Bishop E1. That's my point.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. Okay, see, now if you see there is some hope for White because all his pieces are developed and you have a neat pattern and all that.
Right.
So maybe, yeah, I see some positives for White now slowly with this Queen
Wow,
sacrifice.
very deep, yeah. I mean, very deep. If Karthikeyan is able to even, get this compensation going, this is very different, very weird decision. Of course, because of these decisions, I'm sure he was able to beat Carlsen, being the only one in the classical game in the recent times. So,
And by the way, for this kind of queen sacrifices, Mohammad Hassan's expression would be "Zaruri se zyada jawani mil gayi."
जरूरी से ज्यादा जवानी.
Jawani mil gayi. Got too youthful too fast. Yeah.
You do watch you can speak Hindi, right?
I can understand some Hindi. See,
Uh-huh.
till about 2000, let us say, till before I got into the Indian team in 97, till that point, I used to play a lot of Indian tournaments. So those days, no internet and all that. you travel a lot, you pick up a language very easily. But once I got into the Indian team and I started playing only in Europe, slowly, I lost touch with my Hindi. But I can just about manage. But these are, amazing jokes. I mean, these are people with amazing sense of humor. Our generation, the biggest comedian was Ravi Hegde. So a lot of one-liners and somehow one-liners and quips, they work better with Hindi rather than English, if you know what I mean. So
That is true. That is very true. When you speak,
I
like
can't.
yesterday, last few, 1 or 2 hours, I was using a lot of Hindi because my mind was almost kind of getting switched off. So somehow English is, not as natural in comparison when you are dead tired. So the way you can crack jokes is a little bit different. So this is Nihal's position right now. He's playing with this Aydin Süleymanli from Turkey, right? Very talented guy from Turkey. And Nihal has this, computer says there is a slight edge, but does Nihal really have slight edge, or do you think this is going towards a draw with the opposite colored bishop?
See, white might have an edge, but in the long run, the B file has been controlled well by black. See, let's say here, let's make some moves here. What was the white blacks? What was the last
H5, F3. So in the last 2-3 moves, bishop F5, F3, and H5. And now Nihal actually makes this move, rook F D1.
Okay.
Okay, one question before you.
White has a slight advantage, but I don't think.
Yeah, if there was no C pawn, okay, this pawn, then with the one pawn up, you think white can technically would he be winning?
I don't think so, because there are no easy targets to attack. See, the main point here is white absolutely needs control of one file here. Either the B file or the D file, unless white is able to control, he won't be able to convert. This
or
we
I
can
would
say
want on rook on A file, because I see this as a weakness, but I don't know, like there is of course A6 very easily possible. So
see, in such positions in the long run, you will go for a king side. See, for example, white gets BD4, E4, F4, king F2, king E3, F5, H3, G4. If white gets that, he will create an advantage. So in this position, it does not matter what is there on the queen side. You get me?
Wow.
So in such a position, if one open file, if white can control, then the rook can invade to the 7th rank. That would be the best practical chance for white to create winning chances. But having said that, I'll tell you one thing. This is the kind of chess Nihal really plays very well. Slight advantage, initiative, long-term prospects, and keeping the opponent under pressure. So whether white is better or not in this position, I would say Nihal has a good chance to win this game today.
Yeah. Rupam, right now it is black to play, but yes, your threat of rook d8, bishop a7, I'm not even sure if that is the threat.
No, white shouldn't do that. If you grab a pawn like that on a7, white will come to rook e2. If you allow the control of the d file as well as the 7th rank, that is not the way to pressurize the opponent. So you shouldn't get too tempted about that a pawn here.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Nihal, slight edge, going to be a long game. I'm sure it will go into the next time control. Very quickly, I think, what are the we have checked just Pragg, Hari, Vidit, Arjun, Nihal. Maybe I just look at the bars right now here and we see the situation. How is it? So with the bars, Divya is slightly worse. Vaishali is clearly worse. Yeah, that 97 would have happened. Savita is also in trouble. Harika is very slightly worse.
Shall we look at her game once, because we haven't looked at Harika at all today. One of my favorites and one of the strongest players of the country.
So by the way, Vaishali's game, it did happen. Queen 97, bishop d7, long castle. She did find Eline, f6, knight c5 and e5. Though white is better, I do think Vaishali will still, make it pretty tough, make it very complex here, and the fight will go on. It won't be so easy.
This is going to be very difficult for
Yes.
Vaishali because, the action is now only happening on the king side, which I don't like. Because black's counterattack on the queen side just doesn't exist. So,
Okay.
this is going to be a tough game for Vaishali, in my opinion. She
Got
really
it.
didn't do, I mean, the decision with knight d7, which we examined, I think somewhere there only she lost her advantage, ability to fight.
Yeah. So let's go to Harika. She's playing with Huang Tan Trang. This is the current
Nice
position.
meeting you again, Sriram Rangachari. Nice of you for all the kind words in chat. And sorry, I don't remember. I signed a book on Fisher. That's
Nice.
very nice of you. Thanks for telling that. But yeah, nice meeting you anyway. Nice actually. Well, St. Louis chess tournament is something I really miss, and I was there for 3 years, and I enjoyed every moment of it. The best chess club in the world, one of the best chess tournaments conducted, and the best chess people, I would say. I mean, people who run St. Louis Chess Club as well as the Sinquefield Cup, their professionalism. See, yeah, they have a great visionary in Rex Sinquefield in running the club as well as the tournament, but fantastic personnel who run the whole thing. So yeah, I do really miss coming for the tournament, and it was nice to meet you there. Thank you so much.
Wow. Yeah, Sriram always has some very interesting things to say, and he's also knows a lot of facts and stats. So yeah. So this is the position. What do you think? Harika is slightly worse here, but is it because of the isolated pawn or
That's not for naked eyes. It looks like white is slightly better. But the
exactly?
problem is there is no targets, weaknesses in black's position to attack actually.
Is it shouldn't this bishop be on this diagonal? Yet
You are right,
yeah, something
but
like
in the long term, what kind of attack can you drum up? I'm not very sure. Because you don't have a dark square bishop, right?
okay,
So
one
once
question is if I go no, it is tactically only there is a problem because
but I thought still the position is equal. I'm a little
okay.
surprised that the computer says black is slightly better.
Because I
Anyway.
also thought of bishop c4, but then there is knight a5, and then you lose that bishop. What if I go a move like knight e5 in Harika's position? Oh, sorry, I missed knight takes d4. Okay, so you are right. There is no clear target there, and she'll have to work it out.
Both of them have to play very slow. Would you like to see any of the
Tanya.
women games, or shall we go back to?
We can just have a quick
Tanya.
look. Tanya
Yeah, sure.
is looks quite interesting here. Her last move was d4. I wouldn't say equal, but I would say pretty complex. Very
Tanya did well
balanced.
to draw against Harika yesterday from a slightly minus position. I saw that photo by ChessBase India that Tanya is here in Isle of Man, but she is not as a commentator, a player here. So that was nice to see Sagar's photo of Tanya. Was it Instagram or was it Facebook? Either one of that, yeah?
Okay, I have not seen it, so okay, so I'll go to the other. I think Vantika is the only game we haven't had any look at in women's section. So Vantika's position standard Sicilian, it seems bishop on b3. Was it Sozin attack? I'm not sure, maybe. But she's black. In fact, she's black and she's pressing. It's her kind of position. Okay, Vantika better. I guess we've covered all the games. Divya's position as of now, she is very slightly under trouble as per computer, but I do think that there is a possibility that she can fight back. It's
the trap jam on the queen side is alarming. But one thing I tell you, to exploit such a position, you need precise moves for black. It's not always easy to find computers judgment and then get computer moves also to exploit the judgment. So maybe it's just an equal position practically. Even
But there
computer
is
might
big
consider that.
problem. 23 moves, 23
Yeah.
minutes, 23 moves. So that is the, I think, one of the major, factor in this position. So Divya
Both
in
of our
that sense trouble.
both
Hmm.
of our talented girls are in not doing well on
Hmm.
time today.
Hmm.
Both Divya as well as Vantika are having less than 30.
Yeah. Okay, let's be back here and let's go to the very top boards of the men's section. SL Narayanan after Rook G8, Queen B4 played by Abdusataro, but he has a wonderful position with this bishop, with this rook here. So this is we have covered. Uh, Arjun Erigasi. A few moves have happened in Arjun's game. Yesterday
Yeah.
he played he did play that rook h4 shot. Look at this move, rook a6. Actually, you know what? I was looking at this move because the engine was suggesting rook a6 and rook b6, and I'm like, come on, you don't make such a move, yeah? But Arjun actually goes rook a6 and finds this plan of rook b6.
Actually, this Rook A6, Rook B6 maneuver,
Hmm.
there is a very, very old game by Hari Krishna,
Okay.
which is, which is basically considered to be one of the earliest games to be coming up with this plan in the Rilopus, Rook A6, Rook B6.
Hmm.
So, there is very important to know your classics, and now
Oh,
there is a whole
nice.
genre of modern classics as well.
Nice.
So I will try to get the game if I can before before the end of today's this thing. A very, very, very famous maneuver, Rook A6, Rook A6.
Yes. So yeah, then he would definitely be aware of that, and he's gone rook b6, knight d2, and here Arjun goes once again very much ready for the attack. He goes f5, but look at the pieces. White's pieces look very passive, and then this is definitely something which looks way more powerful. Bishop d5 check, king goes to h8, and the knight comes to f3, but the bishop on
In these
d5.
kind of positions,
Hmm.
it's not necessary to even calculate what is happening.
Hmm.
You can just look at the board and establish three elements. One, center control. Second, space. And the third is a little more subtle. All black pieces are doing something.
Hmm.
All of them have a role to play. The bishop on c5 attacks a3, controls b4, keeps a steady eye on d4 and then the e3 square, so that white is not playing e3 break. The knight on c6, ready to play e4 and come to e5, as well as control the b4 square. Rook a6, rook b6 is amazing maneuver, placing the on the b file. Bishop g4, queen e7, rook f8, all are ready for a thrust with pawn e4. Yeah, all of them have a role to play. You need not even think beyond that and try to analyze the position.
Yeah, now that you say that, it looks like a very, very dream position for sure for Arjun with the black pieces. That's a great news for us. Going to Arvin's game, which was slightly in trouble. Knight b6 did happen. Queen takes b6. Bishop went to c3, defended the b2 guy, and also the e5. He develops bishop to b7. So he's still figuring out how to get out of this problem, how to connect his rook, how to complete his development. So that's Arvin's position. 40 minutes on time, 52 minutes for Sam, but Sam is thinking. Let's go to now Ronak versus Nakamura, because after here I think we left at rook f e1. A6 was played by Naka. Ronak goes knight e5. Slowly and steadily his pieces are becoming better and better, but here bishop f3 he goes. This
I have a
exchange
feeling, Amruta,
is good for
I
black.
think somewhere Nakamura has mishandled this position.
Yeah, here last move 96 by Nakamura. The Indians say not a nice move at all, but the reason must not be very easy because Naka has missed it. So, the best suggestion by the engine is to take on g7. If king takes g7, knight g7 is also possible. But if king g7, Then here this move which is suggesting rook e2, I find it very tough. I mean, your idea is to double the rooks, that I get it. But, with the possibility of getting a rook to d1 or...
I can see one idea here. The idea of rook e2 to play rook f1 and take knight into f7 shot, okay?
Nice.
And if you, let us say for rook e2, if you play something like knight c5 back, now I go back rook e1 anyway. See, in these kind of positions, anytime you play e6, you weaken your king side drastically. Okay?
Yeah.
So, the idea, if you play a move like e6, now white will get knight g5, knight f7, that kind of ideas. Okay?
Yeah, this knight on
Rook
e6 is
e2,
important.
rook e1 is a very important doubling up towards your opponent's weaknesses, which is the king side and the center also in this case.
So do you think Ronak can find this, understand the depth and understand that he needs to double the rooks here with rook e2? Because if you go rook e3, the problem is you don't feel it comfortable at some point a tempo with knight d5 or that kind of a thing. So rook e2 looks more natural in that sense. So do you think Ronak will find it?
I think so. He is a 2650 player after all. So definitely he has the strength to find it. But again, so many things. He is once again, he is in the half an hour mark, which worries me a little.
34 minutes.
They have just finished 18 moves so far, both the players. So he has about 34 minutes, whereas Naka has a cool hour. So,
That's true.
This move, actually, Amruta, I want to show something nice in this game. Can you go behind a few moves? One position are very puzzling for me. Yeah, go behind one more move, please. Yeah, this position after rook f1. See, I'm puzzled with Naka's idea of a6 and b5 here. I mean, you're not going to conduct a minority attack in this position. Yeah?
Yeah.
Here, you are slightly worse. So, I mean, before a6. In this position, you are slightly worse. I thought it is obvious to play queen g4.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. Yeah.
And exchange queens and just simplify, and black might equalize. Okay, white has a slight advantage. But the problem is Naka is a player who will not play for equality. Naka is an eternal optimist who will keep going. So in that urge to keep going, I think this is where he made his position worse after this. So now if we can go back to the game, see, he went a6. Look at Ronak, knight e5, b5. Now he played bishop f3, exchange of a very powerful bishop, bishop and f3, knight into f3 back, knight e6. Now, as you say, rook e2, if rook e2 or whatever, see, white has slowly increased the advantage without doing anything, because Naka went to this a6 b5 thing, which is very puzzling. So, remember yesterday we were talking about turning points and critical moments.
Yeah.
That was a turning point where Naka went wrong. See, this is to show that, in chess, you can't afford to lower your guard and your concentration even for one or two moves when you play high-level chess.
So true. No, so true. But, at the end of it, they need to avoid equality. So some such risks, sometimes weaker moves are okay for them because that's something which opponents are not expecting. So this time control, 31 minutes, that could be one of the reason that he's gone for something like this. But also, it is highly possible to, underestimate this idea after takes rook e2. It can be possible to miss it. Rook d1 looks very natural there, getting a rook to the open file, also keeping an eye on d7 square. So, oh, by the way, he played. H3 was played by Ronak.
H3.
H3, I don't understand. Does he want to play anything like knight g4 and then later at g4? Oh, but that doesn't look.
This is also, this is also an important moment where you miss your initiative by playing a move like h3. There was absolutely no need for h3.
Yeah.
This is just passing, which is, I mean, I don't like this move.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah. Now black can play queen c7, rook d8 and such things.
He gets some time. Yeah, he gets some time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like h3 at all.
By the way, Sriram says, Saravanan, what reason do you attribute to Adiban's continuous downslope in the last 2 years? He was amazing till 2021 World Cup. Till recently, he was 2700, India number 5. Looking forward to his surge. Yeah, we can have a look at his game, by the way, while you talk about it.
Actually, I saw that question, but I thought I will skip it because it's not a very pleasant thing to talk about, someone not doing well. Actually,
Let's respect this.
I like Adiban a lot. I have been Adiban's, even for a very short period, I have been Adiban's second or helper also. See, chess is a very difficult game. In chess, development of your chess to higher levels, once you're a promising player, there is absolutely no straight path to becoming a stronger player. That also means that there are too many ways to the top, and there are too many things you have to do to go to the top. And everyone finds their own way, and everyone has to find a way which suits their personality. Okay, I'm not talking about playing chess. I'm talking about working on chess and the methods you work on chess and the openings you play, all those kind of things. See, it is never there is never a foolproof method that you will work correctly and you will play the correct things needed to play, correct breaks you will get, and the tournaments you play and all that. Sometimes you get them right, sometimes you get them wrongly. In my opinion, when it comes to sheer chess, there is absolutely nothing that Adiban lacks even today. So I think somewhere in the last 3-4 years, he didn't do those things correctly, what I just told you just now, just taking care of what are the chess decisions, tournaments to play, openings to play. See, for example, he wrote this chessable course, B3. He calls it as the Beast's opening, whatever it is. Yeah, he's enjoying his chess by that way, but I don't know if it is enjoyment or if it is a distraction. You never know, honestly, in chess. You understand? So I think combination of many of these factors, I would say. But again, I am also not very sure about my answer because once again, chess is a very difficult game.
Yeah. By the way, in Vidit's game, Abhijit Gupta has managed to equalize because Vidit actually played knight takes e4 over here. The move
Oh,
which we were looking at, and f3 happened, and he couldn't take knight e4. He took gf3, ef3, bishop f3. Maybe he thought that this is a good position for him of being a pawn up, e5, and now he goes bishop g2. But can black recover the pawn? Because if you take queen takes, definitely looks good for black. Suddenly I feel, what is this queen doing on a3? So yeah, this is his position, but I think what it will go into is after knight e4, he'll attack the queen, and queen g6, pinning here, and now taking. Still he stays a pawn up. So this might be something where he wants the material advantage.
yeah, true. Okay,
Okay, so
so
that's Vidit's game. I think Adiban slightly in trouble there. Uh, Going to Nihal's game, let's just see what has after rook f d1 a5 was played by Aydin, and Nihal goes bishop f4, attacks the pawn. So this game I think a little bit slow. We have not looked at one game, Artemio versus Leon.
before that, can I take a small break and come?
You
My
can
dinner.
have your dinner and you can
Yeah.
join definitely.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'll just come back.
Yeah. Sriram says fantastic and insightful answer. Goes to show your experience. Nice. SL Narayanan's game. Let's go there. This is Leon's game right now. 41 minutes with Artemiev is white. Leon is black. Artemiev has this slight edge because of the most probably this queenside majority, the pawn on c5, which is a passer. Can Leon try for e5 would be a question, but that would also mean isolating your d5 pawn. Okay, rook b8 has been his last move there. Let's go to Karthikeyan because he had sacrificed the queen, but the situation is still very, very similar. Long castle, e5, he went for g6. Bishop went to g4, knight d7. He takes his knight to f3, attacks the pawn. Bishop e7, defends it. Bishop goes to d2 as Saravanan had pointed out. Bishop e1 idea. But knight b6 by Sam. He's just not at all right now looking at this pawn. Bringing his knight to d5. Looking at the weaknesses here and here. So not making it so easy to go bishop e1. So this was a very nice maneuver by Sam Shankland right now. Okay, let's quickly go to... by the way, Aryan Chopra's game still unclear because Vincent had started the attack. We will look into this. Hari Krishna completely in a difficult position here with Aryan Tari. Pragnananda going to Pragnananda. The most interesting game, I think, after Bishop h2 check. King h2 happened. He gave a check. Now takes on g5. f3 found by Murzin. Now that was an important move for white. Knight went to f6, e4, and he did assess it as better for white, I think. But look at his time, 28 minutes. Queen goes to h4, bishop develops to e3, and Pragnananda here goes a nice move, e5, goes e5. So 20 minutes and 23 moves to be made by Volodymyr Murzin against Pragnananda's 1 hour 2 minutes. Time wise, I think it's a very big advantage to Pragnananda. So that makes this sack another reason it makes it an amazing, decision by Pragnananda. Today, until now, until this moment, guys, which has been your favorite game or the most exciting game for you? Can you let me know? John says game is still complex, absolutely complex. In fact, I like this move e5, and the question is, how is white going to think over here? You don't have d5. d5 looks very ugly with the knight coming to e5. So what is the move that white can think of with 18 minutes on the clock? How easy or difficult it is? I think it's very, very difficult to come up with, strong moves for white. Knight e2. Yeah, knight e2 is a good move here. You cover this square, you defend the d4. Definitely a good idea. But again, not so sure if Murzin will find it. Meanwhile, Gukesh's game is a very slight edge, going a little slow. So we should come here again. But Arjun's game has been the game of the day, I would say. Let's go there. He went f5 here. Bishop went to d5. King h8. This is what we saw. And after knight f3, Arjun goes queen f6. As Saravanan had pointed out, this is such a nice position. It's more on instinct now. You don't even need to calculate every move. Not every, that is not what he said, that you don't have to calculate. But I am adding there. Queen f6. I think Arjun is playing, yesterday's game was very smooth. He did not mess anywhere. Today's game also very smooth. He is showing his class here. And he's showing he did not get affected by that last round of Qatar Open where you made such a blunder. He shows that that's done. That's over. You have to recover quickly. So...
these are professionals. I think one individual result or one tournament, it doesn't affect them. Sure. I mean, these are guys who are way beyond getting affected. But having said that, yeah, it is important that, in a long run, one maintains their form. That is important. But anyway, these are early days for this tournament. We just have a second round of this tournament. So let's see how it goes.
So here he played your SL's game right now. We are at Queen B4 was played by Nodirbek, Abdul Sattarov, and SL goes Knight D3. So takes on d3, c takes d3, and the question maybe I will ask to the chat, guys, if white plays rook takes d3, what should black play? Guys, think properly. What should black play here after rook d3?
Tough question.
Think.
Aha, you see the point now. Excellent. It's a very important moment. Remember when white took bishop f6, at that time itself we predicted that black is going to play king h8 and rook g8 and on the file. Now this is kind of, all that has borne fruit right now for SL. So, he is well on his way to develop a very good initiative on the king side.
Yeah, and looking at the answers right now, actually, look at this bishop a6. It was such a natural move, right? You feel like you're winning material there. But Senthil, Senthil, John, Anuj, Debayan, Samarpit, Sanket, Vidhan, Arav, Om, and Digitalogy. Well done. Queen h3 is the right move there. Queen h3, threatening a mate here. If you go rook d2, then comes in bishop takes f3. Look at this. Wow. For all those who said bishop a6, by the way, even here you are not even winning material. The number of ways, there is rook d6, there is knight b5. So instinctively, yes, you see that and you discard it, and the next move is queen h3. So very nice. His SL is tactically alert, very, very alert here. That's why he played this move knight d3, and after takes c takes d3, equal time. So time wise also he's not like he's having very low time and then a great position. That would have been something for Abdusattorov. But is he going to beat Abdusattorov? What do you think?
Abdusattorov is a very good defender. I mean, you have to just think of Gukesh Abdusattorov Olympiad and you will remember his defending prowesses. Abdusattorov is a very good defender. But I have a feeling that already Narayanan is having a considerable advantage here. See, this is not a slight edge type position. This is like clear initiative for black already. So I would say that the probability of Narayanan winning this game is 70-30. Probably
70-30. But one question for me is, like, if white plays e4, okay, it's like a granite against this bishop, and at some point if he tries to exchange these two pieces somewhere, even accepting maybe a pawn down or something, but going into major piece endgame can give good drawing chances, or is it not even, is it too much of a fantasy?
Major piece endgame will not be advisable for black because of the f6 weakness. So he shouldn't go to a major piece endgame. See, for example, if you go to a bishop ending, something like rook and bishop versus rook and knight, he will have a very good chance. But having said that, by the way, Amruta, this is actually a very crucial moment. Abdusattorov has to find e4 here. That's very, very crucial because without e4 and with e4, the defending chances increase very highly for black. I'm sorry, very highly for white. So this is a critical moment. This is a typical critical moment of a game where if you find e4, you have better chances to draw. If you do not find e4, you are in major trouble. So, by the way,
but this is
one
not
interesting fact I would like to point out here. This is a very, not connected to this game. They asked Boris Spassky in 1973. After he lost to Bobby Fischer in 1972, they asked Boris Spassky in 1973. Bobby Fischer in the history of chess is considered to be technically the most perfect player. If at all you can say that somebody is technically perfect, Bobby Fischer came the closest in terms of accuracy, in terms of his ideas and conducting of the game. Spassky said, occasionally Bobby did not sense critical moments. Occasionally. So this was the only minus side that Spassky could kind for Fischer. So this is one of those critical moments where white has to play e4.
I mean, so much importance to this move. Then I think it's a natural move. I would say it's not like an impossible, because that's the first instinct. You want this bishop to be blocked, right?
Correct.
So Abdul
Correct.
will find this. But even if he plays e4, my point is, how is black going to continue here? Like, just if you had to give some plan ideas, what would you say? Are you
Well,
going
I
to
think
double?
F5 is a very natural move for E4, isn't it?
F5 directly.
I mean, I have to play F5 to keep my bishop on B7 strong.
Because if you
So I
play rook g, can you go slow with a move like rook? No, now the threat is rook d3 also, right? That's the
yeah,
problem.
sure. Yeah.
So you have to play concrete.
Remember, Ronak Sadhwani lost a little bit of an advantage by playing H3 in a position where he should have. Same way in this position also, you should not let up that initiative. F5 has to be played to continue with the onslaught on the king side.
Got it. So this is then, but SL's position is amazing. We are enjoying this game amazingly. So going to, I think we should look at once again Arjun's position. If anything has happened after Queen F6, Queen D2 has been played by David here, and Arjun is thinking right now what to do.
So someone is mentioning in chat that Murali Karthikeyan is in trouble.
Yeah, because you know what Sam did, a very nice thing he did was to bring his knight. This was a very nice idea. He went back bishop e7 to defend the h4 pawn and got his knight to d5, making it very difficult for this bishop to go to e1. So just this one piece has created a lot of chaos in white's position. This is very tough. Yeah, now you feel the material so highly.
I think somewhere around playing knight f3 is where Murali Karthikeyan missed his way. If we can go back in the a few moves, let's say bg4 to that position. Okay, I mean, after all this, yeah, white went e5, bg4. Now, in this position, after g6, bg4. See, we were talking here, right? White is slightly worse because he doesn't have complete compensation. See, this is the moment that after bishop d2, knight b6, this is a critical moment once again. See, black is going to come knight d5, yeah?
Yeah.
Somewhere here is where I think Murali missed his way. Yeah. He should have played bishop a5 and given that bishop with bishop d6.
Oh.
Yeah.
To keep some, yeah.
I think, shamelessly, just give your bishop for the knight. My justification is the bishop on e7, even though it's a bishop, it's not a powerful piece anymore because black has put his pawn on d4 already. So I think this was the critical moment where Murali should have acted decisively and exchanged off the bishop for the knight. And that is where he went wrong.
Nice point here. Yeah, definitely it would still be a game. But now with knight d5, this knight looks very much like a monster. It seems it's not so easy anymore to have the compensation. Enough compensation.
So there is no progress in Arvind's game. We need not go there.
Can we check women's game quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Divya's game.
Before that, just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Ronak versus
Nakamura. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, the same thing, but there also nothing much has happened. Okay, Ronak has found your rookie too, but nothing much has happened. Yeah, let us go to Divya Deshmukh. Some action.
Yeah, here I think.
By the way, from time to time, I am seeing in chat that people are asking us to see the other games, non-Indian games.
Okay, Caruana. Guys, yeah, the first board. Maybe they wanted Caruana.
I don't know. I mean, I thought we will especially focus on Indian games unless something very special happens in other games.
Okay.
Because we are actually finding it difficult as commentators to keep what Indians are doing in men and women. That is why, see, if you see the array of players here, I have so many personal favorites. Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, Maxim Vacher-Lagrave, Duda. These are people I would really like to keep track of what they're doing every inch. But, unfortunately, we have so many Indians for whom we would like to keep our special focus. Yeah.
By the way, some exchanges happening here, and maybe Divya is close to equalizing.
Yeah.
This is the queens got exchanged. Now she has the rook on this d file. So maybe Divya's game could end in a draw. But Vaishali, would there be any scope? That was something which I was wondering. This is the position right now. Queen d6 is her last move.
Okay, obviously Black is struggling, to say the least. She basically needs to dig in very hard to save this game. That's what it looks to me.
And 10
Make a
minutes to
dice.
Vaishali. She also has to make 18 moves. So time-wise and position-wise, both look very, very hard. Quick look at
Vaishali
Savita.
also.
Savita with the black pieces under trouble with Stefanova. Last move was e4. D takes e4. Maybe she wants to take. She's thinking here, but oh, she's also down to 19 minutes.
All our girls are in time
Yeah.
pressure
Oh,
today.
no. But they have 1 hour 30 minutes. Their time control is different. That is something which is important to keep in mind. Harika. Harika is slowly.
Yeah, remember we spoke about this game and said that it's a problem not to have a target to play against. So actually, Harika has a difficult day on office.
Okay, and Vantika is pressing against Medina. So yeah, that's a good. Okay, let's go to Ronak's game. Rook e2 was played and Rook b7 by Nakamura. Next move for Ronak would be very natural. Double the rooks over here and ask Nakamura what is his plan. Because with Rook b7, what is his plan? He cannot go Rook d7. So definitely he would want to keep the Rook on c7 or what? Or is it just defending e7 here?
That's the point. In the long run, definitely, White has all the cards. So he's definitely not worse. It's just that the advantage, whether it is good enough. See, now in a way, once you have played Rook A7, Rook B7, Black's idea of playing A6, B5 is now justified. You can play for a minority attack here with A5 and B4. So, it is kind of justified play in hindsight by playing A6 and B5 here. So that is why I said, that move with the initiative, which slipped away a little by playing H3, was very valuable in this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this move has not helped him in any way, like literally in any way. So I do agree that this was something which should be a question asked to him. But here he will have a rook even has happened in the game, and he's clearly threatening knight takes f7. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you make a move like a5, then there is knight f7, and you lose this. You lose the pawn there. So what is black to play here? Either move the knight, but whenever the knight moves, I am worried about knight jumping to g5. That looks
I should
scary.
just save the knight with support the knight or protect the knight with knight rook b6. Yeah, that's the only.
But then what was the point of rook b7? You just give one move.
B7, the point was to the point was to play b4 in the long run, to have a long range ambition. You mean rook b8
rook b8, rook b7 and rook b6. So it's like giving one move to white, right? That h3, I mean a little bit of compensation for the move like h3 if you go rook b6. But in fact, even the computer says go rook b6 and black is doing okay.
Yeah, I don't see the point behind rook b7, to be honest. Maybe rook b7.
I'll tell you. Yeah. Here, after rook e1, bishop takes h6.
Yeah.
He wants to play. Queen takes h6. And now rook b6. But once again, I don't know. I agree with you.
I'll put it with you. I'll put it this way. Rook b7, the idea was to defend e7 so that the knight on e6 can be moved away. This is a typical computer way of thinking. And then when white plays rook a1, now white is threatening knight f7. So black plays rook b6, supporting a6. This is again computer's way of thinking. So, this is the way computers think. They don't play with a plan, they play rather than what is necessary at this moment. So that
Practical,
is,
yeah.
you know, this is basically how you
Hmm.
uh, judge or make sense of how computers play that.
Yeah, so true. So true. The computer did say that you can go rook b6 directly here, or you can first take and then go rook b6. But yeah, I
Uh-huh.
think rook b7 definitely did not make much
Yeah,
sense there. But
yeah.
it can be missed. Yeah, sometimes it can be missed. Rook a1, 27 minutes with Ronak. He has to make
Uh-huh.
19 moves. Nakamura is also down to 37 minutes, so it's not too much of a time gap. Definitely have some hope that Ronak might be able to press this with the white pieces.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's go to Narayanan's game. I think if he beats Abdu Sattarov, that is going to be one of the big upsets today. Oh, e4 happened. He did play e4. Abdu Sattarov
Um,
found that, and
and he did not
Narayanan.
play F5, which I don't like.
No, he
I don't
went
like
rook
the rook.
g d8. But why rook
Yeah.
g? Because it was such a beautiful rook on the g file.
Basically, he probably thinks that there is nothing going to come out of this kingside attack. So he reroutes the rook to d8 so as to support d3 with rook d8 and bishop a6. But somehow I don't like the way that, things have turning up for Narayanan, because it's always not a good idea to prefer material
Hmm.
over initiative.
Hmm. And also, then knight d5 ideas, because major piece endgame is something which I think could happen at some point. So Narayanan's advantage has dissolved quite a bit there. Arjun, is he maintaining his advantage? Queen d2, knight e7, queen takes a5. In fact, I forgot that Arjun actually, no, we didn't see knight e7, right? Arjun planned to give this pawn. Queen takes a5, and here he has to make this move bishop d6, saves his bishop, and says, I literally don't care about the a pawn. Wow.
Understand, but was it really necessary? That's my question. I mean, I'm sure that
What if c5? Knight d5, then.
see the position where he played queen d2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to
I see
check
the point.
this.
97 is fine enough. 97 is fine enough. The point is after queen f5, bishop d6.
No, you are
Um,
seeing my board right now? Or are you seeing something else? Because I have a different position.
yeah, yeah.
So here
Oh,
knight e7, queen a5. No, my first
yeah.
question is what if c5? Yeah, there's just a simple pawn 4 and takes, and you are losing material here. But look at this understanding by Arjun that this position is so much better for him. This assessment. He's in a brilliant form, actually.
This is dumbfounding, actually.
Yeah, it is not at all easy.
Concept is dumbfounding, giving up an exchange. The only justification I can say is that, the rook on b6 anyway has done its job. That's why basically. But this is
Man.
simply amazing concept if he's going to play that. Yeah.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't play c6, and even if he takes the pawn here, that
No,
should
the point
still
is
be okay.
he has already played bd6, which means that he is ready for d5. So if he has already
Yeah,
played, yeah,
yeah,
this is
I
beautiful
mean,
play by Arjun.
too
Beautiful.
good, too good, because nothing immediate. It's all his instinct plus. No, but this requires precise calculation as well.
Simply beautiful. Yeah.
Wow, this is tremendous. This is definitely tremendous the way he's converting. So Arjun is still maintaining his advantage here. Knight e7 has been played. Shall we look at Arvind's game here? Arvind still in trouble, but hanging in there. Like, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a permanent trouble.
But the advantage has increased for white compared to a few moves ago.
Bishop
We
d3.
saw the position when black had played 15th move queen b6, I believe.
Yeah.
But slowly, white's advantage has improved.
Hmm.
See, for example, Black doesn't have a single pawn break here in the game, for example. After he has
And
just played rook g8, I believe, yeah?
rook g8 is played. I think
Yeah.
he's aiming at g5 at some point.
You
Or
know, the
no.
nice idea here, he will do an Arjun himself. Sorry, he will do an Arvind himself and play rook h3 here. The point is to play queen f4 and rook g3 and bring the rook out. Rook g3 or rook g3, not rook f3. The point of rook h6 is, the point of rook h3 is, if black plays something drastic like g5, head g5, bishop g5, the rook on h3 basically is a very strong piece after that. The third rank h5 is attacked and black's king side is open and all that. So I think, okay, continuing with our discussion on Bobby Fischer, I think, rook h3 is a critical moment. He has to find rook h3 here. The very important discovery to find.
Nice. Okay, so Arvind's still in some trouble that way. Let's go to Ronak's game because after rook a1, actually Nakamura has taken 5 minutes and he's still trying to figure out what to do. And I'm sure he's not
Okay.
happy with his move. Oh, by the way, if Caruana wins today, he has very good chances of entering the 2800 club again. Yes, Himang.
Chalo,
That
chalo,
is
Amruta, let's see the game. We have
yeah,
so many
एक बार देख
fans.
ही
We
लेते.
should
Caruana
very
is
unfair if
beating.
you don't show him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go for Caruana's game today.
So rook d1 was his last move over here.
Rook d1. That's a kind of a, what to say, irony, because when you have a position with queen, rook, bishop against queen, rook, knight, every coach will teach you that never exchange the rooks, but exchange the queens. That's a better piece combination to have. But Caruana goes for concrete solution. Vishy said this about 10 years ago. In the current generation of players who are in the top 10 in the world, the guy who thinks most like the computer is Caruana. One of the reason is probably he was shaped by Chuchalau, and one of the reason is probably he uses computer preparation laws. I mean, you definitely know that in the last 10 years is one of the best prepared players in the world also in openings. See, Magnus Carlsen is more about psychology and boldness and that kind of things. Whereas Caruana is a player who plays logical chess more among other players. I mean, Nakamura is a different
What do
kind
you
of a
think
guy.
of Wesley though?
Wesley So is a fantastic positional player who has amazing feel of the position. That's what, it's very funny. But Wesley, Nakamura, Caruana are three, and of course, Vasher Lagrave. These are four players who are excellent and all different. Not a single element of their chess understanding and play is same. Four of them play chess in a completely different way. If you take it as a pyramid, let us say, tactically, Vasher Lagrave is at the highest. The second is Caruana. The third would be Nakamura. The fourth would be So Wesley, I would say. Okay, Ding Liren and So Wesley are almost the same. Ding plays a little more dynamic than So. So Ding will be between Nakamura and So Wesley. But see Caruana, I am not at all surprised that with that kind of a computerized understanding of chess, he just goes for what he thinks is correct, which is exchanging the rooks. So, these are the things I feel you again learn by just studying the games of strong players. These are the things which make you fall in love with chess. Look at the guy. He is so confident. He knows that should not exchange rooks according to his childhood coach, but he does that because all his strength of chess points out that this is what I should do. Beautiful.
Nice. Breaking rules. Very important to know when is it the right time. So rook d1 over here by Caruana. And if takes, then there's queen d1, threatening a checkmate there. Winning the knight.
Yeah, knight a6.
And if
knight a6, queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7.
Now
once again threatening a checkmate.
Yeah. See, now the problem is, this is why rook d1 was played. Both g6 and h6 are
Let
bad.
me ask the chat, white to player. One move. Guys, white to play. Very simple question for you, for your standards, but just to check if you're all up or have you slept off. Oh, we also have to check, by the way, Gukesh's game against Ponomariov. Oh, Anuj, Rajat, Kathiresan, Tarun, Gauransh, Sharvesh, everybody very, very alert and find bishop h6 very quickly with the threat of a checkmate. Okay. Yes, please. Yeah, this queen looks so powerful, yeah? And the queen on a6 can't be
By
compared.
the way, h6 is also a bad move because of queen e8 and queen f7. So already black is in big trouble.
Yeah,
After queen
Rubri
d6.
won. Nice. Classy move by Caruana. So Caruana is beating Hans Niemann. Shall we look at Gukesh's game? What
There
is
is a
game?
very interesting information by Venkatakrishnan Asuri, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
Apparently, Caruana trained extensively with Alpha Zero ahead of his World Championship match with Carlsen. That's really nice info, Venkatakrishnan. If you don't mind, can you share where you got this? Is there any online resource where this information was available? I would really love to read that. Nice, very nice information.
Yeah.
This is also
Okay.
one of Peter Swidler's quotes. If you don't know anything, just ask chat. There is nothing that chat doesn't know.
Yeah, that is very, very true. So this is Gukesh's position. He has 22 minutes right now. He has to make 14 moves, so which is okay, and he's clearly better. Uh,
Mhm.
just looking at the pieces quality, it looks better, no, than the black pieces. Very
Yeah,
defensive.
the bishop on g7 is what famously known in fun side of chess as the big pawn on g7. Have a real role here.
Yeah.
Yeah, white is slightly better and is pushing. Gukesh is especially good in these kind of positions where he is.
Where just to quickly check
Yeah.
how he got this. He got this knight to c5, exchanged one piece, got the rooks there on b and a file, went for b5, did not care about isolated a pawn, but
Oh, I have a surprising answer from Venkatakrishnan. He says this is from Vishy Anand's book, The Mind Master. That's a big surprise. I don't remember reading it because I definitely, of course, I read it. Okay, that's the information for me. Okay, I'll look it up because
yeah.
this is a real surprise for me. Yeah.
Okay, so here Gukesh is better against Ponomaryov clearly,
Yeah.
I mean, pretty clearly. Going to Pragnananda's game because here after e5, knight e2 was played by Murzin. Quite a strong move he made there. Pragnananda goes knight h5, 8
So
takes
this is
b5,
for Rubik's Cube game, yeah?
8 takes b5, and next move by Murzin goes queen c3, but firstly not the best move, but another thing is he's down to 4 minutes and he has to
Oh,
make 20 moves, and this position I don't think that looks so easy to do. I don't even think it's easy to make good moves against Pragnananda in such a position.
I think if you can summarize this position, it's between the bishop on b7 and the 4 minutes on the clock. Which is going to be worse long? And that's a fact.
Yeah. Okay, so at some point, I think when Murzin will go down to 30 seconds, Pragg will make such decisions which will all try to get things even more chaotic that way.
See, that is one problem for Pragg.
Hmm.
He would love to create chaos here, but there are very few pieces to create that chaos. So, see, I would have loved it if he had one more bishop in the position. He's able to bring the rook out fast or something. So, yeah, he has compensation, but more than chess point, it is more of practical compensation because of the time pressure that white is under. I would put it.
Yeah. Now Keimer's position over here. By the way, Aryan versus Keimer. Keimer is slightly pressing, but Aryan can fight this. Definitely, he can fight this.
From the previous position we saw,
He
probably he has made a much better fight, isn't it? That's what I feel.
Yeah, in fact, here it says, the computer says that knight c4 was not the best idea. He could have expanded with c4. And he could even be slightly pressing. Very interesting. Okay, so that's Vincent and Hari. Has he fought back? Because somebody had said that Hari is fighting back, but bishop f5, he
It's a
goes
little
cleanly.
short on time. That is one more concern once again.
For
Okay,
whom?
so what about Hari? Kaimer was, I'm sorry, against Kaimer, Aryan Chopra was short on time. That was a
13,
problem.
13 minutes, 13 moves. Yeah.
Okay. Hari is in trouble
Yeah,
as
it's still
we
trouble.
talking. Still
I,
trouble now. Has again become bigger trouble than earlier now.
and Ronak, Nakamura did play Rook b6 after a long thought, 8-9 minutes. But you know why is Ronak, who had 27 minutes, and you know he had to think about Rook b6. So why is
Hmm.
Ronak taking time here? Is my question, because Rook a1 he played at that point of time, he would calculate a move like Rook b6 is necessary. So he really, what do you think? Yeah, 10 minutes here.
Problem, I think, is there is not a solid building move here for white. That's the
Hmm.
problem. If you have to find a way to proceed in this position, see, something like a computer move like b3, idea c4, something
Mm.
like that,
Yeah, no.
might be uh, playable, but it's
Hmm.
very difficult to design on a move like b3 because, okay, you get the point, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Chat, we can ask chat. b3, queen into c3, what happens?
Yeah, chat, find this move, and then after this, yes, we will be going to Arjun's game because Arjun has sacrificed the rook. That's the news. But here, white to play. If all of you are alert, I'm sure you will find it because we have discussed it. Venkata Krishnan says, quoting Vishy sir from his book, he says, the story goes that Caruana and Carlson began using AI at least 6 months before everyone else, since they were preparing for the match in November 2018.
Yeah, this I know, Venkatakrishnan, but AI, you say, not Alpha Zero, right?
Yes,
So,
knight f7, that's the move. Well done, Kasturi, Som, little big. So knight f7, and you remove this defender, and then you win the pawn back. But also your piece activity there and the e7 weakness.
yeah.
So that is the reason b3 could be possible, but also knight g4 is a possible idea. We will see what Ronak goes for. Meanwhile, going to Arjun's game, the rook sack. Has it happened on the board? Queen, bishop d6, knight b4 was played. He did not go for c5. So David also trusted Arjun's instincts there. But Arjun,
But Arjun gave the
anyway,
rook
yeah,
anyway.
he's like, do not want the rook. Rook takes b4. Man, what a move. A takes b4 there. And now he plays c6. Kicks this bishop away. The bishop is trapped. Is he getting two pieces for a rook now? Or
It's not
c5?
kicked, it's not kicked, it's trapped.
No, but what if
Yeah.
c5? Once again, this
Yeah,
is
c5.
recalculation.
Yeah, c5. What
Forced.
I thought was white will play bishop b8, black will
Yeah.
play bishop b8.
And bishop
Now the white bishop
c4.
come to c4, and now it has become a big pawn on c4.
The pawn on c4, like the pawn on g7
Now
plus the queen.
just blast the center with e4. That's it.
Wow. Lovely. Lovely. Look at the. Oh man. This bishop never had to really exchange. Normally, the bishop on g4 many times had to exchange, but e4 completely devastating. You can't even think of giving this open file. Knight has to go back to where? d2. Suppose knight goes to d2, e3. Very powerful. What a play by Arjun. Really. Tremendous.
I really like the idea, yeah. Lure the bishop to go to c4 and then break open the center and all hell breaks loose. And there is one more factor in this position after c5, bishop cb8 and all that. Attacking factor is in black's favor. So attacking factor is a principle first told out by Mihail Tal. If you have the number of pieces attacking more than the number of pieces defending, the attack has a better chance to succeed. So after the white bishop goes to c4, black is attacking with 4 pieces on the king side towards white king, whereas white is defending only with the 2 pieces, rook e1 and knight f3. So we have some kind of a super chat appreciation. What
Yeah,
do you call that?
Pratyaksha Agarwal, thank you for your contribution. Very kind of you. Also, Venkatakrishnan says the first AI in chess was AlphaZero as far as opening knowledge is concerned. And I think the people behind AlphaZero wouldn't mind getting some training games from such top players to train it.
Okay, this is basically open to discussion.
Yeah, this.
See, as far as I know, AlphaZero was not given commercially out for anyone, including Carlson and Caruana. So AlphaZero was commercially released as Leela Zero, basically. So I don't know if Leela was out when Caruana had started preparing for his Carlson match. No, I'm not disputing you. Maybe I can check with Vishy himself what he meant by that. I mean, this is very interesting, but very interesting discussion to have that if really Caruana prepared with the neural network engine for his match against Carlson. Anyway, very nice of you, Venkatakrishnan, to tell it out. I mean, we have a good conversation now, which we can take forward with Vishy next. Yeah.
Nice. And by the way, Maharshi Ray says, glad my flight has Wi-Fi. This won't be a boring 5-hour flight. Oh, kya baat hai. That's amazing.
Someone is sitting on a flight and listening to me. That's really nice, actually. In a certain way, I don't know how to put it. In a certain way, it makes you very happy.
Yeah.
Nice of you. Nice of you.
And Pratyaksha Agarwal super chats again says, love this channel, keep teaching and inspiring. Yeah, I mean, these stories and such an event, the combination, I am loving and learning a lot of things from Saravanan over here. By the way, Queen B6 has been played by David here, and he says he doesn't
That's
want to go for C5. Now,
that's just a mistake.
He's going to take here, and now maybe he plans to play C5 and at least get the queens off the board so that the attack. Oh, by the way, a question. Will you take with the pawn or the rook? That's the question to the chat and also to Saravanan. Oops, sorry. Kasturi says, hi sir from Port Blair. Nice.
Oh, hi. I have a lot of friends in
Rajbir says, sir, your knowledge about chess is amazing. Yeah, I think
come on, guys, let's get back to chess. Let's get back to chess, guys.
How, sir, you
Sagar, I think all Sagar Shah fans are like Sagar Shah. Praise everyone all the time. That is Sagar Shah's motive in life. Thank you. I mean, nice of you. I'm just joking.
Yeah. Rook, G pawn, rook. Okay, that's the question. Rook F6 or G-F6? Not an easy one, actually.
Amruta, one question. Should this be done at all?
Matlab, you don't want to take the queen?
No, not that way. C6, queen B6. I'm asking whether it was necessary to play CD5 at all.
Yeah, that we can get into. But here, I think, it's a confusion for a lot of people which one to take. But only one of them is still something where you maintain the advantage. And that is taking with the pawn.
For sure.
And look at the structure here, but they're all like, I kind of, it gives me a feeling of in the Forrest Gump movie, when Tom Hanks is running behind him, that that Janta joins and starts running, that that feeling. But Rook F6 is in fact losing the advantage because Rook A1 with the idea of Rook A8 on the back rank, I would not be able to assess this. Yeah, honestly, it does. It's a very, very difficult situation in terms of assessment. So you were mentioning.
Something tells me that somewhere around Arjun misplayed the game because there was no need to go into it.
Yeah, here.
See, after AB4, if you go a few moves before,
yeah,
there was no need to go for the C6 at all. Yeah. See, think of it, Amruta. After C6, C5, CD5, whatever, you just exchange two pieces, that's all. Nothing more, yeah?
Got it.
So instead of this, I'm sorry, if you just gave an exchange sacrifice, two pieces for a rook for white. Instead of that, let me just take knight into D5, instead of C6.
If I play queen d5, then
Queen d5 is a mistake because c6. Okay, it's not a mistake. Whether you take queen d5, if you take queen d5, I play c6,
yeah,
queen
and
a5.
then you wanted to
Now I
play
go e.
e4. Hmm.
If you take cd5 instead of queen d5,
Hmm.
now e4 shot.
Still e4, yeah.
This would have been a much better way to play.
Ah.
I think Arjun got seduced by the material.
Hmm.
So, he should have gone for the kingside attack. Remember Michael
Hmm.
Tal and attacking ratio?
Yeah.
I think, conceptual mistake he made in a critical moment. That's what
Hmm.
I feel.
Hmm. Wow.
Okay,
Well, that
sometimes
explains a
even
lot.
though, yeah, it is interesting once again to watch chess, but sometimes when our heroes make mistakes conceptually, it is interesting, but you feel bad about it. But anyway, that's
Hmm.
about it.
Yeah, so queen b6 has been played, and most probably we might enter here after c5. Actually, this seems to be a very likely continuation, and Arjun will have to make the right decision. He will be put
Mm.
in the spot, and g takes f6. Do you think just in if this is the position they reach, do you think Arjun will go for g takes f6 here?
That's the only move here. My
Hmm.
question is whether he takes GSFC or Rook F6, whether he has
Yeah.
enough advantage to win this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has two moves, two pieces for a rook, but now if you see the bishop on b8 as well as bishop on g4, both are misplaced kind of.
Hmm. Got it.
So
Some
this is
work to
going
do.
to be
He will
a
have
long
to do
climb
work.
for him.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Anyway, let's go for some other game
Yeah.
then.
What about another
I
bit?
think,
Did he maintain the advantage? Because
yeah,
after
we have to go for
e4,
that.
rook
Yeah.
d8, rook f d1 was played. He goes rook d4. Queen went to b3. The queens got
Oh,
exchanged. Rook a d8. So this everything is about the d pawn right now. King went to
remember,
f2.
we were talking about the correct exchange to make. So, Narayanan has made the very correct exchange. He has two rooks.
Yeah.
This is an ancient wisdom. Rook and bishop, rook and knight. I mean, I'm telling that if every other factor being fine, rook and bishop versus rook and knight is a slight advantage for rook and bishop, but two rooks and bishop against two rooks and knight is a very large advantage because you have three long range pieces operating
Hmm.
against two long range pieces and one short range piece. So this version is a very clear advantage, I think.
Oh. Wow, interesting. Yeah, he does go a5. I think Narayan looks confident from his moves. Rook a1, which not the best move as the computer says here. Rook a1, moving away, and he simply brings his king to g7.
Yeah, I think somewhere here he's not putting up the best defense,
Hmm.
Abdul Sataro.
But what should he have played
I
here
don't like
instead
rook
of
a1.
rook a1?
Bring the king to e3, no? Bring the king to e3 and wait.
Wait,
What else?
a5, king e3. Yeah, this is hanging. You have to go bishop a6 forced to defend.
Yeah.
Oh, and now rook a1 made sense because you could have a threat of b4 and then knight or not really. But tell me something. Can I not go knight d5 here? Knight
You mean to
d5.
say instead of rook a1?
Yeah, king e3, bishop a6, and then knight d5.
Knight d5. No, knight d5 is a positional mistake. Can we ask chat
Ooh,
why knight
good
d5 is a
point.
mistake?
Good
Knight
point.
d5 is a positional mistake. Let's ask chat. Chat, find out. For knight d5, what will you play for black?
Nice. Vidit game, Vidit
Yeah,
game.
they're
Oh,
getting it
itna
fast. They're
sab.
getting it
Okay, we
fast.
will go there for sure. Wow. I think Om Shri Rahul Kasturi Sanket Balaji. All right, F5 is the move there because you cannot take. D5 would be hanging, so I think F4 is also pretty much of a threat there. FE4 is also possible, another pawn to F5. So that's cool. So knight d5 not so easy even if the bishop moves to A6. So here he played rook A1, and now SL has gone king G7, and now if you go king E3, SL can go for these ideas with F5 or H5, and he is still having a very good position. Shall I go to Vidit because everyone is saying Vidit's game.
Sure.
Something must have
Let's
happened
go.
there.
Yeah. A
What
lot of
happened?
Vidit
Oh.
fans, a lot of Corona fans.
Knight
Very
e4,
nice.
knight f6 was played by Abhijit, and queen d6 by Vidit. Bishop
Mhm.
h3 here. Checkmate in one. He goes knight g3. Bishop takes g2. King takes g2. And e takes d4. But after e takes d4, this king looks very weak. The light squares look very weak. So, no, this is not sure where it will go to.
So basically, black sacrificed a pawn
Hmm.
and he has some compensation due to the fractured king side. The f2 and
Hmm.
h2 pawns due to that. So we have to look forward to a way that he keeps his initiative. So let me drive out the black white queen with rook a8 first. Yeah.
Can I go queen
Rook
e? No,
a8,
maybe.
I'm assuming you'll go queen e5, yeah?
Yeah, I also thought so.
Yeah, queen
But then
e5.
later knight g4, and this seems like very powerful. In fact, I would say with it, I like black's position more.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Oh, but two moves have happened. He played king h8 first. Actually, Abhijit
Okay.
Gupta played king h8, and with it goes rook a1 instantly. And now, if you go rook a d8, I'm taking my queen to c5. So there's no knight g4, but the threat is rook e6 as well, maybe. Okay, so things are not so clear, but could go anyway. Yeah, most likely could also end in a no. I can't, not a draw. That's too much
No,
to
I'm
say.
not convinced with Abhijit's initiative here because
Hmm.
unless you find a solid way to increase the initiative here,
Hmm.
white is just a sound pawn. See, for example, queen exchange means just white wins here, right?
Yeah.
So I think the pressure is on Abhijit Gupta.
Oh.
But okay, he has a lot of time compared to Vidit. Vidit has 13 minutes compared to Abhijit's 23.
Hmm.
I'm a little concerned about Vidit's time management in this tournament. Yesterday as well as today, I'll be more happy if he has about half an hour here because it's hardly 23 moves up.
Hmm.
So I mean, I'm a fan of Vidit, so I'm a little concerned with his time management in this tournament so far.
Interesting. No, but sometimes you try to play something like when you've shifted your mindset, you playing like with it version 2.0. I think to make that decision, you are somehow using that extra time there because it's no. Can it be possible? I mean, maybe I'm not 100% sure, but
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm also not 100% sure. I'm
yeah.
trying to think. See, one thing I've understood being a chess player and a trainer is that there are absolutely no correct answers to any question. Absolutely no right answers. That's
Yeah.
what makes chess very interesting as well as very frustrating. So I am trying to think.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Here in Ronak's game, he played after rook b6, he goes rook e3 here. And
Hmm?
Nakamura brings his rook on the open file, rook d6. And Ronak plays the rook to e2 again. So
Ah,
in a way, it could be like a something even like a draw offer, I would say. What did you call yesterday? What was that draw? Uh,
tacit draw for, yeah.
huh.
Yeah.
So
Well,
rook
that's a
3
good,
e2.
probably a good result for Ronak, but
No, I don't think
at
Nakamura will
age and
go for a draw here.
no, Naka, I think will go for a draw because it's
Hmm.
very difficult to find a plan for black to play. Think about it. What will you
Hmm.
plan here at all? Like a computer, you just have to play the best move, which is just waiting.
Now, can I
Whereas,
not go rook d8 because now knight f7 is not a threat? So if I go a move like rook, oh, knight f7 is still a threat.
yeah, knight f7, Amruta. Knight f7, bishop g7, king g7, knight f7,
Ah,
or direct knight f7, whatever. Now you have rook e6 short and knight g5 check.
ooh, yeah, knight g5 check. Ah, it's still a threat. You can't move that rook. Got it, got it.
Yup, yup. Chess is a difficult game, I told you.
So then, okay, that's out of question. Going to
Yeah.
okay, Narayanan's game. He's played king g7, king e3, and Narayanan goes bishop c8. Oh, he
Very
wants
strange.
to go bishop e6.
And also he wants to play f5.
But now Now the computer says white can go knight d5 here, because we were looking at this move f5 right earlier,
Yeah.
but at this
Yeah.
point f5, uh no, he's not
He'll
going to
probably
do
play knight into b6. Yeah.
f5
Because
knight
now I can
b6.
take.
What, can I not go f4?
No,
Wait, it's
f4 check
kind of
is too
stuck.
committal.
Wait, I
Yeah.
just need to refresh a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so bishop c8, knight d5 was the question,
Mhm.
and f5. Knight
Yeah.
b6, can I not go f4 here? You were saying king f2 and it's fine because I've won this pawn on b6. And a5 is also hanging. Okay, so knight b6. But then wasn't it coming last time as well? So
No,
when we
last
were looking
time.
here, look, here after
Yeah.
king, instead of rook a1, what were we looking
Yeah.
at? I don't even
In
remember.
this position, we were looking at king g7 for black.
We were looking at king e3, bishop
Yeah, king
a6, knight
takes
d5,
by f5.
and f5. And
Yeah.
then if knight b6 was a
No,
possibility.
here the point was knight b6.
Reconnected.
Then black had rook b4 and rook into b3.
Oof.
Whereas here, in the current position for knight b6, rook b4, black has knight into c8, exchanging the bishop on c8. That's the problem. Yeah.
So bishop c8 he has played, and let's see if Nadirbek Abdusatara goes knight d5, then it's no more very clear. But if he doesn't go knight d5, the leeches is kind of resetting 1 second again and again. But if he doesn't go knight d5, then SL retains his advantage. Going to Arjun's game, we are at this position. Bishop b8 has happened on the board, and I'm sure that David is going to take the queen on f6. Because if he goes queen b7 or something, then there is e4. So won't let that happen. Arvind, has he able? Oh, Arvind has fought back. Wow. Wow. I think you always had those hopes, yeah, from him. f4 was played by Samuel.
Yeah.
A very attractive move once again, going for f5 or even just protecting this. f5 by Arvind. Very, very alert. Very, very nice move. Because now if e takes f6, then this rook on g8 completely makes sense. So you can't do that. Rook d2 by Sam. King goes to f7. He's solving the problem. By the way, what if queen g6 was played attacking h5? Oh.
Instead of bishop d1, you mean to say?
Instead of rook d, after f5, queen g6.
After rook d1,
Guys,
rook d2,
what will
king.
you play with the black pieces?
Instead of rook d2, queen g6.
Yes, crypto. Top 2 will be selected for the candidates. That's why a very, very important event. What's happening with Caruana? He is clearly better. And we have the bars here giving you all the idea about Nadirbek, and Arjun is clearly better. Arvind's unclear. Pragnananda, Mursin unclear. Ronax, you can say almost equal.
Only is losing.
Yeah, Gukesh clearly better. Aryan still complex. Hari in a worse position, and Murli clearly worse. So also if I show you the other result, Murli clearly worse. Artime versus Leon, Artime slightly better, and Nihal versus Aydin, Nihal is slightly better. So that's about the men's section there. For women's section, if you see Divya is slightly worse. Vaishali clearly worse. Savita also worse. Harika still complex. Tanya's game has ended in a draw. Vantika slightly worse. So women today having a really bad day actually. Queen g6, and what were the answers by the chat? Yeah, bishop h4. You are losing this pawn. That's the reason queen g6 means bishop h4 check would be just devastating. It was a blunder by me, by the way. But that did not happen. After f5, what was played was... wait. Rook d2 was played. King f7 by SL. Bishop goes to d1, attacking this h5. g6. King went to f2. And Arvind went queen c8.
Hmm.
Oh, they are repeating or what? Look at this. Bishop a4, bishop d1, bishop c6. Might
Yeah, there
repeat.
is nothing much to go on anymore.
Hmm.
Why it doesn't have any breaks anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, that playing f4 was really a rash decision. I don't know why he went f4 at all, because by playing f4 in a Sicilian, you are making your dark square bishop very inactive. So it's a
Everything
typical
changed.
move which,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. See, compare an idea of f4 with what we were discussing. Instead of f4, rook h3, queen f4, and rook g3. That keeps all the pieces active, and you are activating your rook as well, which is the only non-active piece in the position.
Yeah.
So instead of doing something like that, you allow the position to be blocked with f4, f5. I think you just, yeah, repeat and go for a dinner. That's it.
So that's a good news for Arvind actually. By the way, Narayanan's game, did he find knight? Oh, it's equalized now. I think he did find knight d5 here. Abdusatara was alert. He's very similar with Gukesh. Yeah, he fights back. He fights back. It's not so easy to really beat Abdusatara. Bishop went to e6, knight b6, rook b4 by Narayanan, and he went knight to a4, bishop took on b3, and the knight goes to c5. Now attacks
Some
the
hope
d3.
for Narayanan with bishop c2 here. Does he have any hope at all?
The problem is rook a5,
Rook a5, rook
b2,
b2, knight
and
d3.
now rook a3, and I think you will lose
Pawn
this
is
pawn.
gone. So
Almost.
unfortunately, it looks like it is heading towards a draw because of wonderful defense by Abdusataro. Yeah.
Very, very. 95 was important. So,
Yeah.
yeah, going to Arjun's game. Oh, he takes gf6. But still, it doesn't matter, yeah?
Yeah, but as I told you, it's very difficult to win this position with black pieces because there is no clear intent of play for black. Yeah.
But these pawns were
We
just
are
like.
still a long way ahead because Hikaru is down to 1 minute.
Who?
Giharu, Anton Giharu.
Oh.
Okay, I think that's the way his name is pronounced. Guijaro.
No, but he has
pronounced as
13 minutes here,
Giharu.
actually, after gf6.
Oh, I was watching in chess24.com. You're looking at the live chess, okay.
Yeah, the
Which
timing
one?
is different.
Does the original, the FIDE website, official website, has a broadcast as well, where the timings probably will be more accurate?
I have no idea much about that.
Okay.
Maybe if at all the chat. Oh, SL Drew. That's what they are saying.
Okay.
Got it. So, going to Ronak Nakamura, did they repeat? Oh, they are repeating. So that is also heading towards a draw.
I told you.
What about Anish? What is he doing? Oh, what is this move? G6, bishop f7.
Anish blundered or what?
No, but Anish is black. Anish is winning. Actually, Rasmus has given this sacrifice, which is not really working, it seems. Queen takes h7, but maybe it started a long back. Yeah.
Told me I won already. Bishop f7, king g7.
Oh, he
pretty
was
cute.
just here itself. Already is a piece up. No, 2 pieces for rook. So he was anyway winning. I think bishop f7 is just a desperate attempt there. And Anish is beating Rasmus. Gukesh, after, I think we left at knight c8. He went c4. Queen a6 was played by Ponomario. Rook went to a4. Knight d6. Rook went to c5. Gukesh is generally very comfortable with the weird placement of his rooks. Rook c8. Knight takes e5. He wins the pawn or what? Rook e8. And now he goes f4.
F4 is a nice move because it kind of, reinforces that I'm dominating in the whole game board, not just on the queen side. So, but again, this is also a difficult position to win because there is no clear-cut way to play. So you just have to keep pressing. So We still have a lot of action left here. Gukesh has less than 10 minutes, whereas Ponomarev has more than 20 minutes. That is
Hmm.
small factor. I mean, I would be happy if Gukesh plays fast in this position. The next
Hmm.
10 moves to reach time control.
But he's better. He's better right now. And
Uh-huh.
Pragnananda, I think let's check Pragg's game because we left at what? Actually, so many moves they have played. AB5, Queen C3, takes, Bishop takes D4, Rook went to E8, B4 by Murzin, Knight went back to F8, he takes, Rook A1, Pragg says no exchange of this Rook, Bishop C2, Knight goes to G6, Bishop goes to B6, Rook D7, and Rook D1. So Murzin is managing his time. He has 5 minutes on his clock, 13 moves to be made, and he wants to exchange this Rook. Now force
So
exchange, no?
basically, two bishops and the weakness of the bishop on b7 give complete compensation for the pawn for white. So yeah, let's see what Pragg can do to. I think it's very difficult to do anything to activate the bishop on b7. It's a real pain in this position.
You had predicted that since such a long time that the game is about this bishop here and the time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it seems like that very nicely. The queen has made sure you can't go bishop c8. Pragg takes the rook on d1, takes, and can he go knight f4? But the back rank seems a little weak. Can he go knight f4? Which knight
Open
actually?
database, the database will be full of games of Slav where this dark square domination, very common compensation. Generally, such positions, it is possible to defend with black only by a computer. It's extremely difficult to defend such positions. In the long run, black is in trouble actually.
Oh,
See, for example, a common plan here can be bring the bishop to f2 and take the knight to a5, provided you defend the king side properly, Boyd's king side properly. See, a configuration like bishop on f2, bishop on f1, and then take the knight to the queen side will be very difficult for black to manage. So I think, in the long run, this Pragg is in trouble. I mean, if time is managed well and the opponent plays correct chess, it's basically Pragg who will be in trouble here.
Oh, but do you think then in that case, if Pragg gets one of the knights to f4, he has queen on g5, is h5, h4, h3 trying to break this chain, and then later at the right time you can decide when to move the bishop away? Or
Yeah, you are right. See, essentially, black has compensation on the king side. That is why I said it is important to bring the bishop to f1 rather than keeping it on d1. But the point is, attack can be stopped. But the bishop on b7, nothing can be done. That's the difference. So, white's compensation is better than black's attack, let us say.
by the way, we have a result, Hikaru versus Ronak, that did end in a draw. They repeated over there. Great result actually for Ronak. Very comfortable draw with Hikaru. And
Arvind also drew long
yeah,
ago, I suppose.
Arvind, they also repeated. Oops, they also repeated. Anish won. Caruana is winning, dead winning.
Yeah.
Look at this knight and h8. What else? Who else? Nadirbek also, SL. Oh, they also drew. This happened actually.
Yeah.
Rook a3.
So SL missed a very good chance today. I really like the way he played. I was hoping that he will win today. He missed a good chance today.
And Arjun is
What about
after gf6 and rook a1. He's kind of. Of course, it is definitely a position where you would want to play with black with such a pawn structure and such a pawn storm. You would prefer that. So maybe it is more difficult for David to keep finding the best moves. It's not so easy. He goes rook a1 and the computer says that b5 would have been powerful. But again, look at this. The computer doesn't understand. While pushing these pawns, for me, it seems e4 is natural. But at that point, we had the queen defending the d4 pawn. And now suddenly you realize that you cannot go e4 at all. Knight d4 is such a problem. So then f4 and f5 seems like the next plan there. So rook a1 played by David, and he is thinking, Arjun is thinking f4 is definitely one powerful idea which he has. Let's see what happens.
I'll ask you a question, Amruta.
Yes,
What if he
please.
sacrifices the pawn and plays e4 anyway?
E4 here.
Yeah.
Knight d4.
You take the pawn knight to d4, you take knight d4.
And now you want to go f4 or
Now
what?
I want to go bishop e5 first.
Okay.
I'm just activating my pieces. I'm just,
Yeah.
these are other people's pieces, so let me sacrifice them. So you go knight e6 here, maybe?
Oh, I
No,
thought.
no.
Okay,
Sorry.
he
A1 is
takes.
hanging. A1 is hanging. So
Wait a second
how's
here.
this basically?
Um,
You play e3 now.
oh, he played f4 actually. For rook a1, he played f4. The move
So
which you were
I
suggesting was
wanted to
knight.
check e4.
Yeah,
E4.
bishop
I wanted
d4.
to check e4.
Yeah, that's what on the board.
E4.
Bishop e5, and I was thinking of e3 because I thought if you take on d3, it's a double pawn, might get some compensation. But what else do I have?
Let me not take
Knight
ed3
e6,
here. Now
bishop
no,
a1.
Amruta.
No,
Amruta, no.
acha.
E3 for e3, I'll play knight c6.
Oh,
Wouldn't
nice
take knight
move.
ed3. Yeah.
Nice move.
Because
So
now if you
then
play knight
96
c6,
is
then I play
good.
bishop.
What you said.
Yeah, if you play knight e6, bishop a1, let's say.
Knight f8. Oh, knight f8.
Knight e6, bishop e1, knight f8. Now bishop c3. This I am winning because I've created enough chaos
But I
to
thought
basically,
if
make
rook
the
c1 here. Oh,
or bishop e c3, rook
but a lot of
c1.
options are there. Bishop b4 is of course there, but a very nice shot here is also bishop e2, because if you take, then this pawn just
Oh
is
yeah, that's very
unstoppable.
attractive. That's very attractive.
Yeah. So
Very nice.
so you can't take on f8, and then you will have to take the bishop here, rook a1. And tell me something, white is a piece down, right? But so much compensation. Wow.
That's what I think. Over the board, instead of playing f4, e4 could have been a better try, I think.
But
Just
how?
give
If
the pawn
white,
to
if
c1.
David would have calculated this, then David would have been okay. This is in this position. Because it's
Oh, yeah.
equalizing. I'm not even wondering how it is equalized. First, that is only a thing for me to.
Oh, you mean to say after d4, 94, bishop e4, computer says it's equal?
Yeah, this 96 rook a1,
Okay.
white is a piece down, and computer is saying it's equal. Either the computer doesn't understand, because how is it equal? Okay, let's say I just, for curiosity, I move my rook away. The point is, he says go to f4, block this pawn here. The bishop can't go to h5, and you win the piece back. Man, that is
Oh my
so
good God.
amazing.
This is inhuman calculation.
Oh, I should have asked this knight f4, man.
It is inhuman.
Oh, yeah, this was very hard. But just in case David would have found it, then Arjun would have lost all his advantage. But to find this, I doubt, really doubt, yeah. Okay,
We haven't
nice
seen Vidit's game
variation with
for a long
e4.
time. Yeah. Vidit's
He
game we have not seen for a
Actually,
long
Vidit.
time.
Yeah, let's go to Vidit. But Arjun has played b4, f4 here and maintains his advantage. Going to Vidit's game, a lot of things have happened after rook a1, rook a d8. He did go queen c5. Abhijit played h5. Quite natural to go h4. Vidit blocks with h4. Queen went to g4, and now Vidit challenged. This queen goes to g5. Oh, this is a comfortable position he's got. What if rook takes d4 and black recovers the pawn? What is with its idea? Guys, you also try to think. White to play over here. What has with it planned?
The clue to give us just follow the basics. Always follow the basics.
People are saying Vidit. Guys, don't tell the results now because it's like giving away the suspense. So, if you are watching the delay, this is one thing I feel, yeah. Because if there is a 15-minute delay, then the results should also come after 15 minutes. It shouldn't come
Yeah.
immediately. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's like, yes. All those who said rook e7, that's the right move there. Taking your rook on the 7th heaven here would be quite powerful. You will definitely recover the pawn, no doubt. So queen g5 has been played. Vidit is better. I don't know where you guys have seen it's a draw, but let's ignore that for now. By the way, Murli lost his game against Sam Shankland. That's over there. Nihal's game, is he better? No, that's going in the opposite colored bishop. Rooks are exchanged, so that will also end in a draw. Nihal's game. Leon's game with Artemiev, I think Leon will be able to hold this.
I'm just looking at this, trying to understand what is
And they have to
happening.
make 15 moves. Artemiev has to make 15 moves in 5 minutes. And Leon
We
has
didn't see
11
this game
moves.
much today, right? We didn't see much of Leon's game.
No. But because of time pressure, there is some possibility anything can happen. But otherwise, it looks like it should. I don't know how white is slightly better, because I would say that it looks more natural that this ends in a draw. Hari Krishna, did he fight back with Aryan Tari? Not yet. He's hanging in there, but very difficult position. Such space advantage to white and bishops. Look at the c7 bishop there. The quality of pieces very much bad. Vincent Keimer, yeah,
Ultimately, the final assault would come on the king side.
yeah.
So I'm just curious to see whether white is going to go f4 at some point or g4 and then rook g3 and g5 at some point. So basically,
Are you at another game? Because I
no, I'm
think
talking about Aryan Tari. You said Aryan.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, but it's Aryan actually has equal edge. I think he was at some point he had a slight edge, then he was losing that edge, then he again had it. So it seems right now it's still very complicated. Uh, let's look at Pragg's game because I think that's the critical one here. Bishop b3, knight f4, takes, queen went back to d2, and Pragg finally gets his bishop away from the b7 square to c8, and maybe he's going to exchange it. Or not exchange, maybe some threats here on the light squares, who knows?
I think this is the most pragmatic way to play. Even if the c7 pawn is lost, Rene though, go for the equality rather than, keeping the bishop on b7 somehow. So I think bishop c8 is a very pragmatic move. I really like it.
And now I think the idea is queen g5, which looks very nice, nice move there. So what should white play here? Also, if you exchange the queens, you will not have that compensation, no? Queen d8, bishop d8.
No. Queen d8, bd8. I think bishop e6 is very important square for the bishop. So that may not be great. I think white should drive away the black knight with bishop c7 here. That's very important. Okay, shall we ask chat here? Bishop c7. What is the best move for black? It's very tricky, right? Little tricky, not very tricky. Oh, bishop c7 has been played in the game too.
Oh, yeah. And is it bishop e6?
Yes, it's bishop e6.
Oh, Atharva, Rohan, Ajan, well done there. Bishop e6. So basically, are you saying that you want to go to the opposite colored bishop here? Queen and bishop. But it should be a draw, no? You
Yeah,
Pragg did
best way
not
to
have
play for it.
chance.
Yeah.
But then Murzin did manage well after the sack on
Yeah,
h2.
see, he didn't have more than compensation. I think where he missed his way is, remember we were discussing a position where I said the white bishop should come to f1.
Hmm.
See, at that point he went with the bishop to b3. I think that is where he misses chance to play for an advantage. If you had kept your bishops on the king side and then tried to do something on the light dark squares on the queen side with your queen, that would have been a better chance for black in my opinion. Sorry, white in my
True. So Prague's game also going towards a draw. We are seeing that to actually convert, to actually win is becoming so hard, right? However complex the position is, finally to manage and convert into a win is not at all easy. Gukesh maintains his advantage. He's down to 6 minutes. He has to make 6 moves, and what a rash move by Ponomario. He plays g5 because you cannot take the pawn here. E5 would be hanging. So Gukesh thinking
This is
here,
a typical time pressure reaction,
yeah,
playing e5. There's a very nice expression for it. When you are under pressure for so much time, every atom in your body wants release of pressure. So such moves like g5 are those which you feel release pressure, so you play it in time. Yeah.
nice. So here, but you know what the computer is saying?
Mhm.
That the next move which Gukesh has to make,
Yeah.
I, I don't like. It's very hard for me. Do you have any guesses here?
I thought g3 would be normal here in this position.
Yeah, but then he
I
says
mean,
bishop takes e5, f takes
uh-huh,
e5,
uh-huh.
and this is fine because this knight beautifully goes for rerouting itself. Knight a7.
Oh, acha, knight a6, knight c6, and knight v5. Yeah, that's very nice.
Hmm. So that's the reason for
So,
g5. But a
okay.
good move here to find is very hard. I mean, I can't even consider it as a candidate move. A move like
Uh-huh.
bishop d2. How do you make such a move?
Bishop d2 is very strange.
The idea is because now with gf4, your bishop is not attacked, and hence
Mhm.
you move the knight away to g4.
Only a
And
computer can do
exactly.
this.
And if rook takes e, oh sorry, I missed
No, no,
this.
rook takes e4 is not possible.
But
But I'm trying to understand. Now after bishop f4, you can go for a kingside attack because the h6 pawn is weakened.
yeah,
That's very nice. Yeah, this is
opening.
very deep way of deep. This is really a deep idea actually. But shall we continue here with knight a6 anyway? I mean,
Where?
after
Oh
knight
yes,
g,
after knight g4, knight
yeah,
a7.
gf4,
No.
knight g4, knight a6. Yeah, I'm curious to see how white is going to continue after bishop a2.
Queen
Now just play
f3.
queen f3 idea, bishop f4. That's very nice. Kind of
Hmm.
white weakened black's pawn structure on the king side by playing bishop d2.
Hmm.
See, this is the kind of chess that it is impossible to think like a computer on the board and get such moves on. I have a very strong feeling that bishop d2 may be very difficult for Gukesh to find, especially when he has less than 5 minutes on his clock, I suppose.
He has right now three. Oh, he's down to 3 minutes. Very tough. But also,
Uh,
after bishop d2, another question by me would be, what if bishop takes e5? Because that was one more thing which we were looking at. And if takes e5, and you're in the same situation, knight a7. But the point is, then you keep the bishop on c3, defends both of them, and this position, white is better.
Slightly better, yeah.
Yeah. But bishop d2 is hard. So I would say practically it might be that Gukesh also, Ponomarev also is able to equalize. Very important moment here.
That means Ponomaria's g5 was quite good, Amruta.
Yeah,
He actually
very.
did well by playing g5. It was not a release of pressure as I predicted. It is actually a
Good
good
move.
move. Yeah,
Yeah, the
good move.
last move, queen d3. So queen d3 was not a nice move actually.
Queen
So
d3 was bad for
g5,
you.
g3 he plays, and now c6 played by He doesn't take on e5. Like, oops, no, wait. What
He
have
doesn't
you?
play G3, Amruta. He played C6 directly.
Oh, oh, C6.
Just a draw
Wow.
now.
What is complicating? B5 is hanging. So much is happening right now with 3 minutes on the clock.
No, Amruta, black can just take GF4, right?
GF4, bishop f4.
You can complicate. I will not get complicated. So bishop
Nice.
E5. Bishop E5.
Okay.
In fact, I'm worried how is White getting his piece back?
Yeah, because of bishop e5, rook e5.
Bishop E5, rook E5 indirectly supports the knight on B5, right?
Oh, oh, here there is queen g3 check.
Ah.
You will have to go rook
E5,
g5,
rook
and
G5,
maybe it's a
B5.
perpetual.
Yeah. Okay. There is no, you don't gain the bishop back. You just take a draw with perpetual.
Oh, but still, the perpetual was not like a simple perpetual. You had to. I mean, I would be calculating king going to d6,
Hmm.
king going to c5, but then somehow it will get mated. Nice.
Hmm.
Maybe Gukesh got attracted with this idea of the black king trying to escape and him checkmating the king.
That's also Gukesh way of releasing the pressure also. As I said, when you're in
Yeah,
time pressure.
yeah. Okay, so
In a way, it's
c6.
sad. I expected Gukesh to, press better because he had a solid advantage. I have a feeling that all this happened because once again, the clock was a problem in this game. So for Gukesh.
True. So, Gukesh, right now, Ponomario is thinking Pragnananda is going towards a draw. I don't
Hey,
think anybody else.
Giharo messed up against Arjun, and Arjun suddenly has a huge advantage.
Oh, 1 second. Let me take there.
Giharo has less than 2
So,
minutes on his clock as well.
so
Just
F4 Rook 8 was played.
just
Uh,
give me 1 minute. I'll be back.
no
Just one
problem.
minute.
In fact, it's 11 o'clock, and you can also take leave. Yeah, if you need to.
Today, I thought I'll assist you some more
Oh,
till I fall asleep. So I'll
sure,
stay on
sure.
for some more time, but just give me 1 minute right now. Yeah,
Sure.
thanks.
So Rook 8 here has been played. Arjun takes on g3. F takes g3. And now Arjun plays bishop to d7. He brings his bishop back. Where does he want to take this bishop? Or knight f5, knight e3. Lot of ideas there. Rook goes to a1. King goes to g7. King f2. Knight goes to f5. Rook a5. And Arjun is thinking, but this e3 square is such a powerful square. There is no break for white on e3 as well, and d4 is also supported. So e4 is also a big idea for Arjun. In fact, right now he can play this move e4 and ask the white knight, where are you going to go? If knight d2, it's going to be a big blunder, guys, because of e3, and that's a fork. You will lose the piece. You can't do that. But then if you go knight e1, my knight will jump into e3. Later f5, f4, unleashing the power of the bishop. Oh, Arjun plays e4. He's found e4. That was, I think, a dream move since a long time. Black wanted to go for e4, but this is something he's finally got it with 7 minutes on his clock. 1 minute for David, and a very, very difficult position to defend. Oh, VD is winning. Okay, that's cool. Arjun has got e4 on the board. Saravanan.
That's good news.
Goes knight h4.
Oh, actually, remember we wanted the e4 break, sacrificing the d4 pawn. Now he has got even a better version of it. So
Yeah.
this is really good for black. And things have turned out well for Arjun. I'm happy.
And after knight h4, can he play takes, and I think taking on h2 would not be a good idea because you might want the rook on f8. Yeah, you wouldn't like this to get exchanged. For sure.
Yeah, but this is a simple win, no? If you take knight into h4, let's say.
Yeah.
Knight h4, gh4. Now you have this 3-4 pawns, right? You can just roll the pawns and win the game.
Oh, I I would look at
simple way
f5.
to play.
It's decent. I would look at e3, though I would not want to commit so early, but that also works. So in general, Arjun's moves are
I think
much
f5
natural.
followed by just, king f6,
Hmm.
king a5, and roll the pawns. I think you're looking at a straightforward plan here.
Yeah. So Arjun thinking, he's down to 6 minutes.
Mhm.
Vidit is just a quick look at Vidit's position. Vidit after queen g5, rook takes d4 was played. He went rook e7, rook d7 was played, and Vidit goes another rook to e1, and black rook goes to f7 here. So this is the current position for Vidit. Here
So
he
things have
can,
gone well for our man today.
yeah, here he can take this, and after take this, he will have to find this move f3. Because if the queens get exchanged, then you win the pawn on h5. So that is not so easy to do. And if this queen has to move away, let's say queen d4 or something like that, still knight takes h5, and this is where it could lead to. So very interesting Vidit's game also going on. 1 minute each, almost 2 minutes to Vidit, and they have to make like 12 moves.
Nihal has already drawn his game.
Yes. I think currently Arjun and Vidit, these are the two
I will
games.
stay
Yeah.
with these two games. Yeah, we will
Yeah.
stay with Arjun and Vidit, I think.
Arjun
I would
still
especially
thinking.
stay with Vidit because of the time pressure
Yeah.
drama take place.
And also because Arjun is thinking, and here the position is not so clear.
I mean, we can say that Arjun might win the game quite fine. So let's take with Vidit to see what happens. Okay, both are Indians, Vidit as well as Abhijit, but Vidit obviously is a much higher rated player. So it will be interesting to see how he handles his position.
Only thing is,
You're not a food
yesterday.
person, is it? You're not a food person. No water, no coffee, no food.
I had
What?
water. I will have food. I thought after time pressure, I'll have Shanti mein. Aram se the 40 moves are over. I'll have proper dinner.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not a foodie as such for sure. Yeah, like food is like just to survive. Not like like Sagar loves food.
Just like to survive. In life, one of the most complicated questions chess players faces: do you eat to live or do you live to eat? Most of the chess players I know are great foodies. Starting with Vishy Anand, by the way. Anand really loves
Yeah.
dinner. Anand
He
really loves a good dish, etc.
he took us to Indonesian restaurant in Netherlands, and
Course.
that is the like he's like so excited about that Indonesian restaurant, and then Sagar loved it also very much. I also liked it, so I understood that he loves different kinds of cuisine. But it was nice. He had also introduced us to Japanese restaurant, so because of him, we got introduced to Japanese and Indonesian cuisine.
Anand is not just a brilliant chess player. It is basically a brilliant brain which also plays chess. So he's interested in almost everything. Good food. He's a connoisseur of music, Western music.
Oh.
Good comedy, good books. He reads a lot, even at this stage of life and age. He is a voracious reader still. There are many. He loves to travel. He loves friendship.
Gastronomy.
Yeah, many things. I mean, she is a true all-rounder in life.
Okay, he goes rook e2, rook 7. Oh, he doesn't take on f7. He goes back and rook d3 by Abhijit Gupta. But queen f3,
What is
is it
rook
a threat
b3?
or
Rook d3, I'm trying to understand. What
is
is
there a
rook
threat
b3?
here? Ah, he stopped f3, I guess. He stopped f3.
Okay, did he stop f3?
But what is Vidit going to do? Oh, he goes rook e3, exchanges that one rook.
Mm-hmm.
But can knight e4 happen after rook takes e3? Oh, what if rook knight e4 over here? Or am I making a big blunder? Rook e4. Yeah, it's a big blunder. Just rook e4, yeah.
See, after rook d3, rook e3.
Yeah, this happened and he played rook d7.
Rook into e3 he has taken.
Hmm.
Instead of rook into e3, did he miss rook d4?
Rook d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the idea of rook f4, queen h4. Yeah, he did miss that actually. He took on
Yeah.
e3 and now he plays rook d7 here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rook d2 is the threat, yeah? Or even, yeah, rook d2 is a nice threat. Vidit doesn't have rook e8, he doesn't have rook e7 now, no rook e6. Can he go rook e5 here with the idea of knight h5? Possible, that's possible. He's
Well,
thinking. Yeah, I think what the computer suggests is to go to e2 and stop rook d2 over here. Okay, let's have a quick look at Arjun. Just a very quick look there. Oh, clearly, he's clearly converting it. Takes, and he played king f7, b5, rook g8.
it's just a lost position,
Yeah, he's just
See,
really
white doesn't have any counterplay here,
Hmm.
and as I said, black's pawns will roll now, f5, f4, and all that. This is just a simply one winning position
Yeah.
for black.
So let's stick with Vidit's game because rook e2. Yeah, he goes rook e2 now. Abhijit is thinking. Now f3 is a threat, yeah? Because you're winning the pawn on h5. But rook d4, your move at that point, can you go rook d4 now? Or is that a problem if you go rook d4?
Rook d4 now.
It's a problem here. f3. And for queen takes
Actually,
h4.
what's your idea of f3 if
Wow,
queen
look
takes
at this.
h4?
Look at this. White to play.
Nice. I got white's move. That's very nice. Come on, guys. What will you play for
This
queen
was
takes?
not easy,
This is
but
very nice.
not easy, no? White to play, guys.
Is
You
it
don't
not
have...
easy, really, Amruta? You
I mean,
think it's
now
not
in
easy?
this position, yes, but while you were playing the move f3, maybe no.
Come on, yeah, 2700.
1 minute, 30 seconds? Or 30 seconds, you think?
All this didn't happen. King h7.
No, Vedan. Queen g7 not working because here if you play takes, then you lose a
You
piece in
lose a
the end.
piece.
So the right move here is no one's got it. Queen g6 with the idea of yeah, knight f5. Very powerful. Can't stop that. So, but he played king h7.
There is one more point there,
Yeah.
Amruta. For king g6, if black plays rook d7, now white has rook e8 check. That's cute.
Nice. Takes
Yeah.
and then you win this. Lovely. So he played king h7 in the game.
Yeah.
And then Vidit goes f3 anyway. And now, yeah, you can't move the queen away. You lose the pawn there. But even if you take on g5, you lose. That's his idea, I think. His idea is takes. Where would the knight go, by the way? Oh, the knight doesn't
g8 is the only
have
square.
any square.
G8 is the only square.
Yeah. And if you take on h5, there's king g6, you recover the pawn because of double attack. So you
No, here you need not worry about winning material at all. If you just play natural move like let us say f4.
Okay.
I think in the long run, white has an advantage. I think.
Nice move, actually.
Because the knight on g8 looks very funny for me.
So he's playing for the slow advantage.
Yeah.
So f3 has been played, and Abhijit Gupta is thinking in time pressure. I think this is forced, so he will definitely reach the position of knight g8.
Hey, all that we predicted, I think it's happening, right?
Is it? Takes. He played queen
Yeah,
g5?
yeah, I think it is. It
Okay.
played 20. Yeah.
Women's results, they're also playing. Yeah, Divya clearly minus, Vaishali clearly minus. Same situation. There is nothing which has really flipped actually. Or
Divya played a tough game today. I mean, remember that e5 break in the opening with Dutch defense with black
yeah,
pieces? The moment she allowed it, after that,
yeah.
slowly she went downhill.
Hmm.
Vaishali also had a bad day in the office today. Not a
Anton
beautiful
blundered.
day
Yeah,
for
Arjun is
her.
winning. I think Arjun to even score like 2 out of 2 looks so hard in such a tournament now.
Of course, every win is a bonus in this tournament.
No, he's still thinking, or the moves are yet to be updated. In between going to Arjun's game, Rook g8, d takes e4 has been played. Arjun goes d takes e4 here. Oh, for a rook, two bishops and this amazing central pawns. Bishop, wait, a few moves happened. Rook a7. Look at the desperado. Bishop
That
a7.
is just a desperado which should lose. Yeah.
Rook a7. Piece
Hmm.
down. Bishop h3. c6, and Arjun calmly goes king e6, c7, e3, and it's actually a forced mate happening there. If king goes to e1, there is rook g1 mate. If king goes to f3, then guys, can you find mate in 2? For mate in 2, what is the move black has to play? It's a very good question. Black to play checkmate in 2 moves.
Let's see who and all are alert at 11 o'clock in the night. Really, we got some very good fans here, yeah, sitting and watching the game. I mean, I'm talking about Indian fans. I'm very sure there are a lot of non-Indians also in different time zone. But being in India and sitting and watching the game, especially when the Cricket World Cup is going on, that's a real interest in chess. Nice, actually.
Dhairya, Apurva, NSG, Gauransh, Harsh, well done. Because king e5 is important for mate in 2 with the idea of bishop g2 forced mate. But if you would have gone king f5, the problem is there is one move, so you delay the mate. Queen c8, queens, and then it's not a mate in 2. So yeah, that was a typical mate in 2 problem. Arjun wins here. Very nice game. Arjun OP ho jayega is in the chat. Let's go to Vidit's game. Some moves. Oh, that did happen. He played f4. He found it. G6
Not
was
bad.
played. But how much now it's possible to press with white is something we will see. Knight e7 by Abhijit. It seems so natural, no? You don't like the knight on g8. You want to get it out very quickly. As you said that for the move g5 at that point of time. Similar to that, knight e7, and with it goes knight e4, threatens a fork there. Also very importantly stops rook d2, king goes to g7, and he goes knight d6. Once again a good move, blocks the file for the rook. b6 played by Abhijit, stopping c5, and with it goes rook f6.
See, the problem is even this position, even if it is defendable, it's very difficult to defend with black because you see the white king and it is coming to e5 square unhindered. That is where you panic and kind of left with this feeling that you don't have any plan to counter it. Yeah. So even if the position is only slightly better also, over the board, it's very difficult to defend.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. What will black play now?
Only thing which I'm thinking is if black is able to get into a rook endgame.
See, that's what. How would he do that? There is no scope for that also. Rook c7 is a straight goal because of 98 check here.
Okay, firstly, this rook endgame is a lost rook endgame. Yeah, takes. takes and you will take rook f5. This you would say white is winning.
Yeah, this is practically white is just winning.
Okay.
So-
So he played c5. By the way, this was the 39th move. He played c5 here, and with it
King
goes
F3.
king f3 with the same idea with king e5, king e6. Such a this is.
In fact, c5 was a mistake
Ah.
because now the d5 square is free for the white king to invade. See, these are those small decisions which will make a big problem in the long run for black. That's why it's very difficult to defend these positions with black pieces. Almost always, players with white end up winning, provided the rating difference is not too much between them. See, even if it is, Abhijit Gupta with white, Vidit Gujarati with black also, Abhijit Gupta will win with white because even 100 in point difference, but still white is 2600. Such players, such positions, always the white player wins, irrespective of the rating strength of the players. So, it's very difficult to defend such positions with black. And here, I think our man Abhijit Gupta has blundered straight simply.
Yeah, but white to play and with it.
Knight f7 just wins now. Simple. There is no defense against. Yeah.
Knight h6 check and. Oh. No, but is there a mate or something, or you're just trying to?
I'm going knight h6. I'm going knight f7, knight h6, rook f7 check. What will you do to stop?
So can I not move this knight c6? Only move knight c8.
Where?
But then I lose later.
I go knight h6 check. Sorry.
King g7.
No, Amruta, if you go knight c8, I go knight e5 and capture the g6. Knight e5.
Okay. So not.
Just as I told you.
Yeah.
The problem is g6 is already a weakness. c5 made another weakness of the d5 square. All these small things pile up in the long run. That's the problem.
So Vidit will go knight f. Also, it's 41st move. So here I think he can think basically.
Yeah,
and
yes.
This is
all the time in the world. And
like yesterday, how he landed after 40th move in the worst position. Today it's the ulta.
I think it is a question of classical blunder, 40th move blunder king g8. Because after king f3, let us say, king h7 might have been a good idea because now knight f7 and knight h6 check is not possible, right? So knight f7 means knight g8 might come. So knight f7 is not possible after king h7. So I think instead of king g8, king h7 would have been a better move, which means there's a classical happening in chess, 40th move blunder.
We're seeing this number of times actually.
Oh, tell me about it.
Okay, and Arjun has won. So on very top boards, I think most of the games with Indian players are over. No, Gukesh is playing. What's happening with him? C6 he had played here. B takes C6. Knight takes C6. Queen takes C6. Queen takes B5. Oh, they just also finished the 40 moves right now. Rook e4. Rook e4. Rook e4. Bishop goes to d2. Rook d4 first. Bishop e3. Rook a4. And that rook a4, again a 40th move mistake by Ponomaryov. If I don't know if it can be called a mistake yet, we will have to understand. But he's saying that f takes g5, no, not h takes g5, that would be gone, but h5, and this position maybe Ponomaryov thinks it's equal and like holdable. Maybe it is.
But I don't know why black should enter into this at all.
Yeah.
Why give the pawn at all? So
yeah, why did he not take your gf4?
Exactly. That would have
Was
been,
he scared of a6?
Much simpler.
a6, rook a4, rook a5. Was he scared of this?
No, anyway, bd4 check is there for black. Yeah. I mean, I don't play rook a4. For gf4, if you play a6, I play rook e6 actually. The point is a7 is not possible anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now if you go rook a5 for rook e6, yeah, same bd for check and bishop a7 should be a draw.
Maybe, but maybe in time pressure, he, keep allowing this might have felt a little bit risky, just like a maybe
Possible.
possible. So he could.
He wanted to keep it under lock and key. And so one more thought I had, actually for bishop e3, rook a5, gf, fg5, even if, let's say if he's heavily winning
Sorry,
for
what?
white, for rook a4, yeah, in this position, you suggested h5 here.
Yeah.
Why not just hg5? Is it really winning for white?
H5, rook g5.
Yeah, how are you going to win this? King h7, let's say. Because in the long run, you will not be able to protect your a5 pawn, right? So ultimately, you'll just get a 1 against 2 kingside pawn position. I mean, assuming that white will win c7 and black will win a5. Ultimately, it will be a draw only, I think.
Right. Oh, yeah, it is actually not so clear at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he played a bishop c3 here. If g5 happened actually, and
Yeah.
here he played bishop c3. Ponomario played bishop c3, attacks the a5 pawn. And now Gukesh, does he get a chance with g takes h6 here? How is this position? If rook takes a5, should be a draw, no? Still, this bishop endgame. How can
Actually,
you win?
this is a draw if it is opposite color bishop. Same color bishop is it's a little tricky, Amruta. The h6 pawn, you have a dark square on h8. So this is actually not so easy, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
So that has given Gukesh some chance, some practical chance if he takes on h6 over here. Very interesting.
Well, all this is unnecessary adventure by Ponomario. Okay, now he has finished his 40 moves, so it's taking a long think here.
By the way, Rajat asks, as Pragg is already in candidates, what should be his attitude in drawish position? Take draw and boost rating, or try winning the tournament?
It's not so simple in such a strong tournament. First of all, it's not like, you already qualified for candidates. So every game you go for bro, every game you go for adventure. It doesn't work that way because stronger the players are, the difficult to create play against them. This is one. And second is, it's not like in positions, if you play sharp, you will get a chance to win. It doesn't work that way. See, in a game, about twice or thrice, you will get to decide what kind of a position you're going to have later on. Let us say 2 or 3 turning points, you will get to decide whether to make the game messy or whether to keep the position solid. Even what I'm telling is an exaggeration, but something like that. Stronger the players are, the difficult to mess up the position to try for a win. That's what I'm trying to say. So you may have an attitude of getting more adventurous and trying to win every game, but it's not going to happen. But having said that, Pragg should play for maximum in such tournaments. Playing maximum is not necessarily playing sharp, but playing for a win in every game. Trying the maximum, squeezing the maximum, because, this is a great experience to play so many 2700s in a single tournament. So short answer, not necessarily sharp, but play for full every game. There is a very interesting word coined by Mark Dvoretsky, one of the greatest chess trainers and writers ever in the world. It's a pleasure to read his books. He coined this word maximalism. He calls Yusupo, one of his most favorite students and a very strong grandmaster and trainer today, as maximalist, who tries to squeeze the smallest of possibilities out of every position. That's what I think Pragg should do. Become a maximalist in this tournament.
Wow. Such well explained. Nice answer. This is very interesting. Yeah, that's what maximalism.
I think he mentions maximalism in the book called Positional Play by Dvoretsky and Arthur Yusupo. That's the book where he mentions this. Excellent concept.
Rajat says thank you.
Hmm.
Shriram says Saravanan, I have read Recognizing Opponent's Resources by Dvoretsky.
Read it.
You know,
Just
he
kidding.
has read it. That's what he's saying.
Kidding.
By the way, Hari Krishna is clearly losing this game, and Aryan is under control. This should go towards a draw, should land up in a rook end game soon, or major pieces end game. Vidit Vidit is thinking. I think after what happened yesterday, Vidit will play knight f7, but will I thought he will take his time, but he's proved me wrong. He didn't take much time. He went knight f7 here, and Vidit is winning. So I
Vidit
think
is
most
extremely sharp. He hardly misses tactical opportunities. Extremely sharp. By the way, Vidit is losing. That's a sad thing, but he's losing with a very nice play by White. So if you can just bring up the game in. Vidit.
No, Vidit
I'm
is not
sorry,
losing.
Hari Krishna. I'm sorry, Hari Krishna.
He's winning. He's losing. Should I go to this to that board?
Yeah, just can you go to that board?
Yeah, Bishop e5 was the last move played by Hari.
Yeah. So White to play. Chat. Come on, find the move for White here. It's obvious, but still, let's have some fun.
Bishop e3 is played by Aryan Tari.
Oh,
Bishop
h6, guys. Bishop h6.
Oh, Debayan. Well done. That was very quick. And Ashrut as well. Wow.
Bishop e3 is kind of... Why postpone the... Chop it off. I was thinking of Bishop h6, g6, Queen h6, King e7.
Okay. Oops.
Just g5, Knight d7 only move, I suppose. And just g6, you know. I mean, who's going to stop me now? Just fun, isn't it?
Too much. Yeah.
Surprising that Aryan Tari didn't play it. After all, he's also a strong grandmaster, 2600. Maybe he wants to take it easy, but you know, sometimes you just have to grab your chances in life.
Yeah, he played Bishop e3 and Bishop b6, and maybe once again he gets this chance. Once again, let's see. Bhajan says, are spectators allowed at this tournament? I live not too far. Maybe you can check Sagar's vlogs also, and yeah, as I said, in 1 or 2, 3 days I'll ask him, because many of you are around. By the way, Rohit says, and I agree, Rohit, so much. You don't know this Monish Bale?
Monish Bale.
He's an actor. He is into, I mean, not a very main actor, but he has done some mainstream movies. But he's a very famous actor.
I'm very poor
I'm very poor in remembering names, but guys, tell some movie
I'm
names.
very poor in remembering names as well as Hindi movies.
But
Monish Bale looks very handsome, so I don't know whether I really.
But then there was another guy who said you are looking handsome, so then that matches. He's saying you look like Monish Bale.
That's probably
मैंने प्यार किया villain. He's a मैंने प्यार किया में villain.
अच्छा villain ना? Then okay, maybe possible.
No, but हम आपके है कौन में he's also yeah. हम आपके है कौन and मैंने प्यार किया. Come on, these are the two movies you would have watched. These were like classics.
No, हम आपके है कौन I have not seen. मैंने प्यार किया I've seen. I don't remember now. It's too early. मैंने प्यार किया was 1989 or something, yeah? 1990 or something. Very early, yeah. Okay, so let's get back from मैंने प्यार किया to what happened to our man Vidit.
Vidit, yeah, he
Vidit
did
is
play
winning.
that. Let's go there. He played knight f7, and I guess this time Abhijit would be really,
Yeah, this
thinking,
is
how did I
lost.
miss this?
After knight f7, it is just lost, I
So I
think.
think Gukesh's game is the critical one at this moment, because that bishop end game, if
Uh-huh.
that has the chance, where
Hmm.
is it? Where is Gukesh?
Amruta, it looks like Aryan Chopra has managed to defend this position against
Yeah,
Kemar.
it was a
Yes,
draw, no?
Kemar.
It would be going towards a draw.
We was very less on time, right? Yeah,
Ah,
under 1 minute or something. That he has managed now. So that's very nice.
okay, 40 moves are over. Yeah, Rook f7 was the last move, and Aryan is thinking. I think he will simply exchange the bishops here, and this major piece endgame will be a. I mean, I would be very surprised if Vincent would you be able to push this to something else. Oh, by the way, Van Forest today lost his game against Ter Sekian. Now that's a big upset.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And Ali Reza Firuza is playing against Mame though. He's beating him.
Okay.
Seems like they played an interesting game. And Gukesh, opponent still thinking after Bishop. No, Gukesh is thinking after Bishop c3. I believe now the computer is clearly saying that J6 is, according to the computer, close to winning for Gukesh. I am not sure, but this is the end game, which would be very interesting for sure. At least Gukesh will have great practical chances. Any other results, guys, which were completely shocking or something? Abhimanyu Mishra drew his game. There was also Shreyas Royal, if I'm not wrong, playing on.
Aryan
Yeah, he's.
Tari beating Hari Krishna will be a very big upset of the day, no doubt. That
Hmm.
is one upset. Okay,
Duda
Leon
lost. Oh, Duda
Mendonca
also
drew with
lost. Hmm.
Leon Mendonca drew with Artemia with black pieces. That's quite an
Oh,
achievement,
that
actually.
happened. Yeah, great. Leon is having a good tournament.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually. Else.
Oh, he did play g takes h6, and
Mhm.
Ponomarev took the pawn. Rook takes a5. So for Gukesh, this is the bishop endgame which he will have to calculate. How winning is that?
Sadly, we also will have to calculate.
No, but you should really 11:30. I think your sleeping time.
Okay, I'll stick with you today as much as possible.
Please show the game of I am Zal, who defeated 2600. Ooh,
Nihal, Nihal
that I
in
am
it.
defeated 2600 plus. Can you tell the name of the board number?
Oh, Adiban lost today to Idani
Hmm.
Puya.
Hmm.
That's fortunate result. Oh, that is why people were asking about Adiban today in the chat, I suppose.
Ah,
Probably had a bad day today.
okay, so what I'll do is I'll get some food, or you can
For,
also take break if you need to, or anything is
yeah,
fine.
maybe we can both can take a break and I can rejoin again after
Yeah, yeah,
5
we can have, guys, we'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes actually. I'll eat here, bring my plate, and Saravanan will also join us soon. So yeah, I'll keep the video blank. It's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
You can come back whenever you want. You can also be here, whatever you just. Okay, and here we have Gukesh's game going on. Oh, he doesn't exchange the rooks. That means he doesn't believe in that in game. How long did he think here? Not much, just 3 minutes. King h7. And he thinks maybe this is winning. That's what he's thinking. So we'll come here again. But what about Vidit? Is what's happening there? After knight f7, king g7 played by Abhijit. Vidit can go knight h6 now. So Vidit is winning. Short 6 still not played. Parents. Let's stick with Gukesh. While I eat. King f2. Guys, what should black play here? No, Vidit did not lose, guys. Do not spread rumors. Soham, very good. Ashrut. Oops. Black to play. One moment. There is sound. Rook a2 is a move which the computer says is a equalizing move. But I'm understanding what if I play, I'm trying to understand what if I play something else. I want to win this pawn actually. So rook a2 and bishop d2 I would like to go. That's why rook a2, yeah. If king f3, then bishop d2. Oh, that's just equalizing. Then Swapnil, I'm eating halibut and also chapati sabji. So that this would be equalizing. Because did you have dinner? What did you have for dinner today? Let's say I don't give a check and I start pushing my pawn here? Can I find a blunder? Mohit says I have to go on a 3-hour study session at 12 o'clock. Hope Vidit game ends soon. Vidit game must end then in that case 14 minutes. Okay, let's go to Vidit's game. This after king f2, rook a2 would allow equalizing for Ponomarev. I think he will find that because it's very natural to, think how to attack this pawn and you want to go bishop d2. And that's why rook a2 is pretty natural there. Yeah. With its game, he's gone knight e5, not knight at 6. And Abhijit goes rook c7. Chalak asks, will Sagar Shah join the stream in this event at least for once? I have no answer to your question. We will try. Is there any chance for Gukesh for qualifying through rating points if Alireza and Hikaru wins Swiss and Giri wins the FIDE circuit? Rating? No, I doubt. Rating points not possible. Yeah, Wesley Rapport are there as well as Himang says. Slowdown asks, what is your prediction? Who will win this tournament? I don't know who will win, but I definitely feel that Arjun will finish in top 2. But then I will ask Sagar. But even if you cannot go inside the hall, I'm sure the environment is so much chess that I'm sure you will enjoy. So you should go and visit anyway. Okay. What happened in the game? F4 G6. I don't know why suddenly the game changed completely here. You're saying the game is F4 and G6. Something has to be wrong. I'm not believing this. Leeches is going crazy here. Let me go back to Gukesh's game. And let me also show all of you the results. Look.
Hi there, I'm back.
Oh, Saravanan is back.
So you're showing the Gukesh game, I suppose.
Yeah, here actually Gukesh did not take the rook. This was his chance, yeah. I mean, this is the end game to analyze. Rook a5, bishop a5, and whether it is even winning or not. But he gives a check. And here it was pretty easy to find rook a2, king moves here, and bishop d2. Rook end game, yeah.
Rook endings are never won. See, the problem is if the white pawns have already advanced to, h4, g4, g5 and all, then there is some chance of winning this position. But now the h6 pawn is a liability. So the h6 pawn is, taken off the board. It's just a draw after that. So.
So this game is also going towards a draw.
Yeah. So this is a draw for Gukesh, which is unfortunate for Indian fans. So Narayanan drew, Arjun won.
Should I show the results once? Do you want to see the chess results?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can show all the results to our fans. I think you didn't do the spreadsheet you didn't show, I suppose, with the results, right? Maybe we can do that.
I'll just go to the...
Yeah.
Sure. Here we are.
There you go. So Narayanan drew, Arjun won, Arvind Chidambaram drew, which was quite predictable because he was suffering. Ronak Sadhwani drew against Hikaru. He could have pushed better, but he drew, which is again, okay, not a bad result because Hikaru is one of the best in the world. Gukesh drew. That's a little is drawing, I suppose. That's a little disappointing because he was pressing, I thought. Pragg drew a somewhat a difficult portion, so that's fine as well. Okay, complicated portion. That was a good game as well. Chopra is still going on against Kmar. Hari Krishna has a very difficult portion against Aryan Tari. Murali Karthikeyan lost to Sam Shanklin. That was a misadventurous queen sacrifice, let's say. Menonka drew, I don't get the name, Artemiev. That's a somewhat a good result. Nihal Sarin drew, and Vidit and Gupta are still going at it. What is happening in Vidit and Gupta's game anyway?
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
something really just went crazy.
Yeah, he was winning, right?
Wait, and then now it's
Oh,
back. Now it's back. Okay. So
oh,
knight
he made a
f7.
mistake. Vidit made a mistake. He could have won simply with knight h6 instead of knight e5, 42nd. Here, he had a simple win with knight h6.
This is what we were looking at. Yeah, knight c8. Guys, white to play. Ooh. Okay. White to play. Nice.
What's the move here? That's nice. Yeah, that is nice. Sorry.
Yes, Hardik, Saptarshi, Ashrut, Anshul. That's right. f5, yeah? If you take
Yeah.
knight f5. And if I go king, let's say if I go king h7. Then you will give a
Well,
check on h6, yeah? Or no?
no, I can just go g6 check, king g8, and now rook e6 threatening rook e8. It's just winning.
Got it.
Yeah,
f5 was very powerful.
f5 is simple and powerful. So our man missed this.
Or did he feel that knight e5 is much better by chance?
No, knight h6. See, that's the point. Knight e5 is every strategic nerve in your body will point towards knight e5. But knight h6 is something you have to calculate and find, which is it's just a win, yeah. From these two games, it may be early days, but from these two games, I somehow get the feeling that, Vidit is a little erratic in this tournament. The first game, that ending against Lamy, Erwin Lamy, as well as today's game and this ending. I have a feeling Vidit is being a little erratic.
Yeah, maybe taking sometimes too much pressure also. This tournament is pretty hyped up, in that way, in terms of rating, in terms of the top 2 spots, and for some people it can put some extra pressure.
In every way, yeah, it's a very crucial tournament. One more thing, I have a feeling that all these guys are playing too much chess of late, yeah. It started somewhere with the World Cup. The World Cup, then there was Germany, and then there was Tata Steel, then the Indians went to play the Asian Games. They've been playing too much chess as well. So when you play too much chess, obviously the chess will be a little blunderish, more than normal. But having said that, still Vidit is a very strong player. It may be just these two games. It's early days, that's why I told. But I have a feeling it's a little erratic yesterday and today. So let's.
So he gave a check here.
Yeah.
Rook c7 was played by Abhijit. He gives a check. King goes to g8. What does he do now? F5 now?
It's actually kind of a zugzwang, right? So you can just wait with king e4 also here.
Oh. Oh, can he? No, sorry, he can't move the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
the point is,
sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
No, can you tell me once what is your feeling in general? Like maybe the most natural moves or something? Because
Mhm.
for Gukesh, that rook endgame here, this is a draw. But was this any real chance, or was it just a feeling for us? Like this happened? Yeah, rook takes a5 here.
That ending, okay.
Takes. Yeah. How real is this chance?
Okay, let's have a look. See, let's assume in these kind of positions, it's better to start with the end in
I think your
mind.
camera is gone.
So let's assume that
Hmm.
let's get a position with something like white pawn on g5 and h4 and white king on g4. Okay. So let us say if I achieve
Okay.
that,
So should I
and
make
then
some moves related
a
with that?
g4 king at 7. Maybe I need not hurry with g5. You can just go king g2 first. Yeah. So now let's say black goes bishop c4. Yeah, bishop b4, king f3, c5, king e4, c4. Let's say this kind of a position here. Okay. Now the real question is, black cannot touch white's pawns. See, let's say bishop f8 in this position.
Oops.
Okay, white has to play king.
Yeah.
Let's say king d4 for white. So king d4, bishop f8. Even if you play king into c4, bishop into h6, I suspect that king and pawn ending should be winning for white.
Hmm.
So once the king and pawn ending is winning for white, there is nothing to fear for white, correct?
Hmm.
So now let us go back to the original question. So white king can come and stop the black c pawn. Whereas black king cannot do anything as well as black doesn't have any counterplay. So that means that I have a feeling this ending should be won. Of course,
Oh.
I'm just thinking for 2 minutes and telling this out of just a judgment.
Yeah.
But I feel that somewhere here there is a win for white. That's what I mean to say.
So why did Gukesh not? I mean, here he has time. Okay. This was
Yeah, it
move
beats
number
me. It
42,
beats me.
and
Yeah, it beats
he has 36 minutes.
beats me, honestly speaking. I expected Gukesh to go for the bishop ending because if at all there is a chance of winning this endgame, it is through the bishop ending, definitely not through the rook ending. So honestly, I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, and it was a pretty decent chance now that you kind of, broke down the position.
Yeah, sure. Our man Sagar didn't pop in at all today. Must be quite busy, yeah?
Yeah, seems so.
He taken an amazing number of interviews from the inauguration day. I mean, I should admit, exceptional, yeah? Many photographs, good photographs. Arvind Chidambaram's mom, uh, Vaishali and Pragg together. Excellent, actually. I was very impressed by the kind of work he has done. Okay, that's always expected of Sagar. And I was quite happy that, so much of details from the tournament he had brought out in with pictures. Very nice, actually.
Thank you. I'll tell him. I don't know whose interviews he would have got today, but I would be very much keen to, know the thoughts of Pragnananda also and Gukesh also, in fact, about this game. Especially Hari, actually, but of course, today would be a tough day for him because
Definitely
yesterday,
not today.
not today,
Definitely
yeah.
not. Yeah.
And yeah,
So Gukesh team is still meandering along.
Vidit, did
Yeah,
they
but
finish?
Vidit is winning.
Oh, Rukesh
Did
on
with
King G8. He plays A4. He's just waiting.
A4. Okay. He is winning, but at the same time, I suspect, did he get the idea at all to win? That's what I suspect a little bit.
I mean, why would he not go King E4 and then go A4? Ah, he doesn't want his opponent to go B5.
Okay.
Oh, but here itself he went A4. Rook B7. Very surprising, actually.
So Himang Ghosh wants to start the discussion. How epic it would be if Arvind wins the tournament. This is one guy whom I think is completely capable of such a result. Whenever I doubt him, I remember his 9.5 out of 10 at the Delhi Open 2023. Yeah, I'm a well-wisher, and me and Ramesh we have a good friendship since 20 years. So I really like almost all Ramesh students. So definitely it will be interesting. But okay, this tournament, Arvind winning is a long chance because, Arvind is still not yet there. That's my opinion. Among Indians, I would really love to see the four superstars winning the tournament. Nihal, Pragg, Gukesh, and Arjun. And apart from that, one guy whom I want to do well and make a comeback, two guys, let's say, Vidit and Hari. So I'll be more, um, you know, excited to see Hari and Vidit do well, honestly speaking.
Mm.
I've got many reasons for that. One of the reason is when it comes to Vidit, I like his personality. I mean, he's a good reader. He's someone who is quite ambitious about chess and life in general, and at the same time ready to work hard about it. That is something I really like about Vidit. Hari is a fantastic player. In my opinion, Hari still deserves a lot when it comes to results in top chess. So these are my favorites in this tournament.
Wow.
Make no mistake, I would really like Arvind to do well, but at the same time, I think that if you have to give more chances, I will give these guys more chances as well as would like to make them do well also.
Amazing.
And among women tournament, of course, I
Hmm.
would definitely support Harika, but I really want Vaishali and Divya and Vantika to do well as well because I'm their fan also. Savita again is a fantastic talent, but her time is yet to come. She is not yet there to challenge to win this tournament yet. I would like to her to do well, just like Arvind Chidambaram on the open side. But Vantika, especially Divya, I really am eagerly waiting for her performance in this tournament because Divya and Vaishali, I feel Divya, Vaishali, and Vantika, I feel right now is the future of Indian women chess. And Savita Sri will soon join them. That's what.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that would be, I think this can completely turn their life if any of them are able to qualify in the top two. Definitely, things change being a Canadian for you. But Arvind also, yeah, that is very interesting that in general, the amount of open tournaments in India he has been able to win uh, in national championships and open tournaments. I think it is not so easy to do that, what he has done. And he definitely at some point deserves to be right there at the top. Some weakness, of course. I'm sure he would like Narayanan has right now solved as per what he said in the interview, which we are seeing in the game. But today, I think with Abdul Satara, he did miss it in a way. The kind of position he had.
One more thing is, in chess, development doesn't generally happen linear wise, the development graph. Gukesh is the only exception I've seen in my lifetime. Of course, let's leave Vishy Anand out of this whole equation. See, generally, chess players make a jump, have a plateau, spend some time there, anywhere between a month to 6 months, again make a jump and a plateau this way. So chess players' development happens by leaps and bounds rather than in a steady rise. So that is why, just like SL has made the jump in the last 6 months, and Nihal is, I think, has started making a progress again. The same way, the time will come for Arvind. That's what I mean.
True. By the way, Sharan says Sarayu Velpula's rise to 2400 plus has been impeccable. Yeah, she's definitely very, very promising.
Yeah, of course. Yes. I saw her games. Yes. These are great times to be an Indian chess fan, you know. You just sit and watch everyone and then follow their games. That itself is so much satisfying and enjoyable, to be honest. So it's a long thing that Abhijit Gupta is having.
No, he played King G2, Rook C7 again. I mean, he's not doing anything much. And Vidit goes Rook F6 here.
Yeah, that's what. King G7 is immediately forced, right? So I don't know why the long thing now. Anyway.
Did Gukesh's game end in a draw? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Gukesh is still playing, I think. Still playing.
And by the way, Aryan Chopra's game did end in a draw against Vincent. So I think only Hari, any chance? No chance. But Aryan did not go for Bishop H6 there. So the game goes on. But this pawn is just too strong. Okay.
Hari has given away the pawn on C5. Now the pawn on A7 also.
So still losing, but just a bit more time that way. Hari has been playing long games, yeah?
This is just a completely lost position.
King G7.
Long games are fine in chess, but long sufferings leave a lot on you. You know, there are two things about long games. When you're defending, when you defend a long game and draw the game. See, for example, let us say you get into a equals plus or a plus equals or a plus minus position with black pieces by, let us say, 15th move or so, and then draw it after 70 moves. After the game, you feel like Superman. A long drawn game where you draw the game after a long fight gives you a lot of confidence in the tournament. But a long drawn game played out for a very long time, you end up losing it. That leads to a big depression, honestly. So, you know, if the game is long, then it better be a good fight, successful defense rather than a loss. So this actually will be difficult for Sashi to take.
That's so true. King H3 played by Vidit, and I don't know why King H3 though. I don't understand. Why is it? Oh, sir, his camera is gone. If Saravanan, you're here, then your camera is gone. You're back.
Oh, sorry.
Why would Vidit go King H3? Does he want to go King H4 and try for F5?
I don't know.
Because Abhijit is playing the same thing. So if there is any idea here, if he wants to go F5, like let's say he gives a check now, King G8. Does he want to go but F5, Knight F5 is a check. Oh.
I think he's just enjoying his position.
I don't know. By the way, Himang says Arvind Lamy is beating Fedosiv today. The old guys are doing well.
Be gentle with the word old, dear. Better don't use the word at all. Starting with your co-commentator, it's a little difficult to take sometimes. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Just joking.
I still don't understand why old, the word has so much of, like, they say that women should not be asked their age. And I'm like, why? What's the problem? Yeah, I'm this years old, it's fine. That's the experience, no? In fact, I do feel proud of that experience.
See,
Yeah.
honestly, cultures, no, different cultures have different values when it comes to such things. A good joke in India I've seen many times is, uh, uh, let us say, an offending one in a foreign culture. Many times I've seen. See, for example, joke on someone's appearance and so on. So,
Hmm.
you never know on the internet who will take exception to what. That's the problem why, many of us have become very careful in talking on the internet. I mean, the Indian culture and the Indian way of talking and the jokes we make and the banter we do, etc. The same way, vice versa also. Some of the Western banter may not be very polite for us to look at and all. That's the reason. So the same with age and such things, etc.
Ah, got it.
I was going to tell you
By the
something
way,
very
your camera is gone, huh?
What's happening with my camera? Why is it gone every few seconds?
Exactly. Is
I'm
there
not
a
doing
setting
anything,
that you have
honestly.
to disappear for a while?
No, no. See, I think one thing is it is connected through a USB hub. Maybe the USB hub is not tightened properly. So very smallest touch, maybe it just happens. Tomorrow, maybe I'll do some other setup before
Yes,
I come.
sure. Yeah, you were telling me some story.
So Vishy Anand, once in a while, let us say once in 20 times, when he is winning, he makes such a move like King H3, what Vidit just now
Mm-hmm.
did.
Mm-hmm.
So I just pointed out to him once. I had the pleasure of being a second for Anand for about 7 to 8 years. Not a second, really, more of a punch bag actually. So I used to point it out. Are you enjoying, aren't you? And he will always look and say, you have a problem with my enjoying by any chance? So I don't have a problem with, let's not have a problem with Vidit enjoying anymore. But as long as he knows what's the final uh, finish gonna be, the enjoyment is fine. That's what.
Nice. Nice one.
Okay. So,
So this is, by the way, good news is that Vaishali has fought back. I don't know where it all
okay.
changed, but like it was completely gone for her. She was a pawn down and queen and knight against queen and bishop. So uh, also 43 moves were, I mean, they were above 40 moves. So
Mhm.
let's just look where Eline did the
Hey,
mistake.
remember just now I told you about a long game where you defend.
Hmm.
This game will do a big difference for Vaishali's confidence, for example.
Hmm.
Even if the opponent is lower rated than her and she is supposed to beat such lower rated opponents, and at some point she did have a very satisfactory position, if you remember the
Yeah.
98 idea and all that. So in spite of all that, she has gone into difficulties and she was staring down a defeat, and now she is actually, probably this position is a simple draw. So this bishop, remember, the worst bishop is better than the best knight in an endgame. So this should be a draw in the long run. So
Ah.
I think this game will do a lot of good to her confidence, I feel.
Okay, so then, but this is the moment where it changed, I think, because Queen D2 is a big blunder, though it does seem like a normal move. So only the you look at the engines and you understand that it's a big blunder. But otherwise, White had some stronger ideas there, should be analyzed. But right now, Queen D2 happened. Vaishali went King F7. I think, oh, things didn't change yet. But this is a nice move. Queen H8, looking here. Knight went back. King went here. Queen E3. Maybe there was no real plan, yeah? For White, it wasn't so easy.
Even
Oh,
then, I would have
Queen's.
preferred it if White had kept the queen and
Yeah.
played on. Because queen and knight is always a deadly combination against a queen and bishop. Like Petrosian, you could have kept your king on a2 and then kept trying. But anyway, good for Vaishali. White went for a queen exchange. See, now the point is, again, where is the ultimate break going to come from? This is the problem. See, Grandmaster Praveen Tipse of India, he always used to say, when it comes to endgames, knight is really a bad piece. See, for example, here, you can't leave the pawns on the king side, and white king cannot go to the king side, the queen side, and sorry, you cannot leave the pawns on the queen side, and black king cannot go to the king side because the c4 pawn will be attacked, right? So black can keep attacking the pawns even if he is a bad bishop. He cannot attack the g3 and h4 pawn here. The point is, white will find it very difficult to make progress in such a.
Yeah.
I think you are looking at a draw here.
Yeah, CB4 was important. Of course, you cannot allow this. And after King B4, exactly. Now you know the bishop. Worst bishop, that is such a apt thing. Yeah, the worst bishop is better than the.
It's a joke, guys. It's not a quote, by the way. It's a joke.
Oh, good one, good one. But this is, if this goes to, I mean, it's important for Vaishali. Her grandmaster title in some way is very much there. Of course, she cannot think of all these things, right? She has to just, while she's playing chess, just keep hanging in there. Harika drew.
Think of what kind of things.
No, right. During the game, she can't think of, her rating and all those kind of things. Like, she can't think of anything futuristic.
See, that is true. Once you start playing the game, it is true. But somewhere in the back of the mind, see, for example, this is a minus position she is defending.
Yeah.
But if it is an equal position,
Oops.
There is an expression, beautiful expression in chess, better side of equality. So imagine if it is an equal position, but still you have to defend the equal position to agree a draw. Your opponent will push the equal position to play for a win. That's called as better side of equality. Even if you are on the worst side of equality, if the opponent is lesser rated, it will always be in your mind that you may get an opening to win the game. See, for example, in a position like this, you may get to play king f8, king g4 and play for king g3. So it does stay in your mind if your opponent is lesser rated than you. Because, a chess player always looks for a win. Chess players are one of the most optimistic race in the world when it comes to winning the game. So,
Nice. Oh, yeah. So Vaishali is actually drawing. Savita has lost her game. That's all the updates. Going to Gukesh, Vidit's game after Rook B7. No, he's still thinking. After Rook B7, he's down to 10 minutes. I'm actually really wondering what's going on.
See, that's what King H3. Now I feel it was just a time pass move. Let's just make a move on later.
But then yeah, exactly. But then how much time you're using, at the end of it.
That's what exactly. So that's what I said. I feel that Vidit is a little offbeat in this tournament so far, little shaky. I wouldn't say shaky. That's not the right word. The word will be a little not very sure so far.
Sometimes the very next round where you blundered in that way, that just the next round sometimes might get affected in some way, yeah? Like it can be, the effect can be only for that one round, but it's possible.
See, that is basically where the strength of your personality comes out. See, I always, whenever I'm training someone, when we talk about mental strength, I give two instances of Vishy Anand's career. 2010 World Championship, Anand prepares for months against Topalo. Suddenly, just before the match starts, this Iceland volcano blows over. He finds it very difficult to travel all the way to Bulgaria, Sofia, lands there. He had a very, let us say, not a very congenial atmosphere in Bulgaria from the organization. They were kind of not very adjusted to him. Anyway, he just got 1 day postponement of the round, went to the first round, just lost the game practically in 17-18 moves because he made an opening blunder and lost the game. Surya Ganguly was one of Anand's seconds, my close friend. He tells me, Anand returned back from the game and everyone is sitting and looking at him tense. What is Anand's going to be reaction going to be? Anand just said two sentences. Okay, guys, it was a bad day at the office. Just get on with it. Let's look at the second game. And rest, you know what happened. Won the second game, won the fourth game, went into the lead, and then finally won the game in the last 12th game. The second is Anand's match against Boris Gelfand in Moscow. Boris had prepared very admirably, played excellently. So first 6 games ends in a draw, and seventh game, Gelfand wins with white pieces. And again, Ganguly says this had also been quoted a lot by Peter Hein Nielsen, who was the second at the time. Peter Hein Nielsen says Anand was really upset and they went for a walk around the Red Square in Moscow, and Peter Hein Nielsen told that Anand was really upset and he said he blew it kind of. And he had a sleepless night. He didn't sleep the whole night that day after losing the game because already he wasn't getting much with white pieces. So he didn't know where the win is going to come from. The very next game, Anand played a brilliant novelty and produced the shortest win of World Championship history. See, this is mental strength. And this one game you might miss. You might not find the win. You may play a move like King S3, come back to G2 as he has done and all that. But a guy with mental strength always knows how to come back, because that is where how strong you are mentally comes out, and only a very strong mind can come back in life. Leave alone chess, even otherwise. You need to have this inhuman belief about your own self to make such comebacks in life. That's not for everyone, but at the same time, the greatest of them all always have this quality.
Wow, beautifully said. And I think this one thing, Gukesh particularly has, in an extreme way, as far as whatever the observations have been, but it is extreme to an extreme extent. Of course, all the players have it, and we've not, but there have been so many times, because for Gukesh it has been like generally either you lose or you win. The draws have been less, so that's the place where you get to see so many times he's lost and then he's coming back, or he's losing and then he's coming back. So
all these boys, see the way that Arvind Chidambaram, Pragnananda have come up in life, basically. I mean, I'm talking about the non-chess part of their life, basically how they have come up, one. And second is, I don't know how many of our viewers know, the next two big talents from India, in my opinion, are going to be two boys from Tamil Nadu. One of them is already a grandmaster, Pranesh. Fantastic talent and a very unique guy, a very jolly character. I really enjoy him. He's a very jolly boy. It's fun to be around him. That is one. And second is Ilam Pardi. So Ilam Pardi and Pranesh, once again, out of board also, they're such fighters at such a young age. Pranesh comes from very modest circumstances and all in life. Traveled alone all through his chess career so far, become a GM. See, almost every other boys and girls, there are parents traveling, grandmothers or some coach, someone is traveling. All his life, Pranesh has been alone and is a kind of a little bit of a funny guy, very jolly and all that. This kind of spirit shows on the board also.
wow.
You come up a very difficult way in life, you know how to defend minus positions on the board also. You get me? So, fighting spirit is something which has to come from within, and that will show on the board in chess moves. So make a very strong character. There you go.
Amazing.
If you are
And
still
I
not
think
bored,
that
if you are still
is
not bored, I'll tell you one of my most favorite quotes.
mm-hmm.
Sow a thought. So as in SOW. Sow a thought, you reap an act. Sow an act, you reap a habit. Sow a habit, you reap a character. Sow a character, you reap a destiny. So, one of the best quote for chess players on what is mental strength for chess.
This is definitely one of the thing. Any like chess definitely, but any sport for that matter, the amount of recovery you have to do really helps, yeah, in your other parts of life, and that is specifically aligned to sports, and for me especially to chess because very funny, but I really love the fact that. I lose, I have to play the next game. I lose again and I have to play the next game because I'm not in the strongest of event. If I'm in the last seeds, I am losing again and again. But I fight back next game with the same vigor. Uh, Much more difficult there at the end of it. So, I think that's the beauty of chess, like just true beauty of
One
chess.
more lovely story, but it will become too much today. I'll tell
Not
it
at
tomorrow.
all, please.
One lovely
Please.
story from Sashi Kiran. We'll do that too.
What's
So
the
what
story?
are our boys doing?
Vidit is, yeah, so there's some progress. By the way, all those asking about Gukesh, the game has ended in a draw. Here King G8, King F3 he played, and then finally he has taken this break F5, G takes F5, and now he goes G6, Rook C7. I mean, what a pity for black. I mean, there is literally nothing he can do. Isn't the king going to go like this? Yeah, what was his story?
Do you have time? Okay. Okay. Sashi Kiran is playing in a Aeroflot Open. And that year's Aeroflot Open, the top brew was 2500 and above. All Grandmaster brew. Okay. So Sashi in the first round is paired with another 2700. Sashi was around 2700 at the time. I think this is somewhere around 2003 or so. I'm not sure about that year. So he's paired with the 2700. So him being a 2700 against 2700, he loses the game. The result is entered wrongly by the arbiters. So they pair him with another 2700 in the second game also, assuming that he has won. Of course, by the time they find out that Sashi didn't win the game, he lose the game, they've already published the pairings. So he's forced to play with another 2700 and he loses that game also. So he's 0 cross 2. The third round is played again, he's paired against, I'll tell you the name of the Grandmaster, Romanishin, Oleg Romanishin, a very strong chess player, very experienced Grandmaster, one of the well-known seconds coaches of the Soviet Union from those days onwards. A grandmaster with a very good understanding of chess. I've had the honor of playing with him twice. Fantastic understanding of chess. So Ramanishin is white and he just played very solidly and he has a slight advantage in the middle game, but he just offers a draw to Sashi. Let's break our egg, you know. Anda khol dete hain, anda maar dete hain, whatever. Let's break the egg today. So let's just have a draw after 2 losses. Sashi is slightly minus in this position. He refuses the draw, keeps on improving his pieces, equalizes the game, but it is still equal, and suddenly sacrifices a piece for 3 pawns in an endgame, not a middle game. Then he plays a very long game for 80 plus 90 moves, and the game ends in a draw anyway. You know, very, very unfortunately, this game was not fully recorded. If you go to the Mega Base or any other base today, you'll have only the first 20, 30 moves. You won't even have the sacrifice anymore. I got the game from Sashi himself. So I know the game. So this game, basically, my friend Sundarajan Kedambi, another grandmaster from Chennai, he was basically played the same tournament. He was sitting next to Sashi in this whole thing. He said, I saw what was fighting spirit that day. You know, a guy is on 0 cross 2 and he's playing with black pieces and the position is plus equals. And then he sacrifices the piece for 3 pawns and plays like a madman for a win for another 5 hours, 6 hours, and the game ends in a draw anyway. Wow. It actually doesn't matter whether Sashi wins the game or not. What matters is he played on. by, again, so a character, you reap a destiny. This is your character that you will not, losing is not only a sin in chess. Not trying for a win is also a sin in chess if you want to reach the very top in chess. So this is what mental
Nice
strength
story.
is for. Yeah, it is brilliant story. I'd be very happy if you can get Sashi to the ChessBase India stream
Oh,
and
that would be
get the
cool.
story out of him. That would be even more wonderful.
That would be cool. I'll definitely tell Sagar so that can
So
be.
Vaishali has drawn, it
Yeah,
seems. Yeah.
Vaishali drew, and with its position also slowly clarifying here in terms of moves. King g3, a5 is played, and he's thinking, can he not? Can he not go king? Oh, this would be a blunder. Any of this move, man.
For in
Yeah.
life.
Okay. That's why it's keeping the game. It's kind of zugzwang, yeah. But still, even if I after instead of a5, can he not give the check h4? You still have to wait, yeah. What do you do?
You trouble yourself so much. Just thinking.
Or let's say a5 has been played. Now, what is the plan for white? How do we finish it?
Good question, actually. I have a feeling Vidit has blown it out a little. But anyway, let's not jump to conclusions. There is no need to play that f5 so fast. Anyway.
Yeah, because if I try to go knight, let's say if I try to move the knight somewhere, first question is also can knight d5. No, knight d5 is not. No, there is no. So yeah, I can move the knight. Where do I want to take the knight is the question. f6 or h6. But then there is no route.
Actually, Amruta, the easiest win is just go rook h7 here. Yeah.
Okay. So
Keep the black has to go rook a7, I suppose.
yeah, let's just do nothing.
Rook b7 is worse. You may lose the piece to knight c6 or something. So rook a7 is better. Yeah. Now just take rook into h5. Keep life simple. King g7, go rook h7 check again.
King f6.
Acha, that's a problem. No, let me time it better. 1 minute.
Rook a7.
1 minute, huh? Let's come out of the checking range, okay? I thought I'll bring the king to f2 first to go rook h5, but even then it is not necessary.
Okay, how is I want a knight on f6, okay? Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Just trying to see a win here.
That should be over if I get the knight on f6.
Actually, it is a little tricky, Amruta. I'm not getting a win.
Okay, let's say I play your knight d3. What do you do?
No, rook b7 is a wrong square. Knight c6 was. So let's say
rook a7, knight
just
d3.
keep the b7 and a7. That's it.
Rook c7.
No, knight d3, knight d5. Okay. Now for rook a7, you want...
knight d5. Yeah, this should be winning.
No. I don't know if it's a win because knight c6 is coming. Knight c6, you have knight f6 check. But are you winning there? You may not be winning.
Okay,
there.
maybe then I at least in a better way. Maybe at least I take the h5 pawn with the knight.
But any of these, let us say when you come with the knight to f4, if you can play knight c6 there.
Over here itself. But then wait, I have to time it better. No, you're not getting that actually. Look, I played knight d3. What do you do? Knight c6 already?
Yeah, that's what I was worried of. Actually, it's not so easy anymore. I don't see any win clearly at all.
So, okay, let's go back, by the way, where we went rook h7. And I start over here only, knight d3, because now you don't have knight c6, okay? So you'll go rook a7 with the idea of knight c6. Now if I go knight f4, now if you go knight c6, can I not just pick up these pawns?
Yeah. Okay, let's do it in a proper way. Now take rook f5. Correct. I think this you're winning. Yeah, this is a better way to win. King
No, but king
g7. Now
g7.
rook h5.
And then you'll again have this idea the knight can't move. Okay.
Now if you go king f6, I have rook d5, which is winning.
Yeah.
The only thing is you shouldn't keep the white king in the checking range. I think that's the only thing to be careful with.
So a5 was played, and with it goes king h3. So that's his idea, to keep the king as far away, and then maybe he's planning to go king knight d3. But yeah, the amount of the endgame, this seemed as easy. I don't think it's that, like, there's some work to do. I thought it's just clear.
Okay, this should be workout
Yeah.
double. Why with it? But hey, Vidit has less than 5 minutes on the clock, and that's a worry, man.
No, but what are you saying?
Oh, he just blundered.
What? 54th move, he has to make 6 moves, and Abhijit has 30 minutes.
Why are you doing this with it?
Yeah, Vikramaditya Kulkarni. Oh, Viku.
This is a blunder because
Hmm.
he just played rook f6, I think.
Rook f6, 96. Did he play that?
He has played rook f6 here. Rook f6, king 7 is a problem now.
No, but what did black play? King h3 has been played.
King h3, rook a7 has been played.
Now rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6 has been played. Now the problem is king g7. Oh my god, with it.
But no,
Now
one
rook
second.
f7 check, it will go back king h6. That's a problem.
Oh, you mean if king is on h6, then black has better chance, yeah?
No, not that way. I mean, he can afford to come to h6. If it is, I mean, generally, if it is on h6, it will be in trouble. But here, see, king h4 is a blunder, you can see, I suppose. Yeah.
Oh, there is a very nice idea for white. Very cool idea. This check here. Oh, wow. Find a move for white. This is amazing. Amazing. Wow. Superb.
Wait a minute. I think there is still a win, thankfully. Here, the short knight c6 might still be winning.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing. Knight c6. If knight takes,
Knight c6
rook
taken.
takes. If you take, then the pawn just goes
It's
anywhere.
called runaway pawn.
What is it
G7.
called?
Runaway pawn. Can't be caught. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this is winning. So knight c6 was a nice shot.
So that
rook
means
f6.
the man hasn't spoiled it much. So then what happens to king g7, rook f7, king g8? Okay, then he has to go back and find the drawing, go to the drawing board and find knight d3, knight f4.
Has to play that. But then 3 minutes, yeah? 3 minutes. At some point it can become dangerous.
That's what worries me. He used up around 1 minute, half a minute and played rook f6. Vayu is thinking now, Vijit Gupta.
I think he must be thinking about the same thing. King g7, king h6, maybe. Oh, or now that rook has left the 7th rank finally, is he thinking about moving the knight away? But if he goes knight c7 or something, knight c8, defending the b6 pawn, there is rook c6. So, oh, he played king g7, and Vidit did not give a check on f7 actually.
Oh,
Oh, he
this is a
takes
real
on
blunder.
e6. And that,
Oh, good. Now, black has a very unexpected resource in knight g8 here. So the point of knight g8 is to play rook e7 and attack the knight on e5 and then capture the pawn on g7. This is going to be difficult now. See, especially in this kind of positions, when you already played f5 and given up a pawn on the king side and all that, you shouldn't be going on pawn grabbing with rook b6 later on. You have to find a way to win your pawns here. But again, it's fifth hour. How many hours now? It started at 7. So yeah, he is already into the 6th hour of the play for him. It's
yeah,
not
last
easy.
hour the
Especially
energy
between-
would make a lot of decisions actually. Energy levels are very important. What they're eating, what I mean, of course, people they know how to take care of all of that, but still, it would matter towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is turning out to be a very eventful round, but unpleasant for Indians. Eventful in an unpleasant way for Indian players and fans. This game, Vidit should have won. Okay, the opponent is an Indian as well, but we are
Based on the position.
fans of Vidit, and based on the position and how he played the game so far, he deserved to win this game.
By the way, do you know about Shreyas Royal?
I'm sorry?
Shreyas, have you seen his games anytime? Shreyas
Shreyas who?
Royal.
No, I
He is
haven't. I'm
from
sorry.
UK.
Educate me.
He's from UK, I think. He's a talented youngster. So,
Okay.
he's right now playing with Alexis Saravanan. He's an Indian in UK. So, no, I just asked you if you are aware or not.
I don't. I'm hearing the name for the first time. I'm sorry.
Got it.
Is this basically a huge talent?
He is pretty talented, yeah. But I don't know how old he is, and
He's
I mean
14
that's
years
the
old. He's 14 years old from what I see. He's from England, yeah?
yeah,
And he is already an international master.
yeah.
The rating of 2402. That's nice.
So Abhijit has all the time to think. Actually, 24 minutes, and he has moves like knight g8, knight c8. Actually, these two. If he let's say moves the pawn f4 pawn, does it also give him any drawing chances or? I mean, of course, unnecessary in comparison to these moves which are available. But for f4, white does get some chance, it seems, with king h4. And now if you try to go knight
For king
g8,
g5
king
might get
h5 is
most.
coming.
King h4, king g5 is coming for f4. Yeah.
H5.
So, but knight g8 is much more simple.
Yeah, this is the easiest one because you're going knight f6, simplest plan here. So if I go king h4, are you going to go knight f6? Oh no, knight f6 is a blunder here. If for king h4. Why?
No, king h4. I told you, right? Black's threat is to play rook e7 for king. The idea of knight g8 is to play rook e7, attacking the e5 knight.
Oh.
So if I drive you away from e5, I get to win the g6 pawn. That's the logic.
He did play. He played knight g8. Abhijit
Okay,
found knight g8, and with it goes king h4. So the only thing here for Abhijit is to make this next move, very important move, rook e7 first, attack this knight. And then that should be okay. But still gets Some complications there still exist, yeah? Knight d3 attacking c5. What do you do now?
Knight d3
Because this
attacking
is attacked,
c5.
this is attacked.
Now you
You
might
will go
get
rook
into some.
e3.
Yeah, exactly. Rook e3 is a problem. The
And if
idea
I
is if
take,
knight is c5, yeah, now I will start harassing your king with king h6, let's say.
not f4, yeah?
F4 also can be played, right? Yeah, f4. Yeah, let's go f4. Yeah.
Hmm.
The point is you cannot go king h g5 or anything and harass me because then I have a check and win the g6 pawn. So I need not worry about the g6 pawn anymore.
Hmm.
Now I have the f4 pawn, which is my strength against your material advantage on the queen side. The point is it gets messy and somewhere there will be a draw. I mean,
Hmm.
the main thing is the king on h4, which is supposed to be an asset, is now a liability. That's the problem in this position.
Yeah, f5, I do agree. I mean, that was a healthy pawn with it had. If he had to give it up, then it had to have the very forceful continuation there. Otherwise, it was better to even retain it and still go around and cause some pressure. Because then Abhijit always has to think about, oh, is f5 coming now? Is f5 coming now? That kind of a question there. So,
There is a saying from Mahabharata, the hope you get out of having resigned yourself your defeat and then finally you get the last hope, that will be very powerful. So Abhijit will get a real hope now and he will play with all his might right now.
mm, so this is the
Vidit's
moment.
job
Rook
is going to
e3.
be very difficult today. And yeah, again, Vidit has less than 4 minutes and Abhijit has more than 20 minutes. That's going to make a big difference again.
He finds it. He finds rook e7, and that was the last, I guess, very important move to find.
Hmm.
Knight d3 by Vidit. Yeah, my god. I mean, after the 40th move, I didn't think that this could turn anything else. Like, Vidit had such a huge advantage there. But
Yeah, it's very
yeah.
unfortunate. He didn't time the FA break properly. Should have brought the king to the right place, and instead of going for the FA break, he should have gone for the knight maneuver rather than the FA break. Or after FA break, he should have gone for the knight maneuver rather than playing this rook f6 and rook into b6 thing.
Tough start, yeah, for him in the tournament. But
Yeah,
still,
yes.
looking at the results, like everyone's going pretty slow. Like there have been many draws and draws, so it's always possible to make a comeback if you're able to beat some two continuous rounds.
Always, always. It's always possible to make a comeback. It all requires a resolve from Vidit to do better. That's it. It is always possible to make, especially a player like Vidit. Very strong otherwise. Just that it's extremely tough to comment such a game with so much emotions for the player. That's a problem. And if you know this, Abhijit Gupta is a very what to say? He's an easygoing character in life. He is very good at taking things as they come. You know, he's not a kind of a go-getter in life. Rather, he's an easy-go-lucky guy kind of a character in life. So for him especially to defend like this will be a much easier task than with his converting. So that's another thing which is playing in Abhijit's favor, let us.
Hmm. Yeah, he does. He went king h6. Kaustubas can with it play king h5, where he didn't have time to do that. Knight was attacked, and here he had gone king h4.
Vidit has to be a little careful also here. I
You
mean, look at
think?
the white king. Who look at the white king. Suddenly things may get dangerous suddenly. Vidit has to be a little careful.
Also, if white wins, let's say these pawns, I mean, if even c pawn, there's still
Hmm?
play there. Yeah, you can try with the c passer, because with the knights, I think one mistake can change everything.
Highly unlikely because
No?
definitely black will find a way to have perpetual check in with the king. White.
Hmm.
See, remember, black will also ultimately have at least one passer, right? Either the H passer or the F passer. I'm just assuming that the G6 passer will be traded for either of the passers. So ultimately, you will have black with either the F passer or the H passer and the A5 pawn. White will have C4, B3, A4. This will be the ultimate final result, final fight. In that, somewhere, I think black will be able to make a um, uh, perpetual check. It's going to
Hmm.
be a little difficult to win this.
So Vidit is thinking 1 minute 26 seconds. That's another thing which is not so easy. The only thing he has to take care is the knight fork.
Hmm.
Time pressure. If he goes knight c5, so you are going rook e3.
When you are less in time, all kinds of
Hmm.
things can happen. This is a deadly combination. This is another thing. From a winning position, if a guy comes down to a losing position, sorry, a drawn position, and especially if he's in time pressure, he is in a much more dangerous position than the guy who was defending all along. You get what I mean, right? So Vidit has to be very careful here
Hmm.
compared to Abhijit Gupta.
Yeah, so true. And I think losing winning positions in general has been a problem of many of the chess. I mean, that has been the general problem. I mean, if you solve that problem and in a big level, then you are going like 2500, 2600, because he goes
That's very
g7 check.
interesting as well. Chess players are also some of the most, what's the right word to say, unrealistic people because they play for win all their life in any situation.
Yeah.
Many times in life, as well as on chessboard, they overstep the danger threshold
Hmm.
and end up losing as well because of that unrealistic street, which is part of their personality. That's the reason.
Nice.
As the night goes on, we all turn philosophical today.
Yeah, he gives a check, g7 check. So I think it's making it in a simpler way. King g7 now. And yeah, he could pick this up. King h5.
This is what I was saying. King g7, king h5, and now rook comes to e3,
Knight c5.
knight c5, and now the rook will go to g3, I think.
Ah, you want to cut the king. Okay.
That's it. That's it. This is just a draw. I don't think there is any chance for White to make any progress.
One moment.
Yeah.
If I give you a check.
b7. Yeah. Oh, knight e6 check. Okay.
Hmm.
King h7. No, 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 no. I can even go king f6 actually.
It's
You
king
can't do much.
h7. King h7 would be a mistake, no? No? Yeah.
Is that why is king h7 a mistake?
Because
Ah, you
now
have rook
you are
b7, king
getting.
h8, knight f4. You are winning. Sorry. Okay.
Ah,
Huh.
knight
Sorry.
f4.
Yeah,
Ah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. I
you.
go king f6
No,
actually.
no, for
Let's
knight
see.
f4, there is knight f6 check. So you still are able. And for king h6, you give a check again. Knight g8, knight f6. So not
Ah,
knight f4, but maybe
uh-huh.
knight f8 or what? No, same. Knight f8 also, knight f6 check. So what's the move? Ah, okay.
Knight g5, Amruta.
But if I now give a check, you have king g6 with the shelter of the knight. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So
Yeah.
here for rook h7, you can just go king f7 here. No need for king f6 jhatka. King f7 is also fine here.
Ooh, no, knight g5 check. It could give some
I'm sorry.
chance. Knight g5 check.
What chances? I mean,
If you go king
let's
g7,
say king f8.
if
No,
you
I'll
go
go
king.
king f8. King
Ah,
f8.
okay, because here there is rook g6 check, and I think
Yeah.
disco.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
King f8,
Yeah.
what? King g6, isn't it? Doesn't it still look some danger like for black with the king on last rank, knight and practical chances?
By the way, one thing is this is the 60th move, I believe, King H5. Now
Yeah, he played his.
we get another 15 minutes as
Yes.
sudden time control. That's good news for
Vidit.
Vidit fans.
By the way, Sriram says kudos to Abhijit. Great comeback from the veteran. Still, no, he's not. Still remember his great game against Sokolov in Reykjavik 12 years ago. Nice.
Actually, Amruta, there was a simple draw. We need not have gone into all this.
Yeah.
For knight f6 check of yours, go on to through the variation what we did just now. Knight e6, king f6 is simple. No need to go to the back rank and get into harassment.
Wait.
So rook e3 and c5, rook g5. Yeah, now.
And we are looking at.
No, not this. King h5 has already been taken, right?
Yeah, here only you're saying. Yeah, sorry.
Here, rook e3, knight c5, rook g3, knight e6 check. King f6 is a simple draw because I'm going to run away with king e5 next.
Oh.
If
your king is not boxed in then on the last rank over here. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That does make sense. If I go c5, then you will. Oops, sorry. I blundered.
h3 is a checkmate, yeah. Okay, Abhijit is still thinking. Okay, if you don't mind, shall I make my...
Absolutely. Thank you for joining, and it was wonderful to have you.
Same pleasure as mine too. I'm a little apologetic today. Sorry for leaving you on.
Not
and
at all.
So tomorrow I'll join you at the same.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. See you all tomorrow. Bye.
And normally, what time do you sleep? Normally.
My sleeping time is 10:30. That's why I find
exactly.
it really
So actually, you should not be staying up after 10:30 because for me, my sleeping time is anyway very late, 2, 3, that kind of a thing. So
that's okay. That's why I'm trying to stay alive and stay awake. And as long as I stay awake, I can do the commentary. That's okay. Okay. See you, Amruta. Nice of you. See you guys. Good night. Bye.
Guys, there we had Saravanan with us sharing such amazing stories and so much insight, so much knowledge. Such a reader. It's really, really wonderful to, just like keep listening to him. Yes. Oof. Sriram says, great work, Saravanan. Looking forward to your commentary tomorrow. Nandri Vanakkam. Vanakkam is welcome. What is Nandri? Kaustubh says, show is all yours. Can you please do a quick recap? I think day 2 was not that great for us Indians. Yes, I would definitely. Nandri means thanks. Okay. That must be in Tamil, no? Nandri means thanks. I think. Oh my god. Hi Sagar, how are you? Do you want to join? Or you must be tired, of course. Oh, long day today. Yes, for sure. Get some, go to your room and do your work. Oh, but very nice that you dropped in and said hi. In fact, Saravanan was looking forward to your insights in the opening, like who did what, who had a novelty, and that all. So yeah, tomorrow maybe. Kaustubh says, Sagar bhai, lots of love from India. Sriram says, Sagar, you have joined a public chat just in case you forgot. Oh, Vidit is winning. It's a no, I mean, at least what all we analyzed, this is a draw unless Abhijit is not able to defend it well. So, King h5 has been played by Vidit. This is the 60th move, and I guess they both get 15 minutes each right now. Nishita says, missing you. God Beluga says, we are missing you. Bhakta says, we are missing you. Amruta says, we are missing you. Himang says, Sagar spoils the result from the future. Lot of missing U's. Rook e3 was played and knight c5. Guys, if you remember, this is what we were analyzing with Saravanan, and I was really tempted with the ideas with knight e6. But then black gets his king out of the box and that should be a draw. So what else can white try? Because definitely there are things that you can try. You can try to trick. So knight c5. Will Abhijit go rook g3 is also a big question, because you might think that can I go f4 and start pushing the pawn? Doesn't make much sense, because I come back with the king, attack this pawn, you go f3, and then this बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है, ये जरूरत से ज्यादा आगे बढ़ा है. Then king g3, and then you will lose the pawn eventually. But what has happened? Yes, Sagar. He did not play. Oh, he played knight e7, and that's a big blunder. That's a big blunder. Will Vidit find king g5 now? Amruta, which was your favorite game of the day? I think Arjun definitely played an amazing game, Sagar. Maza aa gaya. Like, what brilliant calculations. Though at one point, maybe he did not, go for the best. But in general, already rook a8, rook a6, rook b6, the whole plan, then sacrificing that exchange ideas. Brilliant. Then I liked Pragnanda's bishop h2 very much in terms of the psychological decision, but Murzin really played well. So he defended well. In fact, did not allow in much sense to give Pragnananda an amazing game. And who else? Gukesh was pushing actually. I think I was a bit surprised with Gukesh's even last at the end of it, a move where he did not exchange the rooks. So yeah. And Raunak held Nakamura very, very smoothly. Oh, SL Narayanan, Sagar SL Narayanan played so well. He had such an amazing position. So that definitely was a little bit of, you can say a little bit of a sad thing that it didn't convert to his favor. Vidit winning, Vidit will find. That's what the people are believing. King g5. So guys, king g5 is the move which is important. If let's say you give a check or something in between, that's not going to work. Suddenly king goes to f6, similar to what we are looking. But why is king g5 winning? That is the question. Why is king g5 winning? What if I give rook g3 check and the king goes to f4? And then I say I stay on the third rank, maybe rook c3. The point is white Yeah, he can pin this knight. That's option. That's possible. But he can also go rook b5 and attack the a5 pawn. And this knight is doing an excellent job defending the b3 pawn. And then white will have 3 pawns. So that would be winning. So for king g5. Oh, so 97 was, the reason why this was a big mistake is the whole counterplay for black, where he could lose this pawn and fight against these 3 pawns, was this rook g3 move. It was so critical to block this king on this file that the same thing was not possible. Let's say if I go rook a6 trying to win this, there was knight f6 check. And now if I go king h4, there was rook g4 check. If I go king h3, I am going to get into that perpetual situation, knight h7 with the idea of knight g5 check. And let's say I don't care, I win a pawn, knight g5 check. King goes back, only move. Knight f3 check. Man, black could even get a winning position here. If king h1, you have rook g1 mate. And if king h3, knight g5 check again. Oh, and in fact this pawn f4 can even give winning chances. But that was the reason. Oh, it was about 1, 2 and 3 guys coming together against this one king. And it doesn't matter what material you have in life, because here you don't have peace. So white went king g5 and Vidit finds the move king g5. Himang says all these amazing games by Caruana only go on to show that how special Pragg's win against him was at the World Cup. VD found, yes. I need to have Vidit. Actually, I need to have Vidit on this bar. Yep. So king g5 played and Abhijit goes rook e1. Goes rook e1. Vidit shouldn't use all his time, though he is winning here, because with the knights on the board, better to keep some time and not land up in a situation of forks. So yeah, I think he should go rook a6, attack this pawn here, the a5 pawn. Can he go rook b7 and pin this knight here? That's possible. So 2 moves Vidit can play. Rook b7, he can go rook a6. These are already very strong moves. And he's in a position where he doesn't have to find the only moves. So that's a good thing about his position. He does go rook a6. Quite a simple idea there, winning the pawn. Trico says if I was there, I could never have found this king move. But that's why he's a grandmaster. Does exchange sack work for white here? Swapnil, but where? Why do you want to even complicate when you can simply win another pawn without anything? So rook a6 there, क्या खेलोगे? Man, with it playing in, this is 6 hours are over, no? Yeah, it's been 6 hours already. Vidit has been playing. So today he has played the longest game. Yesterday it was Hari Krishna. Maybe one out of the top boards are going to keep playing till the end. Guys, what is your longest game? Like how long you have played a chess game? Or how long you have played, even if you played Blitz or Bullet from home, what was your longest streak? Nishita says Vidit played long games in World Cup as well. Yeah. Yeah, in general he does. Kaustubh says my longest game 1 minute bullet. Shubham says 24 minutes. Ye dekho. 6 hours is not a joke. Shriram says game 6 of World Championship. Yeah, between Magnus and Ian is the longest. How long did that last, by the way, Shriram? Okay, he goes king f4 there. What's your plan? Rook f1 check, king e5. And now if I go f4, you always can recover the pawn, so you can't really push it. But what if I give another check? Then your king isn't it happy to go to... No, not so happy. King is not so happy to go to d6. Where is the king going actually? If I just try a few computer moves, where is the king going? c3 pe? Really? Just trying to stop, yeah? The check, and then finally will win the pawn. Got it. That's what it's trying to do. Rook f1 check. Jnaneshwar says I was playing for 32 hours and games turned to... Are. And suddenly I got up from sleep. Acha, that was your dream. Nice prank. Cramnick student says yesterday Hari might have gone hungry and today it will be with it. But I do think they will be having something to eat for sure. Protein bars and some dry fruits. For such a long event, it's a must. Shriram says 9.5 hours, I believe. I don't think that's possible, actually. Because the round used to start at 3 o'clock, maybe. Yeah, 6.5. It can be. 9.5 is not possible. So maybe yesterday Hari played the longest game actually. So rook f1. Check. Vidit, khelo. Jaldi khelo. The only good part is at the end of the game, there are these two friends still. They're like, they can go back together. Some company there. How many more games are going on, guys? If I have to check, is this the last game? No, Vidit's game is going on. There is Shevchenko's game going on. Akobian is also playing. So many games going on. Sarana is playing. Esipenko is playing. Arvind Lamy is playing. Around 6 games are going on after 6 hours. Shubham says in that case I played for 2 to 3 weeks because 1 day per move. Shriram says the game went on for 7 hours and 45 minutes, spanning 136 moves. Oh, really? 7 hours, 45 minutes. So, yesterday, Hari must have played maybe 7 hours, 30 minutes or so. Kaustubh says restaurants close quickly in UK. I'm not sure what will Vidit get for dinner. I'm sure there will be some restaurants with 24 hours, but otherwise also he would be carrying stuff there. In fact, this area, Isle of Man, I was checking, there have been many Indian restaurants on that promenade because where Sagar had to walk for 15 minutes. I did see that near this hall also there is a restaurant, Indian restaurant. By the way, guys, if you see the layout which Abhidaya has made, you can see here below this chess set ad, this hall, that's the tournament hall there, Villa Marina. Very nice hall. So thank you, Rakesh. He goes king e3 and directly says, "Itna क्यों घूमूं मैं when I can directly stop your check? If rook e1, king d2 or king f2, we can directly stop the check." Actually, for Abhijit, it's going to be a little hard because he was right there. Like he had almost defended it, and then towards the end missed it again. So this opportunity, missing it. I don't even know if they would have realized rook g3 was a draw. Would be the question to them. Amit says इथे मास्ट्रिस्ट नेदरलँड्स मध्ये 9:15 वाजलेत आणि आम्हाला झोप येते. अमृता, तू कशी काय जागू शकतेस कन्सिस्टंटली? हा, कारण मी जनरली लेट झोपते. सो दॅट्स वन थिंग. आणि मी आज दुपारी थोडी झोपले कारण मला काल लक्षात आलं की बापरे, एवढ्या वेळ गेम चालू शकतो. त्यामुळे काल थोडी वाट लागली होती, पण आज ओके. Yeah, he gives rook e1 check and then king f2, king d2. Either of the moves are okay. Basically, just get rid of the checks. And now, once you've done with that, win this pawn, have the 3 passers, which is too much for the knight to defend. Zomato थोड़ी है यूके में, पता नहीं, मतलब उबर तो है, तो जोमेटो का नहीं पता. Sakar says, I think there is one Pragg's game also, long, can't remember. But the main difference is in this tournament, like normally you have 1.5 hours and 40 moves. But here there is 100 minutes. So the time control is at least 100 minutes. Matlab Vaikense Tata Steel in January, they have 100 minutes also, if I'm not wrong. So very few tournaments. So even if they play the longest game and use all the time in other tournaments, the time control where they get 50 minutes in addition and 15 minutes can't be the longest game. It has to be from either candidates or such a tournament where such a time control is existing. Five minutes with it, no matter what, how much ever you're winning, you have to play fast. Come on. Saying come on so that they can play fast and then the game will be over. But no, I do think with the knights on the board, it's generally better to avoid scenarios of 30 seconds. Making each move with 30 seconds. He goes king f2, rook b1 played, but as we know, this is an important part. When white won the pawn on c5, The bonus was that it also defended the b3 pawn. Now rook a5. Don't think. Just a very quick move. It's a hand move. Sriram says a game in Belgrade in late 80s. I think Arsovic played. Went for around 300 moves, close to 21 hours. In the Hindu newspaper, next day it came big. I came back from school and played down the moves. How long would it have taken to replay the 300 moves? That is nice. Very nice. Rico says, can somebody else buy dinner for him? Yeah, but while you're playing the round, you are anyway not going to eat and think of like basically you don't have time to think. The only thoughts which are going on is exactly rook a5 and what am I going to do? The calculations. You cannot think about what am I going to eat, whether the restaurants are closed. Recap of the results. Let me tell you the recap of the results. Very important game today. First board, Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann. Fabiano beats Hans Niemann. Nice game. Check that out. Then on board number 2, 3, Aronian, then Rapport, then Duda. Duda lost, by the way. That was an upset. Predke, Alexander Predke beats Duda. Aronian drew with Cheparinov. Backrod drew with Rapport. Shirov drew with Yu Yangi. Abdul Satara versus SL Narayanan. They drew. SL Narayanan had played amazing chess. He had a great position. He was better. But towards the end, at some point, he missed a move which Nordirweg was very, very alert about, in fact, and it ended in a draw. Then Arjun played an amazing game against David Anton Gujaro. Brilliant calculations, completely out of the world concepts he found out, and at some point again it did kind of became complex, but he managed to win beautifully. Then we had who else? Samuel Sevian versus Arvind Chidambaram ended in a draw. Arvind was in a difficult position in the opening, but at some point Samuel Sevian made one positional error, and that was a huge one, and then the game ended in a draw. Next we had Ronak Sadhwani, who drew very, very smoothly with Hikaru Nakamura. So that's a great result with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. We also had Gukesh playing against former world champion Ponomario, Ruslan Ponomario, and Gukesh was pressing the whole game. He was better, but in time pressure, Ponomario played an amazing move, g5. Later it was a bit unclear, but finally Gukesh did have some chances, but in the end it went into a equal end game. I think that was a position to analyze. I think Gukesh did have at the very end also some chances there. Anish Giri beats Rasmus Swain, so he goes on 1.5. Pragnananda, let me just first, yeah, knight c6 with the 3 minutes. Come on, you have to play. Pragnananda played against Volodymyr Murzin, and they had a very standard opening, and then Pragnananda went on to take the pawn on h2 with bishop h2, but Murzin really played well, really assessed well, and gave no chance to Pragg. The game ended in a draw. Aryan Chopra drew with Vincent Keimer. So that is a very solid result. Hari had a tough day today after a longest game yesterday. Today he lost with Aryan Tari, so that was definitely an upset. Aryan Tari beating Hari Krishna. Van Forest also losing to Ter Sehkian was an upset there. Murli Karthikeyan lost with Sam Shankland, and that was kind of a difficult opening he had and a desperate queen sacrifice which did not work out, did not give him enough compensation. Leon played amazing to, like Leon drew with Artemiev, so almost 2700, so that was a smooth draw. Nihal drew with Aydin Suleimani with the white pieces. He was slightly better pawn up in the opposite colored bishop, not pawn up, but yeah, things finally ended in a draw. I think I have covered all the weight. Then we have Vidit here who is playing, and they had a काफी roller coaster game. Adiban lost with Idane Puya. Okay, did I miss anyone's name? Very sorry if I missed, but I think I tried to cover as much as possible. For women's, yes, I think I missed women's. Here Vidit plays rook b5. In a way also freezes c5 9. If at all it needs to be free. And as we know, a rook pawn against the knight, always an irritant. Always an irritant. Yeah, for women's, it was a very tough day actually. As you also shown in the bars, Divya on the first board lost with Tan Jongi. Vaishali was absolutely in trouble, but towards the end, actually, she was able to fight back and she drew with Aline Rubers. Harika drew with Tan Huang Tran. Savita Shiri lost with Stefanova. Vantika lost with Medina. Oh, Vantika lost with Medina. So that is a tough tournament for her. Both losses. And Tania drew with Dinara. So yeah, that was for women's. So Vaishali's draw was helps her to make sure to take care of her rating while she's on the journey to become the grandmaster and needs some around 30 points or so. King e3 by Vidit attacks the knight. If you go king e5, knight d3 check, you lose the piece. So can't do that. No, I think a resignation should be soon, no? King e3, what's black doing? Check. King d2. Knight d2. You can also start with a5, I like that. But you can also go king c3 and then start with a5. 70 moves. They have played 70 moves. Isn't a5 winning now? Yes, it is absolutely winning. Guys, do like the stream and subscribe if you have not subscribed. We have 14,16,139 followers. Enjoying to watch the games with all of you together, with Saravanan joining in, with Sagar being there in UK, getting these very nice content, the interviews, and with we have all the team and the back end, putting out videos there. Do check the channel for other stuff as well. E5 is winning, yes. Yeah, it was not the best day, I would say, for us. There were some nice, in terms of the best results, I would say Arjun 2 out of 2 is very good. And also, I would say Ronak's draw with Hikaru, definitely a nice one. But yeah, Rook D1, played by Abhijit Gupta, is also called as Bhayu, actually, among his friends. That's his nickname. Rook D1. Wow, so this is actually giving all of you also an idea about candidates' time control, because I believe this will be the time control, or even more. No, maybe this would be the time control. So that is going to be like this long game. 8 players would be playing, and in 2016 in Moscow, I think we covered the candidates, and Sagar had gone to Moscow there. Vishy was playing. King G5, played by Abhijit Gupta. So the thing to take care is this F pawn there, but can you go A6 now? Can I go A6, or is it too dangerous with F4, or it doesn't really matter? Can I go A7, F2? Generally, when you're winning, I hate to, allow these kind of races, but must always, you must always calculate. This is just easy because this roller coaster, the staircase mate is just right there. So actually, the race is fine. Also, if you try to stop the race, there is knight a4 blockading. So the race is fine. Yeah, it's going to be a little hard on Abhijit Gupta, because after such a long game where he was almost holding at some point, losing definitely after such a long game, it's a little bit more, as Saravanan says, it can affect. Ask some questions. What are the questions? Here, okay, let me try to find something for all of you in the chat. So A6 was the move I calculated. If, let's say I stop the pawn there, and question is, can you go? No, there is, right now I'm not finding a question, because everything seems like winning for Vidit. He gives rook g7 check, king f6 there, your rook is hanging. Where do you go? Okay, that's the question. Okay, he goes rook b7 back. He's not given you the chance to answer. King goes to g5. Vidit has 2 minutes, so that's why sometimes it can get a little scary when you want to calculate the race. But actually, if you go a6, is there literally anything that black can have as a counter attack? Here, king e4. If I go rook a1, king d4 is all, of course there. So knight moves a7, rook a1, and then there is knight a4, blocks No, 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 no. It's just lost, completely lost. It's going to resign soon. Rakshit. Hello, Rakshit. Rakshit, that did not work because I did not get the option of interact button while I tried with the browser. So, yeah, what do I do? Do you have any idea? Once you start, click the start button, live stream, there is no interact button. Did I miss something or what? A6, yeah, A6 has been played. होता है interact button. You have to just click on the browser source. Okay. F4. F4 played. Oh, I would love to see this race. Yeah, queens and then the mate. That would be nice. The Hamid says chess results updated. Okay, let me show you the results then. So right now only mainly two games are going on according to chess results. That is Erwin Lamy and Esipenko. Is the women's pairing out then? Yeah, women's pairing is out. Guys, can we have a look at it? Wow, Goryachkina is playing with Divya Deshmukh. Vaishali playing with Leah Garifulina. Harika playing with Sophie Millet. Tanya playing with Marcel Efromsky. Savita playing with Anna Ushenina. And Vantika playing with Monica Soko. So, yeah, the pairings are out for women's. Knight f5 happened on the board. We are at the very last phase of this game. रक्षी से चलो आज 8 आवर स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा. Can never forget Monica Soko. Why? I mean, of course not why. मतलब why do not forget नहीं. Can you please elaborate? Olympiad or what? Ah, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Armageddon. Nice, nice. Good memory, man. Good memory. क्या बात है, कितनों को याद है. शाबाश. A7. How don't you remember? Names, yeah, names. Earlier, each and every move I would remember of each and every game of mine, like the concepts majorly. But since start playing less, so chess also helps in memory, yeah, many of the things. Playing chess, definitely. Oh, it doesn't matter. I was just so scared for a moment that after 96, is that a blunder? But then doesn't matter because you are making a queen there, and yeah, you can just go king f3. Okay, but he did go for a7, and still he did come down to 1 minute and 10 seconds there. But of course, it was all a part of the plan. Shivam says Chess Olympiad, Humpy Armageddon with Giri and Raja commentary. Old COVID days. COVID was a phase nobody imagined. Still, it has left such memories on different people in different ways. Some good, some difficult. Yeah, king f3, knight b7. Do you make a queen here or do you give a check here? Is knight a4 check and then queen? Yeah, why to make a queen and still give this? Knight e4, simple check and queen. Once I think Vidit makes a queen or about to make a queen, will we see a resignation? But we've also seen like sometimes people not resigning and fighting till the end, and that's perfectly fine. $15. Can that be true? Doesn't matter. In this position, I don't think it matters anymore. VD1, VD1. Result आया? Okay. Then it will get updated here. Yes, finally, yes. I think Rohit, you were not here yesterday. Maybe that's the reason you think so. But it's okay. Okay, knight takes b7, and I think this should be over because Vidit would have played this. I believe if all of you are saying Vidit has won, knight e4 and then Abhijit would resign. That's likely would have happened. But finally, after such a, what a game this was, and I'm sure both of them are going to be so tired. 1:45, we've started 6.5 hours. They played for 6.5 hours. Intense game, lots of ups and downs, lots of emotional ups and downs as well. So this is not an easy time control for sure. Sometimes while you played Qatar Open and a lot of such tournaments where the time control is 1.5 hours, there's a shift here. There is a shift here for long games, particularly you kind of realize the energy levels. Then the follow up with, let's say right now he has to go back, he has to have food, then he has to get sleep, and then he gets less time to prepare. If his opponent has also had a long game, it's different, but here the chances are more of such such up and down. So it is very interesting tournament in that respect. The last moves have been updated and the result as well. He goes a8 queen, knight c5, gives a check, king h5, and queen h7 check. And there we had a resignation for king g5. He wins the piece back here with queen e7 check. So with it, wins with Abhijit Gupta. And shall we have a quick look at our results here? Still one game going on with Erwin Lamy and Vladimir Fedosiv. In fact, just a very quick look for me at their position. What's up? Oh, they're playing a rook endgame and Erwin Lamy is beating Fedosiv. Look at this. Yesterday he beat Vidit and today he's beating Fedosiv. Whoa, that's huge. Erwin is having an amazing tournament then. Okay, going here. We can't see the pairings, but can I go to India and yeah, so Arjun on 2 out of 2. How many people have actually are actually on 2 out of 2? Caruana, Pragg, Arjun, Arvin if he joins, 4 हो गया. Esipenko, Sarana, so around 6, 7, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people on 2 out of 2. 7 will be on 2 out of 2, and Arjun will be in the first half. So 1, 2, 3. And then it, okay. Got it. Most probably he will play with, I am guessing, Sarana or Zalma Khana is my guess, but let's see. Sarana could be a very big possibility. Let's see. Then we have who else is on 1.5. Can we look at the rank? Narayanan on 1. No, here the points are not updated, so no point in looking at this. Let me show you the women's pairing because it's already out. Vaishali playing with Leah. Divya playing with Goryachkina. Very interesting game. Sophie Millet Harika. Tania versus Marcel. Savita versus Anna Oshanina. And Monica Soko versus Vantika Agarwal. Vantika has had a tough tournament until now. So tomorrow she will definitely try to make a comeback. So guys, that was it. Right now, I think one game is going on between Arvin and Fedosiv. So we'll not get the pairings immediately. But we'll see you tomorrow. It was very, very nice to have all of you there. Please also get a very good sleep. You all. Watching the commentary is also hard work. Thinking if you're putting your thoughts. So do take care. Motivating aspirants, thank you so much for your super chat and letting us know that you are supporting Pragg. But Pragg is already in candidates, so yeah, and he's not worried about candidates for this event. I mean, Pragg and maybe Karuan also in some sense are the two guys who can play free of worrying about getting into candidates. ठीक है, so rook behind a pawn. So Arvin will manage to win. That's the B pawn there. Chalo, have a great night. 7:15 कल आना, पक्का आना, भूलना मत.